Good morning, good morning. Buenos dias. We're gonna start in 10 minutes. Voy a empezar en 10 minutos. If you need translation devices, they're at the back. So we will have people speaking in, some of our presenters are in English, some are in Spanish. So if you need a device, they're back here at this table.
Buenos dias, buenos dias. Good morning, good morning. Buenos dias. Bienvenidos. We'll be starting very soon. If you need some interpretation, please see our friend Sarah in the back. Can you put your hand up, Sarah? Back there in that booth. We will have speakers in Inglés y Español this morning, both languages. If you do not speak both languages fluently and you would like interpretation, which we encourage, please see Sarah in the back for a device. All right, gracias. Hey, 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 hey. You're going to get used to my voice this morning. Right now, I'm killing time for our friends over in the tech booth. Just act like the music is still going. Enjoy your breakfast. Who's having a good time already? Who was out last night for the arts exhibition? Yeah, that's what's up. All right, I see it back there. You're like, yeah, that was fly. Check, 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 1, 2, check, 1, 2. Whoa, 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 whoa. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful thing. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. Thumbs up, thumbs down. It's a beautiful thing. Can you hear us back there? It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. Just to be, just to be. We got 4 seconds to check this thing. We got more time. We always got more time, right? Until you don't. Check 1, 2, check 1, 2. Ryan, are you good or you want me to keep going? All right, I'm just going to keep going and going and going and going and going. Can you hear me back there? Way back there, standing back there in the northeast corner of the room. Can you hear me back there? Are we good? Hey, orale. Back there, back in the back in the center back. Can you hear me? Yeah, cool, cool, cool. All right, we're going back to go forward, to go back again. Let's go. Let's go back to the music. All right, can I get one clap? Can I get 3 claps? 2 claps. All right, let's kick this off properly. Please join me in a big hand clap. All right, good morning, buenos dias. My name is Adrian Ulberto Molina, also known as Molina Speaks. I'm your master of ceremonies this morning. It's a blessing to be with you all. There's a few things that are going to happen in this first hour that I want you to be aware of. At some point, we're going to talk about Hercules, all right? Can I get everybody to show your muscle pose, whatever that is? When you hear the word Hercules, we want a muscle pose of some sort, right? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, like that. Okay. All right, we're going to talk about that later. All right, there's going to be a few times that I say we're going to count to 3 and do something. And we will start with 0. We will start with cero. So it'll be 0, 1, 2, 3. We will start with 0 because 0 is the first number, the true first number. The Maya knew this. Indigenous peoples of Mesoamerica, present-day Mexico and Central America, they understood the power of the number 0.
Water for our desert
and we need water.
Community, and that's...
This is quite true. Without water, I mean, where would we be? Water is life, right? All right, so we will start with 0. Shouts out to the number 0. Shouts out to the people who understood the power of it. If you are in mathematics or engineering or in physics, you understand the power of the number 0. I'm going to kick us off with a poema titled Own This City, since we're focusing on the cities of the Americas. We own this city. We own these streets. Spotlights take back light beams, shine bright frequencies on the hype dreams. We own these things. Streets, government buildings, ambulances, instruments of police, gutters, sewers, parks, cemeteries. We own this city, we own these streets. This isn't a theory, a gimmick, a dream. Casually, this universal right speaks reality. Because we face casualty, over-incarceration, under-education, malnourished information. We are tired of conscious rap and dead poetry. We just want to own this city, skateboard over the throne committee, because our antepasados built it on their backs. Timelines, skylines, tracing all our memories back to the First Nations. 5 Points Jazz, Denver, and the Chicano movement chants, you are on Lakota land. We own this city, we own these streets. Chief, seeds, old trees, young beats. The next generation has come to claim its bounty. We own this city, we own these streets. Mil gracias. All right, let's take care of some business. We're going to have some shout outs to our history and our future, and we're going to do it together. So I want you to think about somebody who got you here today. It can be an ancestor, familia, somebody from your community, mother, father, friend, activist, an artist, somebody who came before you. Either think of their first name or their last name and get their image in your mind. I'm going to take a moment to do that. Who is that person that you want to shout out? On the count of 3, we are all going to shout those names out 3 times like a chant. All of us together, we're just going to put those names out into the space, into the universe. Make sure that we get everybody's voice in the space to kick off this convening. Are you ready? All right. 0, 1, 2, 3. Randy, Randy, Randy. Word up. All right. Bueno. We are going to take a moment to think about the future, to pay it forward. A moment to think about somebody that you want to build a livable future for. Parents, any parents in the house? Orale, I got 2. All right. So it might be a child, your child, or a friend's child, a student that you work with. somebody that you know, maybe an organization that works with youth that you want to shout out. But we're going to do the same thing we did with history, but we're going to do it for future. So take a moment to get that person or that group of young people in your mind, and we're going to shout them out the same way we did the antepasados. All right, on the count of 3, again, we're going to chant those names out 3 times, powerfully, louder than we did for the historical ancestors. I'm going to make some noise for the future ancestors. 0, 1, 2, 3. Solana y Israel, Solana y Israel, Solana y Israel. That's my children. Shouts out to the babies. All right, roll call. Who is from Denver? Make some noise, Denver. Lima. Washington, D.C. Tejas, anybody from Texas in the building? Georgia. Guatemala City. DF, Mexico City. Bogota. Buenos Aires. Quito. North America, make some noise. Sudamerica, South America, make some noise. All right. We had to have gotten everybody, I believe, since we did North and South America. Make some noise for yourself for being here this morning. Welcome to the first City Summit of the Americas for Youth Summit. This summit was designed for the future leaders. We are here to tackle and address issues that matter to you, from climate to education, immigration, human rights, policy, and the power of storytelling. You all should have received an itinerary earlier this week from Manuel, who has worked with this team to organize an amazing youth summit for us. We want this summit to be something where you don't just show up, but you take this information back home, you take your inspiration, and you deliver. To have a seat at this table, this generation, we need your help to get things done and make our communities better. The itinerary that you received includes the sessions that you will attend over the next few days, as well as the different art installations, the lunch panels, the evening entertainment that you have access to. All of the workshops and lunches will take place right here in this building, either on the 2nd floor down below or the 3rd floor where we are now. You should see a detailed timeline of when all of this will be taking place. This is in your itinerary. If you're not sure at any time where you are supposed to be, please go to the registration table and we will help you figure it out. These workshops have a lot to offer. We want you to focus and listen to the experts in the room, and remember that you are an expert too. We want you to come up with an action plan out of every single session that you are in. So take notes. Feel free to create poems, stories, songs as you listen, recipes, whatever is relevant to you. After every workshop, you will be asked to address the topic that you've learned about and draft your action plan. It could be simple, but try to leave with some takeaways. There's a few steps that we're asking you to consider. Number 1, what is the problem that you are trying to solve? And in social justice work, we get really good at focusing on the problem. But what is the solution? What are your action steps that you need to take to implement your idea for the future on each of these issues, each of these themes that you will be exploring? Thirdly, after problem and solution, what do you need to do to accomplish your goals? What's the list? What are the next steps? Who are your allies? What are the immediate things you can do to take action when you get back home? This will be your guide throughout the summit. Be sure also to meet new people in the room. Everyone here is a leader. Again, everybody is an expert of some sort here. So take some time to talk to new people. Take some time to meet some friendly strangers at this convening. Sit next to somebody new at lunch, at dinner, at every session. Step out of your comfort zone. You know, it's a beautiful time to be coming out of the pandemic and reconvening, and we're still reworking that muscle of communication. So do your best to push yourself and meet some new folks. We're hoping that you leave with 20 people in your contacts that you didn't know before. And if you do it right, we think there should be some people in this room that you will be working with 20 years from now. For example, my friend Ryan Fu over here at the table, who's running sound. I met Ryan back in like 2010 through his work with the Black Actors Guild. We used to collaborate a lot. Haven't seen him too much these last few years because of the pandemic, but here we are, 15 years later almost, doing this work together. We hope that you find that same connection and sense of community across the Americas. Hopefully you all went to the Fábrica de Américas last night for opening ceremony and got to check out some of the art exhibits. The next few days you'll be able to have access and experience many of them. One is Justin Leroy's multi-screen video installation titled Lay Me Down in Praise. It's a 3-channel film installation that plays clips of Black performers with images of geological activity. Also, the French artist JR's Inside Out project is here. He will be taking life-size photographs of everyone, and the portraits will be pasted onto the side of the Slate Denver Hotel, creating a massive call to action in support of the global effort to put people at the center of climate action work, to urge governments worldwide to adopt equitable plans to address climate-related human mobility. Be sure to stop and get your photo taken. Lines will be long. Get there as soon as you can, when you can. We want every one of you to do this while you are here. In fact, we encourage every young leader to go to both of these exhibits. Again, Justin Leroy's multi-screen video installation and French artist JR's Inside Out project. Check it off of your action card. You should have an action card. This serves as a roadmap to things that we hope you will do while you are here with us. Don't forget to use the hashtags if you're on social media, hashtag Cities Summit and hashtag CSOA Youth. All right, we are going to send a quick thank you to the amazing planning committee. I'm just gonna throw out these names in rapid fire. Hold your applause at the end. We'll make some thunderous applause like Hercules for all of these names. Hey, where's your pose? Hercules, where's it at? So there we go, all right. Okay, the State Department, Emerson Collective, Immigration Hub, UNICEF USA, El Pomar, Obama Foundation, the Biennial of the Americas, the Biennial of the Americas Youth Congress for Sustainable Americas, B Studio, Colorado State Spur, Center for Sport and Human Rights, Immigration Hub, E Pluribus Unum, Rose Community Foundation, YABT, Smithsonian Institute, Migration Policy Institute, XQ Institute, National Geographic, Community First Foundation, Global Minded, and every human being who's in the room right now. Let's make some noise for all these folks. Also, Obama Foundation scholars, would you mind standing up for a moment and putting a hand up? Yeah, all right. Represent. Actually, let's give 3 big thunderous claps for the Obama Foundation scholars on the count of 3. 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay. I'm pleased to introduce to you our keynote speaker this morning, Juan Carlos Monterrey Gomez. The director of Geoversity School for Biocultural Leadership. Juan Carlos Monterrey Gomez, 31, is the director of Geoversity School for Biocultural Leadership, vice chair for the implementation of the UN Climate Change Convention, and an inaugural Obama Foundation scholar. Monterrey Gomez served as lead climate negotiator for Panama at COP26 in Glasgow and led the youngest delegation in history to represent a country in UN negotiations, represent youth. Juan Carlos studied at the University of Chicago and Tulane University in New Orleans. Let's make some noise for Juan Carlos Monterrey Gomez.
Are we throwing the video or?
Let's do the video first.
Video first, right? Oh my God.
When I planned to come to Glasgow, the first thing I said was my biggest interest probably would be to have a chance to meet with some of the activists, young activists who are involved on the ground, because those are my roots. That's where I come from. That's what I believe in. That's what the foundation is about. I think the goal here is for me to hear from you. What are the things you feel hopeful about? What are the frustrations that you have? But also the ability for you to meet and learn from each other.
I'm a justice activist from Germany, and we started organizing the Fridays for Future movement in Germany around about 3 years ago. We had 1.5 million people on the streets, and the government still didn't act. We sued the government in front of the Constitutional Court, and we won.
What I've learned meeting humans on the front lines of this crisis is that this is an issue of social justice, human rights, not just an environmental issue. How can we better communicate this issue, particularly to world leaders, so that they take the urgent action necessary?
What Louisa said about, and what you echo, the success of the movement shouldn't be diminished, even if some of the outcomes are unsatisfactory, because you're building power and you're raising awareness. And that's hard to do. It's going to depend on you guys to apply that pressure. I think that the danger of our activism is that we're typically talking to people who already agree with us. That's going to require sort of grassroots work and messaging and effort that many of you are already engaged in.
It is an opportunity that is really quite unique to get this level of depth and experience and willingness to engage in a manner that is unscripted, open, actively listening, which is striking to hear President Obama saying that there are things that he has learned from our interfaces and interactions.
I think this talk was really interesting because we need a combination of kind of mass movements that build power outside of electoral cycles, but also champions in positions of political power who can take the demands of the movement and build them into legislation and policy. And I think it was really interesting to hear President Obama's perspective on how those two things interact and the ways in which movement building and organizing at the grassroots can affect people in power.
Focus on where you can get some wins, right? Because that then builds momentum.
I think what inspired me most about today was just the level of ambition around the table, and that people were specialized in different things. It can be tough trying to change the status quo, and at times it can be really lonely. So knowing that you can call on a whole community of people that are going through the same stuff, it means a lot on a very personal level.
One of the goals that we've always had in everything we do through the foundation is to create essentially connective tissue between amazing activists across national borders. I don't know about you, I feel pretty energized. I'm ready to do more work.
"31 years ago, world leaders recognized the climate crisis as an existential threat, joined forces to solve it, and the UN Climate Convention was established to accomplish that goal. Yet, we are here, 31 years later, and we have failed to live up to that promise. We have failed you and future generations. 31 years ago, I was also born in El Pájaro de Pecé, a small rural community at the heart of Panama's dry corridor. Growing up, power outages were frequent, potable water was limited, and crop failure was the norm. I lived through the impacts of the climate crisis without even knowing what it was. For more than 30 years, world leaders have been making promises, but they have failed to take the necessary actions to stop this madness. We have more than double the pollution that causes the climate crisis since we started negotiating a global solution for this crisis. We have made the problem worse in 30 years instead of solving it. And the question is, how do we get into this mess? How is it possible that 30 years have passed and we have accomplished very little progress? We have the knowledge, we have the technology, we have the resources, we have the talent, but we're still failing to act with the level of action that we deserve, that this crisis deserves. Now we are told that in little over 5 years, we must accomplish everything we didn't do in 30 years. And why didn't we do it? Why we were not able to accomplish that goal? Because we have a global deficit of leadership. Why we cannot get to the task? Because the fossil fuel industry, because the meat industry have bought out our politicians. Because the fossil fuel industry, because the meat industry have bought out our leaders. Here in the US, we were promised no more oil drilling in Alaska. But the leaders of the free world approved the Willow Project, a project that is nothing short of suicidal and or unforgivable. But the project got approved. And the most fascinating thing is that the people that approved this project are not even going to be living through the worst impacts that this project is going to create. So why are we still on this highway to hell, as the Secretary General of the United Nations have so brilliantly put it? Because we have been forced, once again, to accept the fact that an old CEO is the best choice for president of the next United Nations climate negotiations this year. I am certain I am not the only young person shocked by this appointment. I am certain many of you are also shocked by this appointment. But what is most shocking is that the leaders of the free world and the leaders of Europe, instead of pushing back on this appointment, have decided to praise it. Instead of pushing back on this appointment, have decided to take it just as it is. Imagine if back in the days when the governments were trying to regulate the tobacco industry, somebody would have had the brilliant idea of naming a CEO of a tobacco company as the chairman of the committee in charge of the regulations for the tobacco industry. That is what's happening right now at the UN, and no one is talking about it. I am the only person inside the UN that is actually talking about this. How ridiculous it is. Not even Netflix will come up with this plot to include it in Don't Look Up. That's how bad we are doing right now. And we're just supposed to pretend that this is normal. This once again begs the question, how do we mess it up so badly? And to me, the reason is very simple. Our leaders do not have a spine. They keep selling out for money and status. They keep claiming that they care about us, but honestly, they only care about themselves and their bank account balance. This must stop. And I think that the only way to stop this is to get more people like you involved. And this is why I am so incredibly excited to be here this morning speaking to you all. I've presented a very darkish outlook on the current state of affairs, but I remain optimistic because I believe in people like you. I believe more people like you should actually be in charge of making the decisions that will shape our own destiny. I believe more people like you should be in charge of making the decisions that are going to take us to the finish line. And I firmly believe that right now I'm looking at a crowd of about 200 of the future mayors, senators, CEOs, and presidents of the Americas. And this moment is very special because there are not many moments in which we can all come together to most importantly get to know each other. These conferences are amazing. You're going to have great workshops. All of that is fun. But ultimately, the main goal for you out of this conference should be to build the partnership for the future and the partnerships for today. And around you, you are surrounded by amazing leaders, all of whom are doing their best in their community. My dear friends, you are here because we need you. Your community needs you. Your country needs you. Our region needs you. And I'm sure you're also here because you're very ambitious. And that's a great quality to have, because only driven and ambitious people actually make change happen. But let me tell you something. As you move up on this leadership journey, things are not going to be easy. In fact, things are going to get a bit hard. So let me share with you 3 of the roadblocks or barriers that you're going to be facing as you continue moving up on your leadership journey. First of all, you need to be aware that doing the right thing is a lonely endeavor. And it takes courage, it takes determination, and a strong sense of purpose to stay on course. But don't you ever think that you're alone. If you ever think that you're alone, just think back of this moment. Just think back of the amazing leaders that you met at this convening and that you're going to continue meeting at different convenings that life is going to take you to. As you strive to scale the positive impact that you are already doing in your communities, another fellow is going to come around. And this is called imposter syndrome. The feeling that you don't belong, the feeling that you are not good enough. I know this feeling all too well. And I can tell you from experience that it's all a trap. The truth is that you're talented, otherwise you will not be here. The truth is that you're capable, otherwise you will not be here. The truth is that you are deserving of success because you have worked and will continue working hard for it. The monkey in your head that is trying to tell you that you are not enough, that monkey is just full of lies. That monkey is a liar, and you need to shut it down immediately as soon as that monkey comes out. Because if you don't shut it down, then you're going to get derailed. If you don't shut it down, you might start believing what that freaking monkey is telling you. And once again, that monkey is a liar. Another roadblock that you might face as your leadership journey continues to grow is ageism. Because many people are going to tell you, oh, you're too young for this, oh, you're too young for that. Don't you ever listen to that kind of people. Don't you ever let these kind of people get in your way. Don't let anyone tell you that you are too young to do something or to do another. Because the truth is, most of these people don't even know how they got there. Most of these people actually don't have the skill to make the change that we need to make. Otherwise, it will have been made. So don't let the monkey and don't let the ages get on the way of your impact. Don't let them get on the way of the change that you're trying to enact on this world. Another thing that you need to remember is that there are 2 tools that will really help you to make an impact. That's your brain and that's your heart. And you need to take those 2 machines, you need to take good care of these 2 machines. You need to be mindful of the people that you bring into your friend circle. You need to be mindful of the people that you bring into your life because they can really mess up your mind and they can really mess up your heart. So keep good care of those machines. And if you want to have some positive catalytic energy coming into your life, here in this room we have about 20 Obama Foundation Voyager Scholars. These are the kind of leaders that are doing good for planet, that are doing good for people, and the kind of leadership that helps me to remain optimistic despite everything that is happening out there. I would also like to take this moment to remind you that for the first time, the UN is going to appoint the first Assistant Secretary General for Youth Affairs. This is a historic moment, and we need to make it work for us. And on that note, I would like to help Secretary General Guterres with some due diligence, because I do believe in this room we have the talent, we have the capacity, and we have the leaders that could take on that job. In this room we have people like Eyal Weintraub, 22 years old, climate activist from Buenos Aires, Argentina. Eyal is a National Geographic Young Explorer and co-founder of Youth for Climate Argentina. Through his work, he has mobilized hundreds of thousands of people in Argentina. Secretary General, that's the kind of talent that we want as the new Assistant Secretary General for Youth Affairs. At this conference, we also have Xiomara Acevedo from Barranquilla, Colombia. Xiomara is the founder of Barranquilla Más 20 and a global conservation leader at Cambridge University. She and Barranquilla Más 20 for over 20 years have worked to empower youth and women to get in the fight for climate justice. Mr. Secretary General, in our region, we have the kind of talent you need to fill up this office. And before I conclude, I would also like to send a heartfelt message to the distinguished mayors that have blessed us with their presence today. Oh, wait, the mayors are not here. Oh, we have one mayor here. Thank you so much for your presence, but I guess I need to point out the obvious. This arrangement is quite weird. The mayor should be with the young people talking in the same rooms, engaging in the conversations that are gonna make the change happen. So to the organizers, thank you so much for the invite, but next year, please, let's make this a joint event, because what young people demand is spaces in the rooms where change is happening. If we have them in separate rooms, change is not going to happen. So since most of the mayors are not here, I would like to tell you a secret. Friends, many of your mayors are not doing their job either. And I want to remind you that most of the mayors are not under 35. In fact, in the landing page, I could not identify anybody under 35. So we need you to change that statistic. And if your mayor sucks, it is time for you to replace him. Thank you very much. Enjoy your time in Denver.
That was powerful. Gracias, Juan Carlos. A lot of times we hear these speeches and we're like, where's the wisdom? Where's the power? Where's the takeaways? Where's the fire? We just got it. No, gracias. We're gonna keep things moving. I want to note that as it usually goes, time is moving at its own pace. We're gonna take the time that we need to this morning to hear all of our speakers, and we're just gonna deal with the human element of time. Before the next speaker comes up, who is Maria Batlle, who I will properly introduce in un momento, we're gonna take a moment to view this video.
Exploring the benefits of music and education together with the deaf community since 2013. Our first initiative was with the National Symphony Orchestra with Maestro José Antonio Molina. Hola, my name is Maria Batlle and I'm from the Dominican Republic. As an artist, I've been exploring the benefits of music and education together with the deaf community since 2013. Our first initiative was with the National Symphony Orchestra with Maestro José Antonio Molina. On stage, young deaf students placed their hands on the instruments and sat under the piano to feel the vibrations as musicians played. When the activity was over, I asked students how they described the experience, and they said it felt like amor, love. Then we started exploring vibrations holding balloons at a Pitbull's concert, and it was the first time a concert had a deaf audience and a sign language interpreter in the Dominican Republic. Then in 2014, I was introduced to SubPac, and with 2 SubPacs, we did a whale music expedition on a boat with deaf students and their parents. just to feel the live music of the humpback whales that come to the DR every year. We also did the first silent disco in 2015 and just kept having fun year after year, exploring the benefits of music and education. With COVID, everything changed and our programs had to stop until 2022 when I was contacted by SubPac and that Coldplay wanted to provide that experience in their global tour, which is honestly the most amazing news. Thanks to Coldplay, what started in a little school in the Dominican Republic is now a global movement for inclusion.
Maria Batlle currently has 2 works on display that are permanent. Permanent exhibitions, one at the Armenian Museum of Boston and the other at the Cardiology Center, Civic, in Santo Domingo. Both works reflect the exploration of her Armenian heritage. Maria found herself drawn to education initiatives for the deaf. To that end, she created the Muse Seek Project, an initiative that uses music and technology to bridge the gap between the world of the deaf and that of the hearing. Its varied programs include a whale-watching expedition in which students can experience the sonic vibrations of humpback whales through SubPac. For 5 years, Maria explored the benefits of music in deaf education at Harvard University in conjunction with the Silk Road Ensemble of acclaimed cellist Yo-Yo Ma. Founder of Virgin Group, Sir Richard Branson has described her work as wonderful initiatives disrupting education and inspiring students, and she has an incredibly warm spirit. Maria Batlle to the stage, por favor.
La armonía que debe existir entre la humanidad y la naturaleza.
Hola, hola. qué grandísimo honor, perdón que me ponga emocional, cuando sale doña Idelisa Bonelli, la primera bióloga marina de la República Dominicana, falleció hace poco. Era como una mentora para mí. Bueno, es un grandísimo honor estar aquí representando no solamente a la República Dominicana, pero a mi ciudad, Santo Domingo. Ahí veo a todas mis hermanas y hermanos colombianos que bailamos mucho anoche. Muchísimas gracias al State Department por invitarme. Muchísimas gracias a Manuel Aragón y a la Bienal, hermano, gracias. A Mariví, mi hermana, también. Estos proyectos que ustedes vieron iniciaron en el 2013 en Santo Domingo, República Dominicana. Yo lo que soy artista, yo pinto, hago esculturas y me invitaron a ser artista en residencia en una universidad en la República. Y me cayó un flyer a la mano en la primera semana para ir a ser voluntaria en una escuela pública. Y yo feliz, bueno, fui a visitar la escuela y cuando llegó a la escuela me di cuenta que se dividía en dos. Tenía un edificio para estudiantes oyentes y un edificio para estudiantes sordos. Y el tour que me dieron por la escuela ni pasaba mucho por el lado de los estudiantes sordos. Y yo me salí del tour y quise ir a averiguar con las profesoras y las madres y los estudiantes qué pasaba, porque el lado de los estudiantes sordos estaba como abandonado. Y me di cuenta que no incluían a los estudiantes en las actividades, en el mismo tour. Y ahí me enteré que los estudiantes sordos en mi país no tenían acceso a bachillerato, no tenían acceso a high school por ser sordos. O sea, no había ninguna explicación. Incluso en esa escuela usaban uniformes diferentes a los estudiantes oyentes, lo cual me parece un paralelo muy interesante con el racismo. E incluso hay un concepto que habla sobre cómo la persona oyente se considera superior por el hecho solamente de escuchar, se considera superior que las personas sordas. Me comencé a enterar de muchas barbaridades que pasaba la comunidad sorda y la comunidad con discapacidad en general, solamente por tener una discapacidad. Y entonces le pedí a esa escuela pública que me dejara ser voluntaria. Y yo comencé a explorar la música con los estudiantes sordos. ¿Por qué la música? Es que me parecía lo más imposible, lo más cool. O sea, si ellos lograban sentir la música y vivirla, entonces ya iban a sentir que podían hacer cualquier cosa. Y los demás también iban a entender que ellos podían hacer cualquier cosa. Entonces, yo comencé a inventar muchísimo, muchas cosas raras, como el viaje de las ballenas que ustedes vieron. Iniciativas como esas rarísimas fueron que me llevaron a que universidades comenzaran a poner atención. O sea, la música se convirtió en una herramienta de educación y en una herramienta para llamar la atención a muchas personas líderes como Sir Richard Branson, que comenzaran a poner atención a la comunidad. En mi país todavía no pasaba nada, yo seguía trabajando y haciendo cosas locas, pero en tu tierra siempre como que parece que es el último lugar donde te hacen mucho caso. Entonces de Harvard, de Yale, Tesla, todas estas organizaciones e instituciones de educación me comenzaron a invitar, a apoyar. Yo trabajo con Harvard, con Yale, NYU, you name it. Y luego entonces en República Dominicana comenzaron a hacer caso. Y ya llevo 10 años trabajando el tema de la inclusión, sobre todo en los conciertos, pero no fue hasta el año pasado cuando vino Coldplay. Antes de Coldplay salir a su gira global, oigan esto es muy loco. Antes de Coldplay salir a su gira global, me contactaron porque habían visto el video de la ballena y las iniciativas de mi fundación en internet. Y ellos querían incluir esas iniciativas en su gira global. Entonces, cuando ellos vienen a República Dominicana, y hacen el concierto, lo hicimos con ellos, ¿no? Con los soapbox, que lo traje para que lo prueben quien quiera cuando termine la conferencia. Las personas pensaban que Coldplay trajo eso de fuera. En Dominicana, por más que habíamos trabajado todos estos años, nadie ni le cruza por la mente que no una dominicana, no una latina del Caribe fue que impulsó eso. Entonces, con este video que lanzaron, Coldplay dice gracias, porque gracias a ustedes pudimos incluir esto. Eso nació, como dije ahí, en una escuelita en la República Dominicana. Entonces, hicimos Coldplay, hicimos Bad Bunny en República Dominicana, hicimos Rosalía y seguimos trabajando duro para que eso se vuelva un movimiento. Y le voy a decir por qué. Porque cuando la gente, por más que trabajo, ahora que trabajo en la alcaldía de mi ciudad, no es lo mismo cuando yo hablo de inclusión en la alcaldía con la ciudadanía que cuando lo ven en un concierto, porque la música une. Entonces la gente dice, cuando van a los conciertos de Bad Bunny y ven personas con discapacidad perreando, no sé cómo las traductoras van a traducir perreando, pero cuando ven personas con discapacidad perreando, dicen, oh, tienen derecho a perrear, tienen derecho a una vida de fiesta, tienen derecho a beber, a pasársela bien, a salir a conciertos, tienen derecho a perrear. Para mí es muy importante que las personas con discapacidad vayan a los perreos, porque se colocan en otro lugar en la mente de las personas. Bueno, entonces, cuando llegó el COVID, fue muy fuerte. Todas las iniciativas de la fundación, que como ustedes ven, eran a través de la música, eran cosas muy cool, pero yo no sentía que yo estaba haciendo un cambio radical. Y yo quería hacer un cambio radical, una vaina ya, que cambiara la historia, porque estamos tarde. Estamos muy tarde con el tema de inclusión de las personas con discapacidad. Entonces, cuando viene el COVID, que tuve que parar todo, y ya el foco era, tenemos que conseguir comida. O sea, los problemas se volvieron otros completamente distintos. Tenemos que conseguir comida porque nadie puede salir a trabajar, todo el mundo tiene que estar en su casa. Entonces ahí le propuse a la alcaldesa de mi ciudad, Carolina Mejía, yo no la conocía ni nada, cuando ella era candidata todavía, le faltaban como 2 meses para hacer las elecciones. Y yo le dije, si tú creas el primer departamento de inclusión de personas con discapacidad de una alcaldía en la República, tú haces historia porque ninguna persona le importa eso. O sea, aquí ninguna persona política está hablando del tema de discapacidad en la República en ese momento. Por suerte, una mujer muy cool ganó, la primera alcaldesa de Santo Domingo, y me llamó cuando ganó y me dijo, vamos a hacer el departamento de inclusión. Lo hicimos. Aquí sí, Ryan, si podemos poner la presentación, el PDF. Voy a ser muy breve, pero que hay un par de cositas que le quiero contar. La cosa es que este departamento de inclusión es el primero de la República. Y es muy importante porque en la República y en muchos países tenemos un Consejo Nacional de Discapacidad. Pero el Consejo Nacional de Discapacidad de los países se encarga de vigilar las políticas públicas, pero no se encarga del día a día de la gente. ¿Quién está conversando directamente con una ciudadana o un ciudadano o un ciudadano que necesita algo, que su acera tiene un hoyo y no puede acceder en su silla de ruedas, que necesita lengua de señas en eventos? O sea, no hay quien se esté encargando, no hay quien tenga el tiempo. La semana pasada en Santo Domingo me pasó algo bellísimo y fue que la alcaldesa me dio el contacto de una ciudadana y me dijo, esta ciudadana quiere proponer algo de tema de discapacidad en la alcaldía. Y yo me junté con la ciudadana y la ciudadana se la pasaba diciéndome, gracias por tu tiempo, perdón que te estoy quitando tiempo. Me hablaba mucho del tiempo y yo pensaba, coño, las personas de gobierno siempre andan tan rápido, nunca tienen tiempo para nada, pero eso es lo lindo de tener un departamento que se enfoque en una cosa y que se enfoque en una comunidad que ha sido tan excluida. Y yo le dije, yo tengo tiempo, o sea, tú eres mi trabajo, hablar contigo, ese es mi trabajo. Si podemos poner el próximo slide, por favor. Esto es muy importante, el departamento de inclusión es la alcaldía completa. Yo siempre digo, Y yo no sé si ustedes trabajan en gobierno o en las organizaciones que estén, pero lo que yo quiero decir con esto, a lo que me parece que aplica, no importa dónde tú trabajes, es que la inclusión es interseccional. O sea, no importa lo que tú hagas, incluye. Básicamente eso es lo que quiero decir. Mi primera acción dirigiendo el departamento de inclusión fue capacitar. Esa persona en silla de ruedas que ven ahí fue la alcaldesa. O sea, sentamos a la alcaldesa y a todo su equipo de directores en silla de ruedas, le vendamos los ojos. Hicimos que tuvieran experiencias, obviamente jamás van a hacer nada cercanas, pero por un momento ve al baño, en un baño que no es accesible, y ve a ver cómo tú te sientes. Imagínate que ese sea tu día a día. Fue muy poderoso ver a la alcaldesa, porque ella tiene mucha influencia en mi país, no solamente en mi ciudad, sino en mi país, y fue muy poderoso ver una persona de tanta influencia interesada tomando un taller sobre discapacidad, que es un tema completamente abandonado. Próximo slide, por favor. Lo que hicimos fue educar. Educamos a todo el equipo para que sea interseccional, o sea, que todos los equipos, no importa cuál sea, estén hablando del tema de discapacidad, estén incluyendo. ¿Se va a hacer una nueva obra? Pues va a ser accesible. ¿Se va a hacer un evento? ¿Va a tener lengua de señas? O sea, que todo el mundo esté en la misma página. Podemos pasar a la siguiente, por favor. Aquí, muy importante, cada denuncia es una oportunidad. Yo creo que los gobiernos están muy acostumbrados a salirles huyendo a las denuncias. A mí me encantan. Yo amo las denuncias. Me encanta que venga la ciudadanía a traerme problemas, porque solamente así lo podemos resolver. Entonces, esta ciudadana que está en el medio aquí, usuaria de silla de ruedas, ella fue la primera denuncia de la alcaldía que recibimos. Ella, para ir a su trabajo, Ryan, si podemos subir un chin más. Ahí, miren aquí. Ella tenía que andar a recorrer la calle así para llegar a su trabajo, al lado de camiones, carros gigantes. ¿Tú te imaginas tener que ir así a tu trabajo todos los días? O sea, ella llegaba viva de casualidad a su casa. Entonces, ella puso una denuncia en un canal de televisión. Ella dijo, ¿hasta cuándo? O sea, nadie me hace caso. Ella tenía años denunciando y denunciando en mi ciudad y nadie le hacía caso. Hasta que finalmente, como era tan raro tener un departamento de inclusión, pues este canal de televisión donde ella denunció me contactó y me dijo, bueno, vimos que la alcaldía tiene ahora un departamento de inclusión, toma esta denuncia. ¿Qué tú le quieres mandar a decir a esa ciudadana? Como en onda, si tú quieres defender a la alcaldía. Y yo dije, no, es verdad, hay una super deuda, la ciudad está fatal. Nada de defender. Dile a Patricia, se llama, dile a la denunciante que cuando ella diga, nos vamos a juntar en ese lugar que ella está denunciando con todas las instituciones del gobierno que le compete, y efectivamente, 2 semanas después, fuimos con todas las instituciones, obras públicas, las personas de tránsito, todo el mundo, nos reunimos con ella. Siempre la involucramos a ella. Incluso como gobierno armamos un grupo de WhatsApp para trabajar todo el tema, y siempre ella estuvo incluida en todo. Ella era la supervisora de nosotros. ¿Okay? Y fíjense qué importante el trabajo de servicio. Nosotros le servimos a ellos. No es que le estamos haciendo un favor. Ella era nuestra jefa en ese momento. Podemos pasar a la siguiente. Eso fue un caso de éxito. Se arregló la rampa, fue bellísimo. El siguiente, Ryan. Bueno, fuimos la primera alcaldía de la República. Todo lo que yo estoy diciendo, aunque yo digo, hicimos esto de primero, es muy cool ser el primero, pero al mismo tiempo es tan triste porque significa que no existía. Pero bueno, tuvimos la primera intérprete de lengua de señas oficial de la alcaldía, que acompaña a la alcaldesa a todas partes. Eso es algo que en mi país no se ve, no sé, en los países de ustedes, pero en mi país ahora nosotros le pusimos las pilas a todas las instituciones del gobierno para que lo hagan también. Podemos pasar a la próxima, Ryan. Y estamos capacitando con lengua de señas a todo el equipo que da servicio a la ciudadanía. Ryan, next, please. Thank you. Este caso es muy fuerte. Y ya estoy terminando, no se desesperen. En la alcaldía hay un equipo de personas con discapacidad, usuarias de silla de ruedas, que tienen más de 22 años trabajando en la alcaldía. ¿Ok? Ahora, en esta gestión, que hay un departamento de inclusión y tal, ahora, 22 años después, que se hizo el primer baño accesible de la alcaldía. Y quiero hacer la nota de que tengo consentimiento del equipo para compartir esta historia. Pero ellos, para hacer pipí en su trabajo, en su día a día, tenían que al mediodía esperar que sus compañeros de trabajo salieran de la oficina para ellos hacer pipí en una botellita de agua, escondido, todos los días, porque no tenían acceso a un baño. Entonces, esa gestión que les contrató hace 22 años, les contrató ¿para qué? Para la foto. It was a show. Eso no es inclusión. Inclusión no es contratar y te contraté y marqué el checkbox para UN. Eso no es inclusión. Inclusión es esto, hacer los baños accesibles, que ellos tengan dignidad. Ahora, por primera vez, 22 años después, que no entiendo, como le tengo todo el respeto del mundo a ese equipo, que son quienes están liderando el departamento de inclusión ahora. Hoy sí tienen su baño accesible y para mí esto es muy importante contarlo porque son cosas que no pensamos, porque no estamos en ese mundo. No somos usuarios de silla de ruedas, no somos personas ciegas, no somos personas sordas. Que ese baño está bien, pero no está bien. Necesitamos accesibilidad. La accesibilidad es un derecho, no es caridad. Podemos, next, Ryan, please. Thank you. Ok, creo que ya con después de creo que ya acabo. Pero esta es la iniciativa más importante una de las más importantes que hemos trabajado como Departamento de Inclusión. En las elecciones pasadas de mi país, yo fui delegada, o sea, yo estaba chequeando que todo saliera bien. En mi país hay muchos problemas con el tema de las elecciones, como en Latinoamérica. Entonces, una de las primeras cosas que yo hice cuando entré al departamento, creando el Departamento de Inclusión, fue reunirme con la Junta Central Electoral, ¿no? Que son quienes organizan todo el tema de las elecciones, la cédula, tu identificación. Y le llevé una lista de todas las cosas, todas las oportunidades de mejora. Le voy a poner un ejemplo para que vean qué importante el tema de inclusión a nivel interseccional. En la identificación nacional de mi país, donde una persona sin discapacidad, en la cédula dice profesión, ¿no? Incluye tu profesión. Una persona sin discapacidad decía profesión empresario, arquitecta. Pero una persona con discapacidad decía profesión, un punto. O profesión incapacitado. Y ustedes van a decir, bueno, eso se arregla, pero oigan qué fuerte, eso marca una cultura, un pensamiento. En República Dominicana hay personas que te van a decir, son personas con discapacidad, pero no se identifican como tal. Dicen, yo no soy una persona con discapacidad porque yo puedo trabajar. ¿Ok? O sea, miren a dónde se va la cultura por esos detalles que nacen en la Junta Central Electoral. Yo le expliqué todo esto al equipo de la Junta Central Electoral y logramos impulsar, y miren qué lindo, desde una alcaldía, todo lo que le estoy contando desde una alcaldía, logramos impulsar la primera mesa de inclusión, una mesa de trabajo de inclusión de la Junta Central Electoral, que es un organismo nacional. Entonces, cada 2 meses, todos los directores y directoras a nivel nacional del país se juntan en una mesa con sus jefes, con las autoridades de la Junta Central Electoral, a presentarles qué avances están haciendo en materia de discapacidad. Se ha avanzado un montón. Y las próximas elecciones van a ser las elecciones más accesibles de la historia de la República. Y eso es un súper logro y todo parte de un pequeño departamento, de una alcaldía. Y por eso es tan lindo para mí el City Summit, porque celebra esos logros locales que después pueden ser globales. Esta iniciativa ha sido reconocida a nivel internacional. Nos invitaron a la cumbre reciente de democracia que tuvo Biden hosting y presentamos todas estas iniciativas porque las resaltaron como iniciativas para replicar en todos los países. Y también salió esta iniciativa en el informe anual de la Comisión de los Derechos Humanos de la OEA. O sea, muy bien, estamos tirando para adelante, al paso, pero vamos bien. Next, Ryan, please. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Ok, aquí. Este es mi último, ya con este me despido. Cero bulto en República Dominicana significa como, iba a decir otra cosa que usted no va a entender, como no me demuela, significa no show, o sea, no BS. Y esta presentación que yo le hice a ustedes es la presentación que yo le hago a cada alcaldía en la República Dominicana, porque la presidencia de la República Dominicana, al ver el éxito que ha tenido el Departamento de Inclusión de la Alcaldía de Santo Domingo, mandó a replicar ese departamento en todos los municipios de mi país. Entonces ahora yo viajo todos los lunes a municipios diferentes de la República a presentar estos alcaldes y alcaldesas que le estoy presentando a ustedes. Y este cierre para mí es el más importante, porque ustedes saben que la política puede ser peligrosa. Y yo siempre les digo, no usemos la discapacidad, la inclusión como política para hacer campaña ni nada de eso. O sea, cero fotos. Cuando hacemos eso, pasa lo que le conté ahorita. Contratamos a la gente, pero no tienen baño accesible, pero no hicimos la foto. Para mí, esta es la imagen más importante, como deja que el trabajo hable por ti. Todas estas son noticias reales. Hay muchísimas noticias reales de la Alcaldía del Distrito Nacional, todos nuestros éxitos. Ninguno lo andamos cacareando, ninguno lo andamos haciendo campaña con eso. Eso es algo que me siento muy orgullosa de que la alcaldesa tiene eso muy claro, de que estamos en deuda. La comunidad global, esto no es República Dominicana, esto que ustedes están viendo se repite en el mundo. Por eso le pido como personas jóvenes y líderes que de aquí, o sea, para mí lo más grande de presentar hoy es que ustedes se vayan con el tema de la inclusión en la mente. No importa si trabajan climate change, no importa lo que trabajen. Climate change afecta mucho a las personas con discapacidad porque no se les toma en cuenta. Entonces, de ahora en adelante, por favor, en su día a día, piensen en la accesibilidad, piensen en la inclusión, porque yo tengo una teoría de que la verdadera sostenibilidad solamente va a estar, o sea, claro, tenemos que cuidar el planeta, pero la sostenibilidad real es cuando todo el mundo, todos los seres humanos están incluidos. Entonces, bueno, le agradezco de corazón y espero de verdad que ustedes se conviertan en líderes de cambio a favor de la discapacidad. Muchas gracias. Si lo quieren probar, pueden venir.
Everybody stay put. We recognize that it is a little bit after 10. We will figure it out. We're going to do what we need to do here to respect those who have been invited to kick us off. Everybody stay put. Next up to the stage, it's that Hercules moment. You know, flex your muscles. Hope takes a muscle. Smiling takes a muscle. Love takes a muscle. Alexander Walker Griffin, Mayor of Hercules, California. His passion for civic engagement started at the age of 10, and by 13 years old, he was working on statewide campaigns. In college, he held a variety of leadership roles, ranging from president of community organizing and political action to student government. Can I get one clap? Can I get two claps? Can I get three claps? Alex was a two-term student body president of Contra Costa College. Under his leadership, he successfully started the college's first free breakfast, school supplies, and bus pass program. Simultaneously, he was appointed by Governor Jerry Brown to represent 2.3 million students, that's a lot of students, as a member of the California Community Colleges Board of Governors. Alex is the mayor of Hercules, his hometown. In his 2 years on the council, he has passed and started a variety of initiatives such as the Hercules Small Business Grant, Hercules Small Business Rental Relief Program, and the Hercules Community Gift Card Program. During his first budget season, he led the charge to allocate funding for swing sets for children with disabilities. Additionally, he introduced and then passed the Hercules Equal Pay Ordinance to combat pay discrimination, and the Hercules Electrification Ordinance requiring new development to be 100% electric, and introduced the city's first senior health day. He also serves as a Cal Guard Army officer. Alex is a graduate of Contra Costa College and received his BA in politics from St. Mary's College of California. Currently, he is pursuing his master's through Johns Hopkins University. When I come back up here, I will have an announcement for you concerning time. Nobody stress, we will be okay. Let's get 3 thunderous claps for the mayor of Hercules.
All right, well, I just wanted to prove that there is a mayor in here who actually gives a damn. But good morning, everybody. My name is Alex Walker Griffin, and I have the pleasure of being the mayor of the greatest city in California, the city of Hercules. We're about 20 minutes northeast of San Francisco and 20 minutes south of Napa, so it's not too many places where you can go to the beach and hike in the hills all in the same day. Now, I was out at a bar last night. I want somebody to just throw out how old do you think I am? My God, why does everybody think I'm in my 30s? No, I'm 25. And I won my election, thank you, when I was 23 years old. I was still an undergrad at the time, so I didn't even have an election party. I had class the next day. So in my almost 3 years on the council and now serving as the mayor of my hometown, you know what's the #1 thing that I always hear? You're the mayor? So I have this cute little bomber jacket. I should have brought it. And it says Mayor of Hercules on it. I'm at an event that I threw in the city, and I'm walking around, and people are like, oh, so you work for the mayor? I said, no, I am the mayor. You walked right past my picture. I don't know how you saw it. So I'm energized because it's not too many opportunities where I get to speak to my fellow young folks who are in the policy game. You see, being a 25-year-old mayor, I'm one of the 2 youngest mayors in the great state of California. My buddy Hippolito's the exact same age as me, and he's holding it down in Fresno. And you know what? I will say this. The older generation is really fucking out of touch. I said it. My first night as an elected official on the Hercules City Council, an old mayor came up to me, and you know what she said? You know what, Alex, you should wait a year before you start introducing stuff. I said, that's absolutely crazy. Why would I spend an entire year campaigning, walking up and down the hills of my city in the middle of July, sweating in a suit, if I'm gonna wait a year to introduce something? Now, when I was running for city council a couple years ago, there was a couple things that I ran on. You know, financial stability, economic development, all the boring stuff. But then I took office and I realized there's a reason why there's been so much disconnect in my city. Now, I like trivia and I like questions. In my city's 123-year history, somebody just throw out a number, how many council members and mayors you think grew up in my city? 1, and I'm the only one. And it absolutely amazed me when I found that out, because really what made me decide to run for office was I was tired of being pissed off all the time. I was walking along my waterfront one day and I said, wow, this is really dirty. We should do something about this. I was 17 at the time. And we had our old city manager who's basically the CEO of the city. And I go to the council meeting and I say, you know what, let's do something about this. I'll provide everything, just give me the permits. And you know what the city manager sends me in a polite email? I actually still have it. He says, yeah, no. And I said, well, I don't like that answer, so I'm gonna go ahead and do it myself. And so I get on the council, this is in 2020, campaign during the pandemic, and I started talking to some of my colleagues, and I was like, my goodness, how out of touch can we possibly be? So my very first night after I got sworn in on the council, I introduced 2 items, the Hercules Equal Pay Ordinance and an item to have a police chief advisory board. The very first time I've had police officers pull out guns on me, I was 12 years old. And it happened so much that it was normal. And it wasn't until I got to college that I realized that police officers frisking you at 13 is not a normal thing. And I have a single mom. Unfortunately, my dad passed away when I was a teenager, and I saw him pass away, and that changed my life forever. Not only to losing my dad, but we also came home to an eviction notice. That was a pretty rough day. And so I know what it's like to grow up with a single income household. I remember waiting for the sheriff to come take us out of our home. There would be many days where I would do homework in my car, Starbucks until the late hours, and then they closed and they would kick me out. And so I'm telling my colleagues, I said, hey, I want to do this thing around equal pay. Why would we do that? Well, I don't know, because the majority of our city is female identifying and people of color. So if you just run those numbers right then and there, and if you look at our census data, you clearly see female identifying folks and LGBT folks in our city are making less than cisgender males. And so we introduced this item. We're the first and only city in the entire country, so I'm really proud of this. This is my initiative that says if you're going to do business in the city, 1, you have to agree to the California Equal Pay Act, you have to agree to our equal pay ordinance, and if you don't, and we catch that you violated either 5 years prior to coming to the city or any time that you do business in the city, you can never do business in our city again. And I don't really, and I'm gonna be very honest with you, every city's gonna want revenue, but if you're gonna screw over people like my mom and my 2 sisters, I'm not gonna want you here in town. Now, when it comes to climate change, you know, I kind of thought, you know, we're in California. We're the leader of climate change. Everybody looks to us. when we're doing stuff? Well, there's good old Hercules, California, who was 10 years behind. I said, all right, guys, let's look at the political wins. Let's look into electrification. And I'm talking to my colleagues, and they say, why would we do that? So I introduced and passed an ordinance that was mentioned that requires all new development to be 100% electric. There was only one dumb amendment in that to allow hospitals to be non-electric. But here's a stupid thing, and this is where I kind of question my colleagues and people who are in office. We don't have a hospital in our town, and we have no plans on having a hospital. So to my fellow young people out there, I know y'all are disgruntled. I'm right there with you. The closest colleague to me in age is 24 years older than me. Quite literally, my colleagues, I grew up with some of their kids, and some of their kids are even older than me. They're old enough to be my parents. But I want y'all to channel that energy. So I used to work for March for Our Lives. I was the one who ran policy in California. And I was talking to David Hogg, who was my old boss and a good friend of mine just recently. And we're starting to pack to get young people to run for office. Because you know what? Like I said, there's such a huge disconnect when it comes to elected leaders. And like I mentioned, I'm the only council member in my city to have grown up in my city. My council members constantly bash the schools in our area. Well, I say, yeah, it's a little bit different if you didn't go to the schools here, and at the same time, you send your kids to the private school 15 miles away. So yeah, you're not gonna have that connection to the community. So here's a little secret that you're all in on. Not all elected officials care. I know, surprising, right? Not all elected officials care. But what I've come to notice, and as someone who's been an activist for a very long time, us young people kind of give a damn. You know, when we start talking about climate change, it's not talking about something that's going to give us brownie points. I mean, my goodness, how many of you are in leadership positions back in your community and you have group chats and you're doing all this work for free? How many of you just thought one day, I plan to be up at 10 o'clock at night trying to organize a protest. I thought I would literally be spending any other thing I could be doing, enjoying my teens, enjoying my 20s, but here I am fighting for something that won't even directly impact me, but it'll impact someone else. So that's one thing I want you to remember. All the stuff that I've been able to do on the council and in my time on the state's community college board, it never impacted me directly. So my proudest achievement when I was on the board of governors, so in that, the California community college system is the largest system of higher education in the country. I represented 2.3 million students, and the governor appointed me when I was 19. That was an awesome responsibility. So at 20 years old, we were working it out with the governor, and I told him, I said, Governor Brown, we gotta make community college tuition free. Golly, I remember this day so clearly. He looks me dead in the eye and said, kid, that's never gonna happen. So I was like, well, you said it's not going to happen, so now I got to bring 300 friends up here to start banging on doors in the Capitol to make it happen. So the next week, we had 300 students in the Sacramento State Capitol banging on every single door, Democrat and Republican, saying, we want to make this happen. I get a call from the governor's office, and he says, you know what, Alex, we'll work on that. And I said, you know where we are, Governor, because I can bring 1,000 next week. And so after about maybe a 6th or 7th month fight, we were able to do it. And I was the only student to vote in favor of making community college tuition free in the state of California. It's so crazy when you start talking about equity, how many people it just does not connect with. I mean, it doesn't take a master's degree in liberal arts to understand that higher education is the access to a better life. It doesn't take a master's degree or a PhD to understand that equal pay means better opportunities. It doesn't take a PhD, it doesn't take anything to know that the darker your skin, the harder the chances are. And it doesn't take anything, and y'all know this really well, that ageism really, really sucks. But at the same time, this is where, and I have a fat group chat with young electeds from the great state of California. There's about 50 of us in this massive group chat. It used to be, it was originally a support system, but now we all just send memes. Come on now, we're Gen Z and millennials. I'm a Gen Zer, so of course I like memes. And this is what I want y'all to do. Take that frustrated ageism and channel it into your communities. So 2024 is coming up. Some of these primaries are going to be coming up. Why don't you try to give it a shot at running for office? I don't know, to apply for that commission. Because even just the mere fact of you running for office is going to be a threat to somebody, and you know what? It's a pretty good freaking threat. Because now they have to start talking about issues they never wanted to bring up. So for a while, I worked with children with disabilities, in particular, I worked with children with autism, and I'll never forget thinking about this one day, wondering, why is it that we don't see kids in wheelchairs at parks? Well, because they weren't built for them. You think the great city of Hercules thought about that any time before? No, half of my city was corrupt. My old city manager, oh my God, Vice President Harris, when she was our Attorney General, she hated our city. We were focused on literally everything else, but not solving equity issues. We weren't thinking about our seniors. We weren't thinking about our environmental impacts. When I introduced not the equal pay ordinance, but the electrification ordinance, there were so many people who were clinging on to the idea that we were trying to remove gas stoves out of their homes. I said, no, we're not trying to remove gas stoves out of your home. I'm trying to decrease asthma rates in our area. I'm trying to make sure that babies can sleep at night. I'm trying to make sure that you don't have, what is it called? Oh my God, I can't even remember the name. What's the little gas that you can't smell? Somebody say it. Carbon monoxide. I don't even know why I couldn't think of that right now. I'm trying to make sure you don't pass away from that in your sleep. I don't know where this weird obsession with clinging on to the past is, but that's the beauty of each and every one of you. You're looking towards the future because this is not about us. No, it's not. As the mayor of my city, I get paid $631 a month. So I have a full-time job outside of this. It's about thinking about the future. It's about thinking about what the world's going to be like 200 years from now when we're all 6 feet under. It's about addressing those issues that I went through, that you went through, that you said, you know what, never again. But at the same time, it's about always looking forward, remembering what happened in the past, and using that as a candlelight. I've been so inspired coming here. This is the first time I've ever done an international event like this. My city, for a very long time, tried to hide behind everything. So any opportunity I get to brag about the great city of Hercules, I get an opportunity to do so. And talking to folks from Central and South America, Guatemala, Brazil, Mexico, all of the Dominican Republic, I haven't met any of my fellow Californians yet, but I'd love to, has been, fellow Californian, right on, has been so inspiring. Because you know what this tells my Republican colleagues and the Republicans in DC, I'm gonna get very partisan for a second, that you better watch the fuck out. And you better be looking at what's coming down on the ballot. I'm sorry for cursing, I should have told y'all earlier. But be proud of all of yourselves. Because I'm gonna tell you another secret too. When the people hear my credentials, they think I was the best student in high school. No, I literally was a 1.6 student up until junior year. I was told I had autism. I was told I had all these different complications, was taken out of my class. And then it wasn't until college where I really found a voice, and that voice was advocating for others. Y'all are doing the most pure things. It's advocating for someone that you probably won't even meet. You know how many people go into college and like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get my business degree. Okay, right on, you'll go work at Salesforce in San Francisco, and you'll do all these great corrupt things that are gonna pollute our environment and tear down income inequality, but you know, that's choose their own, right? But y'all are doing stuff that's important, and it's literally God's work. So every single one of y'all, I'm proud of y'all. This is something that we got to keep this momentum going. This is an opportunity for you to validate yourselves. So if you're going to go before your elected officials and they say, well, who's caring about this? Well, I know someone in Argentina who's talking about the exact same issue. I know someone from Guatemala, from Mexico City, who's talking about the exact same thing. But at the same time, too, there's powers in numbers. And I'm going to tell y'all right now, the old people are really scared of us. That's why they get so upset when young people start showing up to stuff. One, because they wish they had the ideas that we had. Let's just be honest with them. But at the same time, if you ain't did nothing in 25 years, why you mad now? Why you so upset? Why you hiding? I'm literally feeling, so I was looking at my phone, watching people get upset because I'm trying to do this whole new environmental thing, right? We're challenging PG&E. PG&E is our largest electric and gas supplier in the state of California. And there's a JPA, Joint Powers Agreement, within Marin County, and I'm trying to join that. Because you know what? Competition's a little good. I thought Republicans understood that, but apparently they don't. But at the same time, the rates are cheaper. So if you have competition, rates are cheaper, and it's green, don't you think that would be a no-brainer? Here we are again, talking to my colleagues, we haven't done this in the past. And I said, well, the past is the past, right? Every industry gets challenged, especially big oil. Big oil I can't stand because you know why? They always like to hold on to the past. Don't you think the whaling industry was a little threatened when big oil came around? Don't you think coal was threatened when oil came around? As technology evolves and our world evolves, we better get with it or we're gonna get lost. And I want y'all to remember that. That's the last thing I'm gonna touch on. But again, thank y'all for everything that y'all do. I'm here to be an asset and a friend and a comrade in all of your efforts. Again, each and every one of you are inspiring. And this is the last thing I'm gonna say. There's a term that I hate, and I hate it so much. I was just telling one of my boys about this. Future leader. What in God's green earth is a future leader? You're either leading now or you're not leading at all. And all of you are leaders, so remember that. So when someone tells you, oh, you're a future leader, you're gonna do great things in the future, no, you're doing it right now. Half of y'all are teenagers, and most of us aren't even 30 years old. So you're literally light years ahead of what so many people wish they could be. Tap my shoulder, follow me on Instagram, Twitter, whatever it is. We got a lot of work to do to change this planet. Thank you, everybody.
All right, let's get one big clap for the organizers of this session. Let's get 3 big claps for our thunderous, powerful speakers. Let's take a moment to just take a deep breath. We are over time. I have been told that the plan is still to get everybody out of here by noon. For the folks who are about to present, we're gonna have to shorten it up just a little bit. I am leaving you with a haiku to close this out. This humanity takes a muscle beyond time. Represent this love. Please remember your activity cards. Remember everything that we talked about. You must make sure to check off the cards, return them back to the registration table on Friday. You will be reminded of this throughout the sessions. Again, your activity card is your roadmap to solving the problems, taking the action steps with you, the inspiration with you back home to make some change, to shake some shit up, and create a more livable world for all of us on this planet. Closing directives. The number 2 policy track, joy as a mode of resistance, the complexities associated with individual expression within social justice movements. You will be on the 2nd floor of this building, which is right below this floor. Track number 3, the innovation track, you're gonna stay right here. Digital innovation, e-commerce, and access to technology, that's happening right here. Go have a good time, have a good weekend, make some noise for yourselves. Thank you. Finally, your interpretation devices, please return them back to the booth right behind us. Respect, thank you, enjoy your time.
Hello everyone, welcome again to the City Summit of the Americas for Youth. We will start soon, so please remain on your seats and make sure you have your translations disposables with you because the session will be led both Spanish and English. Thank you so much.
En Spanish, muy buenos días. Vamos a dar inicio de inmediato al panel. Por favor, los que no tienen dispositivo de traducción, solicitarlo en la entrada y tomar sus respectivos asientos. Daremos inicio de inmediato. Gracias. ¿Sí? Por favor, tomar sus asientos, vamos a dar inicio.
take your seats. We will start now, so thank you so much.
Buenos días, nuevamente damos inicio formalmente al panel titulado El auge de jóvenes emprendedores en los negocios digitales en las Américas. Los grandes descubrimientos y mejoras implican invariablemente la cooperación de muchas mentes. Con esta frase de Alexander Graham Bell, reconocido inventor y científico en la historia de las telecomunicaciones, damos inicio oficial a esta sesión titulada El auge de jóvenes emprendedores en los negocios digitales en las Américas. Un panel enmarcado en la Cumbre de Ciudades de las Américas para la Juventud y que es organizado por el Young America's Business Trust en colaboración con el Departamento de Estado de los Estados Unidos y Bienal of the Americas. Mi nombre es Edgar Maestre, director de programas para América Latina en el YBT, y me complace ser su maestro de ceremonia en esta mañana. La más cordial bienvenida tanto a los que están presentes en esta sala, en el McNichols Building en Denver, como a la audiencia que sigue la señal en vivo desde muchas partes del mundo. La transformación digital es una poderosa herramienta para crear comunidades resilientes, empoderar a los ciudadanos y reducir las brechas estructurales. En la 9ª Cumbre de las Américas celebrada en Los Ángeles, junio 2022, los líderes del continente adoptaron el Programa Regional para la Transformación Digital, el cual destaca el aprovechamiento de las tecnologías transformadoras para impulsar el avance de nuestras comunidades, en particular los grupos que tradicionalmente han estado subrepresentados como las mujeres y las poblaciones o los grupos en situaciones de vulnerabilidad. Teniendo esto como preámbulo, nos complace dar la bienvenida a la señora Sara Abiel, presidenta y directora ejecutiva de la Fundación Interamericana, organización basada en Washington, D.C., cuya intervención destacará el desarrollo liderado por la comunidad y cómo la conectividad cambia la vida. Señora Biel, muchas gracias por su presencia y le cedemos el micrófono para que brinde las palabras de bienvenida. La recibimos con un fuerte aplauso, por favor.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much to Valerie and Luis and the Young America's Business Trust for inviting me to speak today. What a privilege to speak to such an incredible group of young people from all over the region, even though it's a hard act to follow those dynamic leaders this morning, but want to really just underscore the messages that you've heard about getting involved. I hope you've already shown such entrepreneurial spirit by even making it here, and I really hope you take that spirit back. As was mentioned, I have the huge honor to be the head of the Inter-American Foundation. We are a U.S. government agency that funds community entrepreneurs throughout Latin America and the Caribbean. We have 400 current grantees and more than 5,000 that we've worked with across the region, and we work by investing in grassroots and civil society organizations and to invest in their priorities. And we also work to champion and expand the focus of community-led development with mayors, elected officials, government agencies, and other public and private partners. Many of our organizations have been started or led by youth, and many of them have been on the ground helping their communities get connected to the internet, gain skills in technology, and use digital tools in all sorts of ways. I wanted to start by just digging into one example that I think really illustrates the potential of youth to make a difference. One of the organizations that we fund is called Reacción. It was started in 2008 by a group of high school students in Paraguay who started protesting the poor condition of their school buildings. They organized and eventually became this civil society organization to monitor how the Paraguayan government was investing in school infrastructure. Their average age was 19, they had 0 resources, they met in public parks, and they taught themselves how to make a website. Now, 6 years later, Paraguay's Ministry of Information and Communications Technology sponsored a competition to develop an app to help the public to contribute to identifying needs for public investment. Reacción entered the competition. Now, you might think that would be the story where the story ends. They were actually finalists, but they didn't win. A team from a software community, from a software company with more experience in building apps won. And that winning app displayed the data beautifully, but it didn't link to the actual information that leaders needed to make a difference in their communities. And it's an example that we see so often, that tools or development policies that are developed in a vacuum by so-called experts don't always achieve the aims that they seek. And so this app was snazzy, but absent the focus on the user experience, the community, the engagement, it didn't work. And within a few years, the ministry shut it down. But those young leaders, they continued at it. They continued monitoring the fund. They continued to engage with the communities. They continued to work on their own application. And they sought funding from us, the Inter-American Foundation, to develop their own app. And by that time, it had already built in the users and the work. And so this app now allows students and teachers to submit photos of their schools anonymously to note the repairs that are needed, and has generated increased investment and increased transparency in investment in schools and education throughout Paraguay. And the impact is so profound because first and foremost, of course, is the obvious that schools are getting the repairs and investment that they need. But it's also creating a new partnership and form of engagement between government and students and leaders, and creating that kind of transparency and accountability and civic engagement that can make a difference across so many different areas. And so I hope this example sort of highlights my main message that tech is just a tool. It doesn't work unless you have the rest of the pieces together. Explore ways that technology can help. But it can't replace the leadership, the community engagement that is so, so important. It can only enhance it. So keep that in mind. And I wanted to just talk about a few other examples. But before I do, just to sort of set the scene a little bit about technology in our region. We, of course, all of us here, even just the first item on the action card is talking about social media, and we sort of just assume that digital connectivity is something that we take for granted because many of us have that access. But there are so many gaps throughout our region. More than a quarter of residents in Latin America and the Caribbean are not even connected to the internet. And many who are can only access it through smartphones and face challenges online. And of course, we know that this is unevenly distributed. In urban areas, 2/3 of households have broadband, while in rural areas, that figure is less than 1/4. In El Salvador, where only 10% of rural households have internet access, women lag behind by 10 points or more. So we know that this is the huge inequities. And while the pandemic may have forced many of us to leap ahead in digital connectivity and work and shop and have health appointments online, so many others got left behind. And they will not catch up unless we have a deliberate strategy to get the skills and tools and infrastructure that they need. And this is going to take a concerted effort across every sector, private, government, at every level. But in this effort, I want to also highlight the importance of local civil society organizations and community-led organizations, because too often policymakers start at scale, they try to come up with these kind of snazzy solutions, but without integrating it at the grassroots level, they are less effective. And if you only start at that level, you'll often miss that last mile, those marginalized communities that need it the most. So let me be a little bit more specific on some of what our grantees have been doing with the Inter-American Foundation. 15% of our grantees focus on digital inclusion specifically. They work in a variety of sectors to extend possibilities to more people. And a common thread is that they are building tech that is inclusive of and designed by marginalized groups to meet their needs. But of course, this understates the importance of digital connectivity because so many of our grantees have a digital component, whether it be in financial inclusion and access to credit, or digital apps to do weather forecasts or pricing for sustainable agriculture. We have a number of organizations that work in land use, mapping protected areas, or helping Maya and Garifuna women use GPS to identify land boundaries and gain title to their lands in Belize. We have a grantee that uses an app that helps connect violence survivors to the police when they need it most. So technology and digital connectivity can be a tool for so many different issues, whether it's food security or countering violence. But like anything, it's a tool, and it's all about how you use it. Technology can connect or divide, it can include or exclude, it can inform or spread misinformation. We are working to try to get technology to be a tool that helps address these inequities. And during the early years of the pandemic, we responded to our grantees' requests for infrastructure, such as signal boosters to close the digital divide. So for example, one of our organizations in Colombia that manages a national network of community radio stations retrofitted its radio towers to provide reduced cost broadband Wi-Fi to hard to reach communities. And this has endured. You know, tech can of course lead to consolidation and favor some of the big players, but we're also helping connect small enterprises to benefit from the new tools. So from Bolivia to Argentina to Mexico, we're helping our grantees compete in physical and digital marketplaces by leveraging tech and the information available on the internet. So women miners in Bolivia are gaining a fairer market price for their ore with pricing apps. Artisans in Chiapas are getting better prices for their textiles through online platforms. Organizations throughout the Southern Cone are using blockchain technology to certify the origin and quality of people's products and protect their intellectual property against powerful outside interests. Tech can, of course, also connect or divide. We've heard the stories of how social media can drive polarization and radicalization. Our grantees, by having a community-led focus, are fostering social and economic inclusion and developing community-appropriate interventions. So rather than trying to develop a one-size-fits-all solution, they find build those community ties and meet local needs. So our grantee in Montevideo, Uruguay, is helping Venezuelan migrants and refugee women who are particularly vulnerable to integrate economically, training them in skills and connecting them to employers who can take advantage of their opportunities. In Ecuador, in the Ecuadorian Amazon, where less than a third of rural households are connected to the internet, we're connecting communities to the internet for the first time to bring community-based indigenous and mestizo tourism organizations online. Tech can include or exclude, and part of that is because so often we try to have the tool first and then adopt it rather than bringing in grantees to help create the solutions from the get-go. This is particularly an issue, and I caught some of the presentation about Santo Domingo about accessibility for people with disabilities. So we have a grantee that is a disability rights nonprofit that developed an application that helps people with disabilities connect to volunteers anywhere in the world who then can lend them their senses and help them complete tasks. This app also allows people to know which public spaces are more or less accessible. And so by integrating this tool, it's enabling, the technology is enabling people with disabilities to navigate the offline world more easily. And of course, we've all seen how tech can inform or misinform and how misinformation can destroy people's trust in government and governance. And we're working with grantees who can collaborate and leverage technology to do the opposite, to strengthen communities' confidence in their local institutions. In Mexico, an organization we work with is compiling and sharing information online about the city's participatory budgeting program. By fostering greater government transparency and civic participation, this organization is helping rebuild trust and make budgets more relevant to residents' priorities. So across all of these examples, the key message is that technology can offer tremendous potential for expanding people's economic and commercial opportunities, but it doesn't just do it by default. You have to be deliberate in how you deploy it, in how you make a difference, in incorporating communities who most need the tools into the design and making sure that they participate in the development and that it's fit for purpose. And of course, what's true for technology is true for any policy solution or development approach more generally. That's why our entire approach is respond to the needs of priorities, respond to the needs of communities who know best what their priorities are. I was really intrigued by this Youth Summit Action card and hearing the sort of call to action that you've all been asked to do. And I just couldn't resist but sort of adding on a little bit of advice as someone who's been on both sides of the table, as both a young advocate and a policymaker. You know, as a young advocate, I sort of often thought policymakers had so much power, and why weren't they just making the decisions that I thought was needed? And as a policymaker, I've become so much aware of all of the constraints and limitations that are often faced. Now, there are, of course, officials out there who don't want to make change, but there are so many who need your help in doing it. And I wanted to just give a few lessons that I think can make that more effective. So as you think about your action plan, keep these in mind. One is try to come with solutions. Don't just admire the problem. It can be easy to stay and talk about all of the challenges and crises we face, and of course our generation faces so many, from climate change to discrimination and inequity. But raising awareness isn't enough. Help figure out the concrete solutions. And that's why I loved that example of Reacción in Paraguay. It was not just schools need help or education is important. It was let's get into the specifics of which schools, which resources. Be for something. Don't just be against folks. Be for something concrete. Come with proposals. Be specific. Think about the constraints that policymakers are facing. Maybe they don't know which schools need it. Maybe they don't have maybe there are forces pushing them towards other, better well-off schools, and you can help organize to highlight the ones that are needed. So try to understand their constraints and think creatively about how you might help them solve for it. Get started. We can't solve all of the problems. There's nothing that's going to fix it all. So improve and solve where you can. It's not an all or nothing. Don't just go for the pure and perfect solution. Any of these challenges are going to take time and require that long journey. So I'm really looking forward to hearing what you come up with. As some of your action items, I wanted to just highlight a couple of opportunities. One, tomorrow, I invite you all to join us at the Innovation Plaza, where we are going to be renewing our partnership with the Young America's Business Trust and having a joint information session about future opportunities for young business leaders and social entrepreneurs. We'll be joined by, I encourage you all to think about what is the idea that you can come up with to help make a difference on these issues. We'll be joined by winners of the competition last year, including Maria del Mar Jaramillo, who you'll have the chance to hear from shortly, who's just an extraordinary example of how you can use digital connectivity to create more opportunities for populations that don't always get that chance. And then I also just wanted to make sure you knew about the opportunity to partner with us as the Inter-American Foundation. If you are part of a community-led organization or maybe going to start one, think about applying to us for funding. We are looking for the best ideas to make a difference in communities across the region. If you're an entrepreneur or part of a private sector company, partner with us. We get funding from corporate and philanthropic partners. We work with entrepreneurs. We co-fund other grantees. We'd love to find ways to collaborate together. If you're a stakeholder or a policymaker, and I hope many of you already, as evident by being here, help send the message in terms of that concreteness of the importance of not just these big solutions at scale, even though we need that too, but the importance of also having community-led solutions. Because when you start at the grassroots level, it is more inclusive. You reach the marginalized communities who need it the most. You can integrate community ownership into the design. And we've seen that our grantees often give more resources to the projects that we fund than we do ourselves. You build in the sustainability to make sure that that it's not imposed from the outside, but that communities and leaders are invested in the solutions. So let me just leave you again with how excited I am to be a part of this, how inspired I am by hearing some of the stories of what you're already doing, and to underscore the message that communities and the people who make them up, and young current leaders, not future leaders, as the previous dynamic mayor said, we are the drivers of change and innovation. And when we work together with funding, support, and institutions, and when we involve the people who are most affected to the issues in the solutions, we really have the best chance at addressing the challenges our region faces. So many, many thanks. Thanks again for having me be here today, and look forward to seeing some of you tomorrow at the Innovation Plaza Friday at 11 a.m. Thanks so much.
Nos sentimos honrados y entusiasmados luego de escuchar tan significativas palabras por parte de la señora Sara Abiel, a quien le agradecemos profundamente por brindarnos las palabras de bienvenida. Muchísimas gracias. Aprovechamos la ocasión para hacer un reconocimiento especial a la destacada labor que hace la Fundación Interamericana, una organización internacional que promueve el desarrollo de base para la autosuficiencia de las comunidades alrededor de América Latina y el Caribe. Felicidades por esa ardua labor. Como siguiente punto de la agenda tenemos la fotografía oficial por parte de nuestros oradores de esta mañana. Le solicitamos por favor a la señora Abiel si nos puede acompañar nuevamente al escenario junto con el resto de oradores para tomar la fotografía oficial. Por favor, el resto de oradores también, de panelistas, muchísimas gracias por acompañarnos nuevamente. Al señor Josh Blumenfeld, bienvenidos también. Aquí en el centro. Espera un poquito más para acá. Luego de la fotografía oficial, solicitamos a nuestros distinguidos oradores, por favor, regresar a sus respectivos puestos y continuamos con el programa. Utilizar la tecnología para dar voz a todos y mostrarle al mundo es la misión de la compañía de YouTube, quien se nos une en este panel para hablarnos sobre el papel del sector privado en la transformación digital. Para ello, recibimos con un fuerte aplauso al señor Josh Blumenfeld, gerente de Asuntos Gubernamentales y Políticas Públicas de YouTube. Bienvenido.
Thank you so much. Okay. While we wait for the technology to catch up, which is ironic, given that I'm from YouTube. Oh, there we go. Okay, so it's an incredible honor to be here. Gracias por ustedes, for all that you do. You are You are the future, you are the present, and frankly, we are honored to be with you rather than the other way around. So let me begin by asking you just a few questions. So we're gonna play a game called Raise Your Hand, okay? So raise your hand if you've been told you're the wrong gender. This is only for men or this is only for women. Have you ever been told that in your life? Okay, thank you. That's not a surprise. Raise your hand if you've been told you speak the wrong language. Raise your hand if you've been told your skin is the wrong color, or you come from the wrong part of town, or you have the wrong name, or you have the wrong accent, or you have the wrong ancestry, or that you have the wrong age. Okay, so the reality is that for young people all across the world, but particularly young people in the Americas, social, political, economic exclusion is one of the key barriers to everything that you do, right? To the economy, to your livelihoods, to civil society, to the democratic process, to human rights. And one of the really exciting things about your generation, and I will say technically I'm a millennial, I may not look like it, but technically I'm a millennial, so I can relate. So one of the really cool things about young people is that while on the one hand you've experienced all of that bias and all of that exclusion, you're also unencumbered by silly old-fashioned rules about who is allowed to speak and when you're allowed to speak and what ideas you're allowed to have and where you're allowed to share them. And so that might sound like a really bizarre introduction to a quick session on YouTube, but I'm going to show you why we think that that context really matters. So just the scale of YouTube is almost unimaginable. It is the world's leading platform for public user-generated content. These numbers are slightly out of date. There'll be new numbers coming soon. It's way more than 2 billion logged in monthly users, 500 hours of content uploaded every second, and that's uploaded by people like you. That's not us. YouTube doesn't produce content. That's just people uploading content on our platform. And you can watch YouTube anywhere in the world. So long as your government doesn't block the internet or certain channels, anywhere in the world that you have access to the internet, which is a huge problem in the Americas, but is a problem that's getting better, you can watch what anyone else is saying on YouTube in any other language, and you can auto-generate captions in over 100 languages as well. So that means that the whole corpus of content that is on YouTube is accessible to almost everybody in the world. But equally important, and the piece we'll talk about today, is that a program we call YPP is available in almost every country in the Americas. And YPP is the program that lets you, as a creator, monetize on YouTube. So the magic of YouTube is twofold. One, it's where everybody is. But two, as a creator, you monetize your content and you keep the majority of the profit. So you can be a civil society activist, you can be a business leader, you can be well, not a political leader, but you can be almost any kind of leader, and you can get paid for the content that you have, which means that you don't have to make a trade-off. Because as much as, and I recall being a young leader in government myself, the reality, and you all probably face it in your daily lives more so than anyone else who is here at this summit, will have to face a trade-off between pursuing the project you're passionate about and providing for yourself and your family. That is the reality of our world. And one of the things that YouTube can do is take whatever story you're telling, whatever message you have, whatever content you want to produce, and you can earn money doing it. So it doesn't have to be your full-time job. It can just help you do what you're really passionate about. And you can do that in almost every country in the Americas. So our mission is to give everyone a voice and show them the world. And we do this by educating, inspiring, entertaining, and providing equitable access to billions of people every day. And so in this way, our mission is civic, but it's also economic. And here's the incredible thing about Gen Z, and particularly in the Americas. A huge proportion of you want to work as in the creative arts. You want to be creators in whatever way you want to do that, and you want to make a living doing it. The vast majority of you have already posted content online. So you may not be a creator with 100 million subscribers tomorrow, but you already know how to do this, and you can do it from your mobile phones that you're on right now, right? And a quarter of the population in the Americas is Gen Z, and almost 70% has connectivity to 4G, Now, that is still widely disproportionate within countries and within segments of society, but it is getting better. Most of your countries are experiencing a demographic dividend. That means that young people, your generation, are entering the economy. And as you do that, you'll create an enormous economic boom. But how do we grow equitably with access for people in a way that's sustainable? And then this is a really interesting data point from a consulting firm that says that Gen Z in the Americas values ethics and sustainability and views consumption behavior as a means to realize your own ideals. So it's not just that consumption is joyful or that you want to have things, it's that you want to have those things relative to pursuing your ideals. And this is where we at YouTube think we can help you. So harness online video, deepen your connection with your constituents, as you'll hear from our panelists, deepen your connection with your customers, deepen your put your content online. If you're creating content to train people in how to stop bullying, that can go on YouTube. It can be translated in real time into 100 channels. So basically what YouTube does is it just leverages you. It takes whatever you're doing and applies it all around the world. So how do we do this? So this is our unique business model, right? Creators keep the majority of the profits. There are lots of different ways to earn on YouTube. These are all new. There's shorts, there's YouTube shopping, there's super chats. As you get fans, those fans can subscribe to your channels. And again, you don't have to do this full time, although a lot of people want to do it full time. You can do this in your spare time. You can take all of the content that we saw earlier this morning that was so moving, that can live on YouTube, and every time someone clicks on it and an ad runs against it, all those foundations can make a profit from the content that they already have repurposed and repackaged on YouTube. There are a couple of requirements, and this stuff is all available online, so I'll share with you at the end of the presentation how you can become part of the YouTube Partner Program. You have to meet channel thresholds, you have to comply with our monetization policies, you have to have ad-friendly content guidelines, and we have really robust community guidelines that prohibits all kinds of content on our platform. The vast majority of creators never violate those community guidelines, and so they're able to get a YouTube account, get a Google account, get an AdSense account, and run ads. And the crazy thing about running ads on YouTube, and that being the way that this platform can monetize, is it means that all of our content is free. So if you think about a pretty radical idea, radical in a consolidated democracy like the United States, I think really radical in new democracies in the Americas, ones that are advancing, ones that are backsliding, especially radical in authoritarian societies, is that anyone can join. Anyone can say almost whatever they want, as long as you don't violate our community guidelines. Any point of view is welcome, and you can see it anywhere that you are. That's a pretty radical concept, right? And the ability to gather followers, to change the world, to spread your message on a platform like this, I think is really unparalleled, and it fits exactly what your generation is already doing. So, as I mentioned, the way that this works is that ads run on YouTube, and those ads then are split between YouTube and you as a creator, and that's what makes YouTube free. So you can be a member of YouTube Premium. Certain countries have Premium. We have YouTube TV, have all kinds of cool features. But at its core, the corpus of content that is on YouTube is free. Whether it's how to change a tire, how to carve a turkey, how to talk to difficult family members, watching travel shows, exploring new subjects, rallying political constituents, right? In the United States, members of Congress, presidents, all across the Americas. President Lula in Brazil has an enormous YouTube channel with an enormous amount of YouTube followers, right? You can reach your audience and you can reach it for free, and that's true worldwide. The thing that I would say, as someone who is not creative and not a creator, which is why I work at YouTube and not on YouTube, is that you really have to think about your why, right? So how do you get popular on YouTube? How do you grow subscribers? How do you grow followers? How do you grow your channel? You really think about your why. Is it about who is your ideal viewer? What is their age? Where do they live? What experience do they have? One other thing that's really powerful for this audience in particular, and these are some of the YouTube pages of some of the partners and the young entrepreneurs who are here. We have lots of ideas. Look at that. Brave Up already has 1,000 subscribers. Lots of ideas for how you can get a lot more subscribers and take your content that already exists, become a member of YPP, and grow your income. YouTube can be an income stream for all of your organizations that can be passive. You just upload your content and you can earn money and reinvest it in your business. But one thing that's really important for this audience, and this is a principle that we're applying across the world, particularly in health, is what we call first-person stories. So one of the amazing elements of the magic of YouTube is that no matter what you have experienced in life, if it's a health crisis, a social crisis, if it's a civic cause, if it's an economic hardship, there is someone else in the world, probably in your community, who has also experienced that, who is sharing their story. They're telling you how they did it and what they experienced and what that was like. This is very powerful for LGBTQ youth across the world, particularly in the Americas, particularly in conservative societies, and in the United States, in many communities where LGBTQ kids feel like they cannot share who they are and who they love and how they feel. You can go on YouTube and you can find videos from not just prominent LGBTQ activists, but just average people about what their life was like, what they experienced, that there is hope for the future. So the beauty of this is that you don't have to fit the mold. The mold is you. There is no mold. It is whatever story you want to tell. So I would encourage all of our future panelists to invest in your channels, love your channels, and I have a screenshot here too, and think a little bit about this. And then as you grow and get started on YouTube, we have a ton of resources, because the coolest thing about YouTube is that we only succeed if you succeed. Again, we don't produce any content at YouTube. We don't have a studio. We don't shoot content. It is all you. And the more you succeed, the more we succeed, and vice versa. So we have all of these really cool, super easy websites, links, and guides to how to get started. How do you open a channel? How do you create an AdSense account? What kind of information do you need? And so you can see it online here, and then there's product updates, there's help centers, and then as you grow on your channel, you can learn all of these tools and techniques to help grow that channel. So I would encourage all of you to join, post your content, reach audiences all over the world, all over your countries, all over your communities, your societies that you never knew that you could reach. Now you have the opportunity to do that. So thank you for all that you do. I hope to see you throughout the next 2 days, and I hope to see your channels thrive on YouTube. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señor Josh Blumenfeld, por permitirnos profundizar sobre el papel del sector privado para que la transformación digital sea cada vez más inclusiva y propicie la construcción de comunidades a través de historias que crean un cambio positivo en todos los rincones del mundo. Muchísimas gracias, señor Josh. Ya que estamos con una audiencia que nos está siguiendo en distintas partes del mundo, me gustaría resaltar que tenemos la transmisión en vivo por YouTube. A todas las personas que nos están siguiendo en este momento, que están siguiendo el evento, un saludo muy especial. Y a ustedes que están también aquí en la sala presencial y quieren publicar su experiencia en este evento, por favor utilicen el hashtag Jóvenes en la Cumbre o hashtag Youth in the Summit, hashtag City Summits también, e invitar a la persona para que se unan a la transmisión vía YouTube. Muchísimas gracias, señor George. Bueno, llegó el momento de escuchar varias historias que inspiran, un panel de jóvenes emprendedores en el cual nos compartirán el camino que han recorrido con sus emprendimientos dentro de la economía digital, empoderando comunidades, apostando a la educación, reduciendo las desigualdades sociales y creando un mejor futuro a través de las historias que en breve conoceremos de primera mano. Rafael Acosta, de Brasil, Río de Janeiro, para ser más específico, y miembro del equipo de YBT, es nuestra moderadora de este panel y la recibimos con un fuerte aplauso. Rafael Acosta. Desde este momento, Rafaela tiene la palabra para hacer la introducción de nuestros panelistas. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Edgar. Muy buenos días a todos y todas. Es para mí un placer acompañarles como moderadora en esta sesión titulada Historias que inspiran, panel de jóvenes emprendedores. En primer lugar, me gustaría agradecer a Sara Viel y a Josh Blumenfeld por su invaluable contribución y palabras introductorias a este panel. Quisiera agradecer a cada uno de ustedes por estar aquí presentes hoy en el McNichols Building para acompañar este evento de alto nivel con la presencia de la juventud de las Américas en el debate sobre temas relacionados con impulsar la participación de los y las jóvenes como actores esenciales para el desarrollo de temas que les conciernen y que están presentes en todos los países de las Américas, siguiendo las particularidades locales. De manera introductoria a este panel, permítame dar un breve contexto sobre el tema. Según un informe publicado en 2021 por la Comisión Económica para América Latina y el Caribe de las Naciones Unidas, en el marco de la Agenda Digital para América Latina y el Caribe, uno de los grandes desafíos que enfrenta la región se relaciona con la adopción de tecnologías digitales en el proceso productivo. A pesar de mostrar un crecimiento acelerado en el comercio digital, la región representa tan solo el 2% de este tipo de comercio a nivel global. En este sentido, las iniciativas basadas en el avance de la tecnología son fundamentales para el desarrollo digital. En la última década, América Latina y el Caribe ha visto crecer las iniciativas en este sector, con 9 de cada 10 startups basadas en la transformación digital. Sin embargo, la región enfrenta el desafío de avanzar en la formulación e implementación de agendas digitales que atiendan la regulación de la adopción y uso de tecnologías relacionadas principalmente con la productividad y la innovación. Dicho esto, me gustaría contarles un poco acerca del panel, que es un espacio y una oportunidad para conversar con jóvenes emprendedores latinoamericanos que a través de las iniciativas que lideran, ayudan a sus comunidades a prosperar y, sobre todo, contribuyen al desarrollo de una agenda de transformación digital en América Latina. Es por eso que hoy nos acompañarán 3 ponentes que a través de sus testimonios nos harán comprender la importancia de las iniciativas vinculadas a la tecnología, las dificultades que enfrentaron y las estrategias utilizadas para superarlas, además de las proyecciones futuras de este sector. En este momento, me gustaría invitar a que me acompañe al escenario María del Mar Jaramillo. Es una abogada colombiana y la directora ejecutiva de la Fundación Soy Oportunidad. Bienvenida, María. Aplausos, por favor. A continuación, invito a Álvaro Carrasco. Es un emprendedor chileno, fundador y CEO de Breakout. Bienvenido, Álvaro. Y finalmente, damos la bienvenida a Claudia Magdaleno. Es una empresaria digital mexicana, fundadora y CEO de las marcas Cherry Pink, One Minute Pretty y CEO Factory. Bienvenida. A continuación, me voy a sentar en compañía de ustedes para iniciar el conversatorio. Y bueno, sobre la metodología del conversatorio, me gustaría contarles que haremos unas rondas de interacción con nuestros ponentes y al final abriré el micrófono para que la audiencia, ustedes puedan interactuar directamente con los panelistas, hacerles preguntas y aclarar dudas, todo lo que sea necesario. Y así que no olviden de tomar notas de sus preguntas y al final abriremos este espacio. Y bueno, en primer lugar me gustaría agradecerles por su presencia en este panel. Y empiezo la primera ronda de preguntas dirigiéndome a María con la siguiente pregunta. Coméntanos sobre Fundación Soy Oportunidad y cómo la transformación digital ha ayudado a impulsar tu iniciativa y tener un impacto positivo en tu comunidad.
Bueno, súper. Muchas gracias y gracias a todos ustedes por estar aquí con nosotros. Antes de contarles qué hago en la fundación, les voy a contar por qué lo hago y pues de esa manera van a entender por qué una persona de mi edad pues está obsesionada por trabajar por las mamás y las mujeres cuidadoras en Colombia. Todavía no queda claro. Imagínense, y voy a tratar de hacer la historia corta. La historia corta, fui mamá muy joven. Fui mamá a mis 18, vamos a omitir el drama y demás, se lo podrán imaginar, claro. Pero fue como un descubrimiento, porque imagínense que descubrí, así, que a no todas las mujeres les iba tan bien con sus embarazos, y no todas eran súper felices, y no todo era maravilloso con sus hijos, y no todas tenían la familia perfecta donde todo el mundo las apoyaba, no todas terminaban de estudiar, no todas podían empezar a trabajar, y no todas podían decidir un día voy a emprender porque lo decido, no porque me toca. Por eso fue que hace 7 años decidí crear la Fundación Soy Oportunidad. Imagínense que hoy en día en Colombia existen más de 12 millones de mujeres que son madres cabeza de hogar. Y digo madres cabeza de hogar porque además tenemos un grupo inmenso que son las mujeres cuidadoras, o sea, están cuidando a otras personas en su familia, y esta cifra todavía ni siquiera la tenemos clara, después de la pandemia se triplicó, por supuesto. Pero entonces, de estas 12 millones de mujeres que son madres cabeza de hogar, más de 6 millones hoy viven en condición de pobreza, viven en vulnerabilidad, viven de la informalidad. Entonces no todo el mundo vivía como yo pensé que vivía. ¿Cómo puede ser posible que entonces para unas personas, porque tienen ciertos accesos, viven una situación de un embarazo adolescente, pero salen de él exitosamente, bueno, digo exitosamente, y otras tantísimas no lo logran? Por eso fue que les decía que me obsesioné con este trabajo para mujeres, y por eso fue que decidí crear la fundación como una plataforma a nivel nacional donde ayudamos a que estas mujeres que no han tenido esa posibilidad de educación, que no han tenido esa posibilidad de acceder a mejores oportunidades, lo tengan a través nuestro. ¿Cómo? Desarrollamos una plataforma digital donde nosotros nos encargamos de capacitarlas en esas habilidades que hoy se requieren a nivel nacional, para que ellas sean mujeres mucho más competitivas en el mercado laboral. Pues sean realmente mujeres competitivas en el mercado laboral, por supuesto, antes de eso no lo son. Y una vez ellas empiezan a adquirir estas habilidades, nosotros como organización podemos hacer el match con estas empresas que las necesitan. Y no solamente empresas cualquiera, encima de todo me pongo de canzona y busco así que tengan además unos requisitos. Yo no puedo conseguirles trabajos normales, los que nosotros conocemos para nuestras mujeres, porque son mujeres que necesitan quedarse en casa, que tienen que quedarse en casa cuidando a sus hijos. Entonces, me pongo como decimos en Colombia, me pongo de remilgosa, y encima de todo les exijo, les pido, y hacemos, bueno, ya les cuento más adelante cómo lo hacemos, pero exigimos que esas oportunidades además sean de trabajo remoto, que se pueda hacer en casa. Hoy en día lo que hay son oportunidades remotas, pero no son para todos, porque no todos tienen esas habilidades. Bueno, desde la Fundación Soy Oportunidad nos encargamos de hacer que esas mujeres, que son quienes más necesitan ese trabajo, sean quienes puedan acceder a esas oportunidades.
Muchísimas gracias, María. Muchísimas gracias por hacernos comprender cómo la transformación digital y las causas sociales están profundamente alineadas. Y me dirijo entonces a Álvaro con la siguiente pregunta. ¿Podrías contarnos qué te llevó a emprender Brave Up y cómo la transformación digital y las inversiones en tecnología te han permitido continuar con tu iniciativa?
Gracias. Hola a todos, todas, todos, ¿cómo están? Gracias por quedarse y acompañarnos esta mañana. Yo soy Álvaro Carrasco, soy el fundador y CEO de Brave Up, pero yo estoy representando un equipo de 22 personas, 22 jóvenes de América Latina, Chile, México, Guatemala, Colombia, que son parte de este equipo que construyen lo que hoy día hace Brave Up. Yo disfruto estos eventos, vengo acá, lo paso bien, pero ellos están hoy día en el día a día trabajando. Yo tenía 25 años de edad, último año de la universidad, un joven al igual que ustedes, hace 9 años atrás, y estaba estudiando negocios y tenía las ganas de crear una startup, de crear un siguiente YouTube, de crear el siguiente Twitter, crear el siguiente... Yo no era tan... Facebook yo creo que en ese momento estaba, pero con todo. Y nuestra primera idea era poder conectar estudiantes con profesores, poder ayudar, ustedes saben, en América Latina la calidad de la educación es clave para todos nosotros. Y yo quería mejorar la calidad de la educación conectando a los estudiantes con los docentes a través del feedback académico. Los estudiantes tenían una app donde ellos, después de una clase de historia, de matemáticas, de español, de inglés, evaluaban esa clase y daban feedback a su profesor para yo colectar toda esa data y poder ayudar a ese profesor a mejorar su clase. Empezamos con 3, 4 colegios pilotos en Chile. En el norte, ustedes saben, Chile es un país muy largo, entonces el norte es distinto al centro y es distinto al sur. Teníamos que buscar colegios de todas partes del país. Y debe haber sido el 4º o 5º mes de esta plataforma en un colegio en el norte de Chile, cuando una estudiante colombiana utiliza esta plataforma para denunciar que es víctima de bullying. Yo no lo había sido, yo no tenía el problema viviéndolo en mí, pero había creado una plataforma que estaba ayudando la vida de una niña en Chile. Y en ese momento yo comparto la palabra obsesión porque para mí también se convirtió en una obsesión tratar de solucionar este problema. Empezamos a investigar y nos dimos cuenta que la mitad de los adolescentes en el mundo sufren de violencia en la escuela. Y en ese momento todavía ni siquiera hablábamos de redes sociales, todavía ni siquiera hablábamos de la exposición y la explosión de lo que es Internet, los juegos en línea. Y empezamos a trabajar, primero con una aplicación, luego con un programa educativo, y ya hace 2 años logramos desarrollar lo que es actualmente Breakout, que es un software que previene, predice y detecta el bullying y el cyberbullying. Creamos tecnología, creamos sistemas de inteligencia artificial que permiten colectar data de un cuestionario que responden los estudiantes para identificar quiénes se están sintiendo mal en la sala de clases, en sus hogares, quién es víctima de bullying, cyberbullying. Y no solamente eso, sino que también los estudiantes que están siendo aislados en la escuela, que es una violencia silenciosa que nadie nota, pero que afecta el día a día de los estudiantes. Hoy día trabajamos con más de 150 escuelas alrededor de distintos países de América Latina, Centroamérica y también aquí en los Estados Unidos. Hemos impactado a más de 100.000 estudiantes y así partió Breakout hace 9 años, como un accidente que cambió mi vida y que esperamos que cambie la vida de muchos jóvenes también de aquí en adelante.
Estoy segura que sí, muchas gracias. Y luego pasamos la siguiente pregunta a Claudia. Compártenos cómo pusiste en marcha CEO Factory y basándote en tu experiencia profesional, ¿qué necesidad identificaste en tu comunidad que te impulsó a crear tu negocio?
Bueno, ¿me escuchan? A ver. Muchas gracias. Ahora sí. Pues bueno, gracias a todos por estar aquí. Yo soy Claudia Magdaleno, vengo de México. Y CEO Factory básicamente es una plataforma digital donde ayuda a mujeres a emprender en línea. Pero para que entiendan un poquito de dónde viene, voy a resumirles mi historia. Yo desde los 19 años estoy, digamos, en el mundo del comercio electrónico. Empecé con $200 que ahorré de mi trabajo como becaria, desde el escritorio de mi cuarto. Imaginen la escena, yo ponía arriba de mi cama una caja desdoblada para poder empaquetar, yo entregaba los pedidos locales y no les quiero hacer el cuento muy largo, obviamente no es un cuento, digamos, perfecto, pero de empezar así, eso terminó en que mi marca, la primera de trajes de baño, fue nombrada caso de éxito por Meta, por Shopify. Lanzo una segunda marca de ceras artesanales hechas en México para depilar en casa y esa marca me nombran como una de las 30 promesas Forbes. De nuevo, no quiero que se queden con la idea de que todo fue perfecto, porque yo soy partidaria de normalizar los fracasos detrás de las historias de éxito, porque de otra forma tú ves a alguien en un panel y dices, claro, todo fue perfecto, entonces hay algo malo en mí. No fue así. Pero bueno, la historia de terror la dejaremos para otro momento. ¿Qué pasa? Llega pandemia y me doy cuenta que había muchas personas cerrando sus negocios, muchas personas que necesitaban para ayer montar una tienda en línea, saber cómo hacer campañas en Facebook, en Instagram, porque, digamos, el comercio electrónico repuntó con la pandemia y no había un gran apoyo, en realidad no existía. Digamos que el común denominador que yo noté eran historias como la mía, ¿no? Emprendedores y emprendedoras que no tenían mucho capital inicial, que te acercabas con una agencia para hacerte una página, digamos, de buen nivel y las cotizaciones, o sea, era impensable, ¿no? Yo estuve en ese punto en el que no tenía dinero para invertir, en el que a lo mejor la brecha me iba a tomar años, me tomó años, pero digamos que en ese momento de la pandemia yo ya tenía la receta, yo ya tenía un método para crear tiendas en línea exitosas con herramientas que no son muy costosas para cualquier emprendedora. Ahora, ¿por qué lo enfoqué a emprendedoras? Digamos, el método le puede servir a cualquier emprendedor, hombre o mujer, pero ¿por qué lo enfoqué a una comunidad para mujeres? Y creo que aquí me identifico mucho contigo. Hice mucho clic con estos dos perfiles. El primero, mujeres que estaban en su cuarto y que decían, es que yo ahorro y lo poco que tengo me alcanza para un pequeño stock, una pequeña inversión. Pero el segundo que más me generaba muchísima empatía era las mamás. Hay muchísimas mujeres que tuvieron que elegir su familia o que sienten que quedaron rezagadas de la tecnología y no encuentran la salida, de verdad. Ellas creen que llegan a montar una tienda en línea y no saben por dónde empezar, no tienen apoyo, no tienen dinero, y es una situación en la que pierden hasta la confianza un poco en ellas, y ahí es donde yo quiero entrar con CEO Factory, ayudar a todas estas mujeres a través de cursos, y bueno, de eso va.
Muchísimas gracias. Muchas gracias por compartirnos qué te motivó a emprender y seguir tu propósito. Y bueno, pasando a la segunda ronda de preguntas, me gustaría profundizar en el tema de la transformación digital. Y para eso vuelvo a unos puntos que mencioné en mi discurso de introducción. Según un informe publicado por la Comisión Económica para América Latina y el Caribe de las Naciones Unidas, en la última década la región ha visto crecer las iniciativas en el sector digital y de tecnología, con 9 de cada 10 startups basadas en la transformación digital. Sin embargo, América Latina y el Caribe enfrentan el desafío de avanzar en la formulación e implementación de agendas digitales que atiendan a la regulación de la adopción y uso de tecnologías relacionadas principalmente con la productividad y la innovación. Y bueno, basado en esto, te paso la siguiente pregunta, María. También sobre el impacto de la transformación digital en tu emprendimiento. ¿Podrías compartirnos un reto importante que hayas enfrentado al liderar Fundación Soy Oportunidad? ¿Qué mecanismos o herramientas usaste para superarlo? ¿Y cómo la transformación digital ha venido a revolucionar el sector en el que trabajas?
Bueno, imagínense que se van a reír porque entonces yo estoy hablando, sí, vamos a buscar oportunidades para las mujeres desde el sector digital y vamos a darle las habilidades y demás, y adivinen quién no sabía absolutamente nada de habilidades digitales. Nada, perdida. Y tan fue así, como muchas cosas en la vida, que nos toca aprenderlo a las malas. Imagínense que nosotros hacíamos nuestros procesos, hace un par de años atrás, hacíamos todos nuestros procesos de formación de manera presencial. Entonces nos reuníamos, obviamente eran otro tipo de formaciones, en otro tipo de habilidades, pues porque si no tengo ni idea de qué estoy hablando, pues cómo lo vamos a enseñar. Y llegó pandemia, y la pandemia nos dañó todo, y no nos podíamos reunir, y no podíamos hacer absolutamente nada, y no teníamos idea alguna cómo continuar el proceso de formación que estábamos haciendo con nuestras mujeres. Además, solamente estábamos en Bogotá para ese momento. Pues María del Mar, aprendamos, empecemos de alguna manera a ver cómo usamos, qué sabemos usar, mejor dicho. Yo sé que todo el mundo sabe entrar a YouTube, todos sabemos entrar a redes sociales, yo puedo crear un link y hacemos una reunión y listo, pues por ahí empezamos a hacer clases para no interrumpir el proceso. No tenía ni idea ni cómo entrar a hacer un live en YouTube, no sabía nada, la muerte, era terrible. Pero lo logramos. La logramos, porque pues la misma necesidad nos llevó a hacer el proceso, y lo más espectacular de esto es que funcionó, y funcionó tan bien porque y aquí te cuento sobre el reto, nuestro problema siempre era en el tiempo que tenían las mujeres para hacer los procesos de formación. Imagínense, yo vivo en Bogotá y pedirle a una mujer que es mamá de 1, 2, 3, 4 niños, decirle, mira dónde vamos a dejar los niños por tantas horas, porque necesito que te traslades, la ciudad es inmensa, y trasladarse significa irte 2 horas en transporte público para que puedas llegar a una reunión, te quedas 2, 3 horas en nuestra reunión, vuelves y te devuelves 2, 3 horas más. O sea, le pedí a la señora que dejara un día entero a los niños con quién sabe con quién, ¿cierto? Era imposible, les costaba demasiado, llegaban tarde o no podían llegar, se perdían las clases, entonces no les quedaba la información completa. Hasta que llegó entonces la tecnología a la Fundación Soy Oportunidad. Cuando entendimos que podíamos usar esas herramientas para nuestro beneficio, el tema del tiempo se convirtió en nuestro mejor aliado, porque ellas podían estar en casa con sus hijos, cuidándolos, sabían dónde estaban, ellas sabían que debían pedirles un tiempo, porque la mamá iba a estar ocupada haciendo algo de ella, pero pues ella podía estar viéndolos y no tenía que dejarlo al cuidado de otras personas. Eso por un lado. Ahora, cuando entendimos los enormes beneficios que tiene la conectividad y que tiene la digitalización de los procesos, fue que vimos una oportunidad inmensa en que así como yo lo necesité, muchísimas empresas hoy a nivel mundial necesitan trabajar con gente de manera remota. Por eso fue que le dimos un vuelco, pero de todos los grados que ustedes quieran, porque entendimos, yo no puedo seguir pidiéndole a estas señoras que se vayan a trabajar, además en lo mismo que todos sabemos que las mujeres quieren trabajar. A mí me cansa, me toca como respirar profundo 3 veces cuando me dicen que quieren cocinar y que quieren lavar y que quieren cuidar. ¿Por qué no queremos más bien tener una ferretería? Tengo mujeres que hoy administran ferreterías. ¿Por qué no quiero ser asistente virtual? Tenemos mujeres que son asistentes virtuales. ¿Por qué no quiero aprender a programar? A ser una desarrolladora web, estoy aprendiendo todavía, entonces si digo algo mal, no me van a juzgar. Pero quiero aprender a hacer estos nuevos trabajos que están surgiendo hoy en día, pero me da pánico. ¿De qué me estás hablando, María del Mar, si yo ni siquiera sé prender un computador? Maravilloso, este es el lugar entonces para ti, porque yo aquí, eso sí lo puedo enseñar yo, eso sí lo puede hacer María del Mar. Yo te enseño a usar el computador y desde lo más básico, luego te pongo a gente mucho más experta que María del Mar, y te pongo un montón de personas profesionales en estos temas que te necesitan, que les urge encontrar gente como tú, que tengan el compromiso y solamente les hace falta las habilidades. A mí, y creo que ese va a ser como este mensaje de cierre, a mi fundación le cambió el panorama completamente desde el momento en que entendimos que la virtualidad, que la digitalización de estos procesos, pues cambian realmente la vida de las personas. Yo les decía que estamos trabajando en Bogotá, hoy podemos trabajar a nivel nacional. Hoy tenemos mujeres que están en la selva, vamos a empezar a trabajar con mujeres que están en la selva este año, podemos trabajar con mujeres en municipios del Caribe, podemos trabajar con mujeres en Bogotá, mujeres en Medellín, mujeres en todos lados. ¿Por qué? Porque tienen la herramienta, la básica. Ni siquiera les pedimos un computador, un celular, es todo lo que necesitamos. Y yo sé que con celulares los podemos conseguir, y uno creería que ese podría ser hasta el reto más grande, ¿no? Pero ¿cómo haces el celular y cómo se conectan? No, frescos. Nosotros nos encargamos de eso. Eso es fácil de conseguir. El reto está en que ellas no tengan que empezar otra vez a preguntarse, ¿qué hago? ¿Trabajo o me voy a cuidar al niño? Pueden hacerlas ambas al tiempo. Eso es lo que hace la tecnología por nuestra fundación.
Excelente. Y me encanta lo que dices, que cómo la tecnología empodera a las mujeres y les da el poder de elegir lo que quieren. Y bueno, paso a la siguiente pregunta a Álvaro. ¿Qué impacto ha tenido Brave Up en temas sociales en las escuelas, considerando, por ejemplo, lo que mencionaste del aislamiento escolar? ¿Y cuáles son los mecanismos y desafíos para llevar la plataforma a los jóvenes?
Gracias. Yo creo que cuando hablamos del impacto que tiene Brave Up tiene 2 tipos de impacto. Lo primero, cuando fundamos esta startup, esta empresa, queríamos hacer una empresa diferente. Y ese es uno de los impactos. Yo creo que crear empresas es muy político. Uno crea realidades, uno genera empleo, uno genera desarrollo económico. Y cuando lo hacemos de una manera distinta a lo que el status quo le dice que se hace, estamos generando política. Y nuestra empresa es una empresa paritaria, y nuestra empresa es una empresa que no ve la universidad en la que estudiaste, sino que quiere saber si realmente, como tú dices, sabes programar, sabes el front, lo hiciste en un bootcamp, lo aprendiste en YouTube, lo aprendiste en Coursera. Ven al equipo y súmate porque la misión es más grande. Y siento que hay un impacto muy fuerte desde allí, desde los liderazgos, desde lo mismo que decía el alcalde en las presentaciones anteriores. Yo tenía 25 y me miraban como un niño. ¿Qué hace este tipo? Y te dice que es el CEO and founder. Pero Nunca he hecho nada más que estudiar en la universidad. Entonces creo que eso ha sido un impacto muy lindo hoy día de un equipo que se motiva por esa misión detrás y que en verdad estamos, creo yo, haciendo cosas muy interesantes. Y lo segundo, claro, es el impacto con las escuelas. Y para nosotros ha habido un cambio, y lo hablábamos el otro día, nosotros fuimos los ganadores del TIC Américas 2014. La primera idea, y yo se los decía en tono de broma, como no sé qué habrán visto ellos en mí 9 años atrás, pero algo vieron, algo había. Y yo creo que uno de los cambios principales ha sido cómo Internet ha cambiado la forma de que hoy día los jóvenes se relacionan. Y cuando uno va a la escuela y nosotros mostramos nuestros datos, los resultados que tenemos, el profesor en el aula sabe lo que pasa, conoce a sus estudiantes, sabe quién tiene un problema aquí, un problema allá, lo reconoce, lo identifica. Pero cuando hablamos de Fortnite, cuando hablamos de Twitch, cuando hablamos de Discord, cuando hablamos de distintas plataformas, se pierden. Y ahí dicen, ¿qué es esto? ¿Qué es el sexting? ¿Qué es el grooming? ¿Qué es el cyberbullying? ¿Qué es el doxing? ¿Qué es una funa en internet o el scratch? ¿Cómo manejamos todo esto? Yo creo que Breakout entendió que una de las necesidades más grandes que tenía la escuela era entender el nuevo espacio, la nueva plaza donde hoy día los niños, las niñas y los adolescentes se están relacionando, que es YouTube, donde hablan de las tareas, hablan de sus relaciones, hablan de los amigos, de las amigas, y que también impactan en la convivencia. Hay personas que dicen que el cyberbullying no existe, porque es solamente cosa de apagar los computadores y ahí eso desaparece. Pero la verdad es que no. El cyberbullying genera violencia en la sala de clases, en el patio, aislamiento, exclusión, estudiantes que están comiendo solos en el comedor porque en internet se subió una fotografía. O esa chica que está llamada a la no sé cuánto porque una de sus fotografías se viralizó por internet. Hoy día tenemos que darnos cuenta que lo que sucede en internet impacta en la vida real de todos y todas. Yo creo que ese ha sido uno de los impactos más fuertes de Breakout, es poner esto sobre la mesa, hablar en todos los espacios posibles. Tenemos el honor de haber participado en la creación de 2 leyes en Chile. La ley contra el ciberacoso y la ley de la seguridad y la privacidad de internet de los menores de edad. Y me tocó el honor de ir a la Cámara de Diputados de mi país a presentar los resultados que teníamos, a decirle a los diputados y senadores, hay que hacer ciertos cambios. Y se hizo. Y hoy día estamos muy orgullosos de que hay una ley en nuestro país que ampara todo el trabajo y que ayuda a las víctimas. Aparte de eso, el 20% de los estudiantes que participan en nuestra encuesta son identificados como víctimas de violencia. La mitad de ellos se autorreportan. Ellos mismos y ellas mismas denuncian que están siendo víctimas de este problema. Y hemos logrado ir disminuyendo todas las problemáticas en las edades más tempranas, 4º, 5º, 6º grado, de estas problemáticas de Internet. Y aunque suene medio extraño, atrasando un poquito la entrega del teléfono celular, hemos permitido también que las familias se pongan de acuerdo, trabajen en conjunto y puedan ir acompañando a los estudiantes en este desarrollo de Internet.
Sí, es genial escucharte y entender que ya no podemos conocer el espacio escolar sin la tecnología y la digitalización.
Tal cual, tal cual.
Y bueno, basado en ese escenario también me gustaría saber de ti, Claudia, desde tu perspectiva, cuéntanos cómo la iniciativa que lideras ha impulsado el empoderamiento de las mujeres y cuáles son las estrategias utilizadas por CEO Factory para potenciar el liderazgo femenino en la transformación digital y la tecnología.
Ok, perfecto. Pues les cuento un poquito que algo de lo que hemos hecho hasta el momento es ayudar a más de 1000 mujeres con nuestros cursos. Obviamente, estas mujeres pueden estar en diferentes etapas en sus emprendimientos. Hay algunas que no tienen ni idea de cómo empezar, les ayudamos a crear una tienda en línea. Hay algunas que ya tienen una tienda en línea, pero quieren vender más, entonces, ok, ¿sabes? Existe algo que se llama email marketing, entonces puedes hacer flows automatizados, puedes hacer esto. Hay diferentes etapas o pilares en el mundo del e-commerce que pueden hacer tu empresa mucho más formal. Y algo que yo noté es que este perfil de mujeres que empezaban o mamás que tenían un poco de desconfianza de entrar al mundo de emprender, es que no se la creían, o sea, se querían quedar en chiquito, ¿saben? Muchas de ellas es como, oye, pero ¿sí crees que necesito una tienda en línea? Me preguntaban. O ¿cuál es el presupuesto ideal para invertir en línea mensual? Entonces yo les cambiaba la pregunta, ¿saben? Yo les decía, a ver, presupuesto mensual, existe algo que se llama el retorno de inversión. Por cada peso, ¿cuánto te da la plataforma? Cuando tú entiendes eso, entonces, pues no hay un límite, porque si de cada peso te da 10, pues bueno, síguele metiendo. O ¿por qué te vas a quedar en una tienda en Facebook o en la red social que quieras si puedes automatizar con plataformas, no sé, como Shopify, hay muchas, pero puedes automatizar, puedes estar tú teniendo calidad de vida con tus hijos, puedes estar de vacaciones, puedes hacer sistemas y procesos. Yo soy pro de hacer sistemas y procesos para que tú puedas tener calidad de vida y tener empresas que trabajen solas, digamos, ¿no? Entonces creo que cambiarles un poco el chip a estas mujeres de sí puedes, o sea, ¿por qué no podrías tener una empresa a nivel nacional que genere empleos? Y creo que lo mejor o lo valioso, lo que me gusta de CEO Factory es que hablo desde la experiencia y desde el conocimiento, no desde el privilegio, porque como les cuento mi historia, o sea, era mi escritorio, mi laptop y $200. Y eso me llevó a estar hasta Forbes y dejen de lado los reconocimientos, ¿saben? Lo realmente valioso es generar empleos, impactar a otras personas, decirles, si yo pude, tú no tienes nada diferente a mí, tú también puedes. Y así hay muchos jóvenes que pueden estar en sus cuartos con los ahorros de sus domingos y de su trabajo como becario, que pueden estar en paneles como estos. O sea, es una realidad, sí se puede.
Exacto. Muchas gracias. Y me encanta también que como tu proyecto, así como el de María, les da las herramientas a las mujeres para que puedan elegir lo que quieren en sus vidas. Y bueno, pasamos a la última ronda de preguntas antes del Q&A. Y me gustaría nuevamente preguntar a María, compártenos cuáles son los objetivos de la Fundación Soy Oportunidad a mediano y largo plazo y cómo contribuye tu iniciativa al desarrollo de la agenda de transformación digital del continente.
Bueno, les decía entonces que pasamos de trabajar en Bogotá a trabajar a nivel nacional, ¿no? Algo que solo en mis más grandes sueños me iba a imaginar que iba a pasar. ¿Qué viene para la fundación? Una de las cosas que me ha traído participar en estos eventos, y voy a darles un consejo que nadie me ha pedido, pero lo voy a dar igual, porque pues así es la cosa. Ahorita Sara de la Inter-American Foundation les estaba diciendo, por favor, preséntense a los grants. O sea, si son emprendedores, si están buscando a alguien que los apoye, por favor, no desaprovechen esa oportunidad de hacer una invitación increíble. Nosotros somos socios de la Inter-American Foundation desde hace ya un tiempo y de YABT, que son, mejor dicho, después de Dios, YABT más o menos. Pero les quiero decir que además de poder estar aquí con ustedes el día de hoy, lo que nos ha traído pertenecer y hacer parte de estas organizaciones es conocer gente de otros lugares, de otros países, que dicen, oye, lo que estás haciendo es súper interesante y lo necesitamos también donde yo vivo. Lo necesitamos también en Perú, lo necesitamos en Argentina, en Brasil, Salvador, por todos lados. Marruecos, un día me escribieron en Marruecos. ¿Cómo vamos a llevar la fundación a Marruecos? Solo Dios sabe, pero vamos de a poquito. Pero ese es el siguiente reto. Les quiero contar y les confirmo, mejor dicho, que el siguiente reto para nuestra fundación, y gracias a la tecnología, a la plataforma que desarrollamos, hoy podemos llevar nuestro trabajo y podemos llevar este conocimiento ya no solamente a las mujeres de Bogotá, ya no solo a las mujeres en Colombia, sino en toda Latinoamérica. Lo maravilloso de este proceso es que no es solamente coger un montón de cursos y habilidades y dale, aprende. No lo podemos hacer así. Pero para eso, otra vez, vienen las alianzas. Y las alianzas son las que nos permiten llegar a todos los sectores donde queremos trabajar. Nosotros podemos certificar el conocimiento que nuestras mujeres reciben con universidades en diferentes países. Tenemos la posibilidad además de conectarlas con estas empresas, ya no solamente en Colombia, sino empresas que se encuentran a nivel mundial y necesitan trabajar con talento que esté calificado para esto. El reto es inmenso y me muero del miedo solamente de decirlo, pero pues si logramos pasar del grupito pequeño en Bogotá que no lograba llegar a las clases porque tenían que esperar yo no sé cuántas horas para poder tomar el transporte público, y ahora tenemos a más de 500 mujeres a nivel nacional que se pueden capacitar y que pueden acceder a estas habilidades para trabajar con empresas de manera remota, yo les puedo decir que próximamente vamos a estar en cada uno de sus países y van a estar escuchando a la fundación, así que por favor vayan pensando a quién van a invitar para que hagan parte también de la fundación. Gracias.
Ojalá que en América Latina y en el mundo, ¿no? Y le paso la palabra a Álvaro con la siguiente pregunta. Considerando esta mirada al futuro, ¿cuáles son los próximos planes de Brave Up? ¿Y cómo crees que tu iniciativa puede contribuir al avance de la agenda digital en las Américas?
Wow, hay muchos planes en Brave Up. Yo creo que nosotros, una de nuestras metas principales es poder impactar a 1 millón de jóvenes en el mundo. Hoy día estamos en 100.000, nos queda un camino largo. No va a ser en este año ni el próximo, yo creo que va a ser en unos 3, 4 años más que vamos a estar ya pudiendo llegar a esos números. Queremos llegar a más países de América Latina. Hay muchos países donde nos ha costado mucho trabajar. Nos llama mucho la atención, por ejemplo, somos chilenos y en Perú nos ha costado mucho. En Bolivia nos ha costado mucho. En Colombia ha sido muy fácil, tenemos partner allá, una fundación muy grande que nos acompaña. En México también ha sido más sencillo. Pero ¿qué pasa con Uruguay? ¿Qué pasa con Paraguay? ¿Qué pasa con muchos otros países de América Latina donde no hemos podido llegar y no porque no queramos, sino porque las escuelas no sé si no les interesan o no les gustamos o no creen que esto es relevante? Entonces va mucho en esa expansión geográfica. Crecer en los Estados Unidos. Una de las decisiones personales que yo tomé fue venirme a vivir a los Estados Unidos, aplicar a una visa. No sé si aquí algunos ha hecho todos esos procesos, pero hay todo un reto personal detrás cuando uno aplica esta visa, que te la aprueben, venir, vivir, ser este inmigrante en este nuevo país. Y queremos expandirnos en más estados de los Estados Unidos. Y somos una startup. Nosotros somos un negocio que busca seguir creciendo. Hemos hecho distintas rondas de financiamiento con fondos de inversión de Silicon Valley, de Nueva York, que apoyan esta startup tecnológica. Y pronto se nos viene nuestra serie A, que es como ya la ronda real, la grande, donde ya no son inversionistas ángeles ni fondos más pequeños, sino que algo mucho más institucional, donde se nos exige y se nos pide muchas más cosas. Y yo desde lo personal, encontrar mi rol también, como iré a ser siempre el CEO de esta empresa, no lo sé. Me iré a otro rol, estaré en otro lugar, estaré en un directorio, habrá otra persona que tendrá que tomar mi lugar para que esto realmente llegue al 1 millón de estudiantes que queremos impactar. Esa pregunta todavía no la tengo tan resuelta y obviamente los que aquí saben la tecnología es maravillosa en el sentido de que a mayores datos que nosotros colectemos, nuestro machine learning va a seguir aprendiendo mejor, la propuesta va a ser mejor. Y diablos, ¿qué va a pasar en 3 años cuando tengamos a 1 millón de estudiantes respondiendo esto y millones de datos colectados? Wow, espero cambiar las políticas públicas no solo de Chile, sino que también del mundo. Entonces, yo creo que por ahí me veo en los próximos 3, 5 años de mi vida. Espero que nos veamos en 5 más y les pueda contar que esto resultó y que realmente se cumplió.
Muchos éxitos. Y bueno, pensando también al mediano y largo plazo, Claudia, ¿cómo visualizas el desarrollo del sector de comercio electrónico en los próximos años, especialmente teniendo en cuenta el caso de Zero Factory? ¿Y cuáles son sus estrategias para adaptarse a los próximos pasos?
Bueno, sin ponerme como que muy nerd al respecto, pero creo que en términos generales, si tenemos, digamos, el foco a partir de COVID en el sector del comercio electrónico, vamos a ver cambios a pasos agigantados. Estamos hablando de experiencias mucho más personalizadas, automatizaciones en otro nivel al que estamos acostumbrados a ver, inteligencia artificial enfocada al e-commerce. Pero creo que hablando en términos a lo mejor locales o de lo que está a mi alcance por hacer de la mano de CEO Factory, algo que les puedo compartir es que justo con Meta, por ejemplo, ahorita tenemos un plan de estar un poco ahí metidos en el tema de creación de políticas públicas con algunos senadores y diputados que me invitaron y me encanta que realmente volteen a ver quiénes están como en la cancha de juego, ¿saben? Porque somos nosotros los que tenemos las historias de estas mujeres, somos nosotros los que realmente podemos dar estos testimonios y este contenido de tanto valor de lo que está pasando en el día a día, de las personas que quieren entrar al mundo del comercio electrónico en el país. Y a raíz de esto se tomen mejores leyes o mejores decisiones que realmente impacten positivamente. Entonces, ¿qué viene para CEO Factory? Uno, digo, obviamente me encantaría ayudar a mujeres no solo en México, sino todo el mundo por mí, toda Latinoamérica. Creo que obviamente la tecnología acorta esa brecha también para echar la mano a otras mujeres que no solo estén en el país, pero también me gustaría ver cambios, digamos, más de fondo, ¿no? Más de plataformas, de creación de políticas y bueno, esperemos que pronto también escuchen The CEO Factor en otros países.
Tráela a Colombia, por favor.
Sí, sí, claro.
Bueno, les deseo muchos éxitos en tus iniciativas en los próximos años y para siempre. Y bueno, ciertamente hemos visto muchas contribuciones hoy en este panel y en relación con ello me gustaría invitar a cada uno de ustedes que puedan presentar y puedan compartir con nosotros un mensaje final. Así que adelante, María.
Voy a volver a preguntar solamente porque no les di el espacio, porque seguí hablando. ¿Hay emprendedores por acá? Ahí alcen la mano, sin miedo, estamos en confianza. Entonces sí hay un montón. A ustedes, queridísimos emprendedores, y Clau lo dijo ahorita, y lo voy a retomar porque de verdad creo que es importante. O sea, sabemos, frescos que sabemos lo duro y complicado y difícil y retador y lleno de paciencia que significa emprender. Entonces no crean que porque estamos acá ya todo funciona y todo es maravilloso y tan chévere. No. Todavía hay días en que hay que llorar un poquito y limpiarse y volver y levantarse hasta el sol de hoy. Y va a seguir pasando, ¿no? Entonces, por ese lado, primera conclusión. Y la segunda, algo que a mí yo les repito mucho esto a las mujeres con las que trabajo y creo que se los voy a compartir a ustedes también. Y pues estoy segura que lo han escuchado, pero lo repetimos de nuevo y siempre piensen que el 20% de nuestro esfuerzo debe traernos el 80% de nuestros resultados. Eso hace la tecnología por nosotros hoy. Nos hace que todo sea mucho más fácil, hace que conectemos más sencillo, hace que los procesos sean así. No estamos hablando del chat GPT, como pues, es una locura, ¿cierto? Pero no voy a entrar por ahí, porque bueno, ya lo sé. Solamente piensen, y esa es como mi invitación a que cada vez que tengan un problema chiquitico y cada vez que sientan que se ahogaron en el vaso de agua porque no saben cómo darle un resultado, muy probablemente haciendo una búsqueda por Google, ahí ya existe una herramienta que les va a resolver y les va a dar además una solución maravillosa que les va a resolver como 3 problemas que le seguían a ese primero. Entonces, por favor, no paren de hacer lo que están haciendo, porque estoy segurísima que sus emprendimientos son necesarios, son importantes, necesitamos, y estoy segura de eso, hoy todavía necesitamos más personas emprendiendo y emprendiendo además con propósito. Por favor, no olviden que tienen ese propósito, pues porque eso es lo que nos hace limpiarnos después de llorar y volver y salir adelante. Entonces, ánimo, gracias.
Muchas gracias. Ahora, Álvaro, un mensaje final.
Mensaje final. 2 mensajes finales. El primero, y a la cámara bien firme, a ti, estudiante que estás pasándolo mal, que estás siendo víctima de algún caso de violencia en tu escuela, en internet, en un juego en línea. No es tu culpa, jamás ha sido tu culpa, jamás será tu culpa. Estamos aquí para apoyarte, como también tus profesores, tu familia, tus amigos, tu escuela. Primer mensaje que creo que es súper importante. Segundo mensaje, emprender es muy difícil, es súper complejo. Lloramos harto, yo creo los que estamos aquí lloramos mucho, cuesta. Y lo dijo muy bien, el concepto de propósito para mí es, no sé si alguna vez, yo soy muy viejo yo, pero no sé si alguna vez vieron Dragon Ball Z, alguno de los que están acá, ¿sí? ¿Sí? ¿Se acuerdan cuando uno se hacía, ay, se sentaba todo ese fuego y uno se convertía en Super Saiyajin? Ya, eso es el propósito. Eso es el propósito, ese fueguito interno que te dice, todo está saliendo mal, la plataforma está llena de bugs, los colegios no quieren comprarte, los estudiantes no quieren participar, los fondos que acabas de postular los perdiste, y está todo saliendo mal, y tú dices, pero me voy a levantar igual al día siguiente a seguir haciendo esto, es solo porque está ese fueguito interno. Entonces hoy día, más que ir a buscar la tecnología que quieren construir, o la empresa que quieren armar, enamórense de algún problema que les transforme ese fueguito interno como esta súper fuerza interna para superar esos problemas. Creo que es mucho más importante hoy día enamorarse de un problema que quieren solucionar que el cómo lo van a solucionar. Porque el cómo cambia, uno pivotea, uno parte con A, luego se va a B, luego termina en C, y después de 9 años dices, por fin lo encontré, pero el problema jamás cambió. La obsesión de solucionar este problema es real y yo creo que es lo más importante. Así que les dejo con ese mensajito. Salgan aquí, enójense con cosas que no les gustan y traten de solucionarlas. Y siento que allí van a poder encontrar ese negocio que de verdad están buscando.
Muchas gracias, súper inspirador. Le pasamos ahora la palabra a Claudia para que pueda compartir un mensaje.
Oigan, esta siempre es mi parte favorita de las conferencias o los paneles, cuando tengo la oportunidad de decirles algo desde acá, ¿no? Y lo primero que les quiero compartir es una frase que es de mis favoritas, que dice que si no te avergüenzas de la primer versión de tu producto, lanzaste demasiado tarde, demasiado tarde. Creo que hay que animarnos, perfeccionar en el camino, y algo que les puedo compartir es que ahora que he estado como en contacto con tantas emprendedoras, es que el común denominador es el miedo. Y el miedo es el mismo, inviertas 1,000 pesos, 2,000 pesos, 100,000 pesos, o sea, el sentimiento de la ansiedad de va a funcionar, no va a funcionar, la confianza tal, es el mismo sentimiento. Entonces, anímense a hacerlo. Retomo un poco lo que comentan mis compañeros, enamórense del proceso, no del resultado. No de ver esto de, ay, yo quiero llegar a tener este dinero, yo quiero, o sea, cuando realmente se apasionan por lo que están haciendo, ese es el motor que los lleva todos los días, aunque haya caídas, porque créanme que va a haber, o sea, esto del llorar y del decir, tiro la toalla, no tiro la toalla, esa es la diferencia cuando realmente les apasiona lo que hacen. Entonces, no se deslumbren por cosas que realmente no les muevan desde aquí, ¿no? Y sigan, no hay nada que los pueda tener a cumplir lo que realmente quieren hacer en la vida. ¿Va?
Muchas gracias. Y bueno, finalmente tenemos algunos minutos. Me gustaría agradecer a los oradores por sus contribuciones e insights presentados en el panel. Esta fue sin duda una oportunidad increíble para la audiencia que se inspirara y motivara a emprender a partir de las historias y testimonios que escuchamos hoy. Y como les dije, tenemos algunos minutos y vamos a abrir un espacio para algunas preguntas de la audiencia. Así que pueden levantar sus manos. Esperen que el micrófono les lleguen y se presenten con su nombre, ciudad de donde vienen y finalmente sus preguntas.
Hola, muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Sharon Quispe. Vengo de Perú. Soy parte de uno de los clubs que promueve United Nations, denominados Girl Up, que enseñan materias STEAM en escuelas a mujeres adolescentes también, por supuesto. Entonces, mi pregunta va más enfoque a que, si bien es cierto, todos nos trazamos quizás un plan de vida, pero las direcciones que puedan tener justamente nuestra vida depende de una buena educación que podamos recibir. Entonces, desde su punto de vista de emprendedores, ¿tienen alguna visión o comparten alguna visión acerca de una formación desde la escuela? Porque desde la escuela es donde uno puede elegir y es parte donde uno va creciendo y va tomando sus propias direcciones. Si bien es cierto, a las mujeres emprendedoras que quizás pues, no hayan tenido las herramientas suficientes, direccionaron su vida desde esa manera, ¿por qué no empezar desde la escuela a enfocar? Algo que me sorprendió y que dijo Álvaro, que es en Perú donde existen muchas brechas de la conectividad y no solo resulta por la falta de interés, sino que en las escuelas no se enseñan temas de emprendimiento, no se enseñan temas de que uno puede tener distintos caminos con herramientas que uno pueda brindar. Entonces, mi pregunta es básicamente, ¿tienen alguna visión acerca de la formación desde escuelas a mujeres o adolescentes que están creciendo y quieren alinear esos objetivos para tener grandes emprendimientos como los de ustedes? Gracias.
¿Quién quiere empezar?
Vamos. 100% de acuerdo contigo, ¿no? Yo creo que y nosotros como vemos la escuela es un reflejo de la sociedad y es la primera sociedad en la que todos participamos, y ahí vemos líderes que son nuestros directores, líderes intermedios locales que son nuestros profesores, la comunidad que son nuestros compañeros, nuestros padres, etc. Yo creo fielmente que el pensamiento emprendedor puede cambiar la vida de cualquier persona y mientras antes se pueda hacer es mejor. Normalmente está muy catalogado a escuelas de negocio en la universidad. Cuando uno entra a ese espacio es como aquí voy a aprender algo de marketing, de emprendimiento, de lo que sea, pero te genera otras habilidades, no solamente saber hacer un Excel o saber lo que es un flujo de caja. Ser emprendedor es sensibilizarse con algo, tener ese pensamiento crítico, cuestionar las cosas que están allí y por supuesto que eso puede ayudar a un desarrollo mucho más profundo en cualquier niño, niña, adolescente hoy día. Si por mí tocara y tuviera la varita mágica de poder cambiar los currículums escolares de América Latina, te aseguro que agregaría emprendimiento e innovación desde un 7º grado, que creo que sería súper potente.
Muchas gracias. Pasamos a otra pregunta.
Hi, my name is Abubakar Hassan. I'm from Salt Lake City, Utah, part of the Obama Voyager Scholarship. My question to you would be, as AI continues to evolve, specifically in e-commerce and also especially in high schools and colleges now, a lot of people are afraid that that's going to be the new way of jobs being taken, et cetera. What are ways that you guys are trying to implement AI in your companies, and do you see that as more of a challenge or a benefit to your companies that you're currently growing?
Muchas gracias. ¿Sí?
Again, sorry. I don't know why, but I'm answering all the questions. So, this is an amazing question because when we talk about our artificial intelligence and all the technology that we're developing now, we have this inside problem to see how we're going to use it. But this is just a tool. This is like an example when we discovered the GPS or internet or the first time that Google Maps come to us, and it was like, wow, this is amazing. But the interesting part about that technology is what happened after that. Without the GPS, the Google Maps, it's impossible to think about an Uber, a Tinder, or any technology and company that developed the technology based on that API, on that code that we discovered. So for me, we can't be afraid of the technology. We have to think how we're going to use it, how we're going to be responsible with this. The society, the leadership, the mayors, the presidents, the startups, all of us. Because this actually can change our world, the way that we work. I love ChatGPT. I use it every single day, my man. I haven't read an email in the last 4 months. I'm just using ChatGPT, and it's perfect than me, better than me. I'm not using Google Translate. I'm using ChatGPT. So I think that now the big concern for us is how we're going to use it and how the humanity is going to react for this technology. It's not the technology, the API, the code, the problems. It's how we're going to use it. So I think that that's the way that we have to think about these new tools that we're going to develop.
Gracias. Thank you. Y bueno, ¿tenemos espacio para una pregunta más? Creo que no. Una más.
Buenos días con todos, mi nombre es Enrique Andrés, yo soy de Lima, Perú, y bueno, también vengo con los compañeros en la delegación de jóvenes del Bienal de las Américas. Y bueno, mi pregunta es, por ejemplo, yo veo lo que es el trabajo con comercio justo, con pequeños productores y plantaciones, ¿no? Y bueno, el tema es, por ejemplo, ustedes son plataformas digitales, ¿cómo mantienen esa participación en el tiempo? Ya que tienen que estar conectados, el tema de la conectividad, el internet, ¿no? ¿Cómo logran el tener ese enganche o el interés en el tiempo? Porque normalmente siempre es como que el interés alto y luego va bajando, y mantener ese constancia o ritmo es el trabajo arduo que, bueno, nosotros tenemos ahora. Imagino que ustedes lo han tenido también, ¿no? Muchas gracias.
Aquí yo ya me estaba poniendo en posición porque imagínate que ese siempre es de los retos más grandes, especialmente cuando estás trabajando con población vulnerable. Aquí hay que usar demasiadas maneras de motivación, porque lo que más necesitamos es que esté el trayecto constante del aprendizaje que los lleve del punto A al punto B, que es el que nosotros estamos buscando, ¿no? Yo siempre he pensado que en el caso de mi fundación, el gancho o como lo que llama la atención es, mira, vamos a aprender a trabajar. ya sea porque quiero emprender, ya sea porque me voy a emplear, pero aquí la solución es que vamos a trabajar. Pues una mujer, madre de cabeza de hogar necesita trabajo, ¿cierto? Y además ese gancho va acompañado y vamos a trabajar de manera remota. Entonces, listo, esa solución me parece maravillosa. ¿Cómo hago para que estas mujeres lleguen allá? Y de pronto esto no se los comenté, entonces te agradezco por esta pregunta. No es solamente enfocarme en ven y te llevo aprendiendo y esto es lo que hay que hacer y coge esta ruta y mírala y mira a ver cuándo la haces y me envías y entonces yo reviso y listo, cumpliste, chao. Porque somos seres humanos, porque estamos trabajando con seres humanos y los seres humanos tenemos un montón de aristas, no solamente la necesidad laboral o la necesidad económica, yo también tengo problemas personales, yo necesito que alguien me escuche, tengo hijos, no tengo ni idea, estoy tan estresada que no sé controlar cómo manejar mi relación con mi hijo y entonces esto a mí me desequilibra y entonces yo para qué voy a querer sentarme a estudiar si no tengo cabeza para nada más. El proceso que nosotros hacemos, y no te digo que este es así lineal porque cada persona es un mundo diferente, pero sí nos hemos dado cuenta que hay ciertas áreas donde los seres humanos necesitamos trabajar y necesitamos tener un acompañamiento a nivel personal, entonces nos apoyamos mucho en psicólogos, por ejemplo, que acompañen los procesos de nuestras mujeres, porque tenemos que revisar primero, hablemos, revisemos qué está pasando a nivel personal, familiar, laboral, social, como quieras, y revisemos qué es lo que no te está permitiendo continuar con tu proceso de formación asincrónico maravilloso de la plataforma. Este proceso sigue siendo sincrónico. Es más, incluso cuando podemos hacerlo personal, es maravilloso hacerlo personal, porque no podemos perder este vínculo. No solamente entonces es mi parte como en el acompañamiento psicosocial. ¿Cómo voy a aprender, María del Mar? ¿Quieres que haga un emprendimiento y yo ni siquiera sé manejar un Excel? No sé, no tengo ni idea, ni siquiera sé manejar los números de mi casa, no me queda un peso de lo que tenemos en casa, del mercado, del arriendo, los servicios, ¿cómo voy a tener un emprendimiento? Maravilloso, entonces hablemos de educación financiera también y hagamos un proceso aparte que vaya de manera paralela con tu proceso productivo y hablemos también de educación financiera, porque te va a complementar. Si yo te ayudo a solucionar este problemita que tienes alrededor, muy probablemente vas a tener mayor atención y más interés en hacer que este proceso, el que tú quieres lograr, este proceso pues tenga un resultado pues favorable para ti como organización, pero pues obviamente estamos buscando que el resultado sea para ellos, que son quienes finalmente pues van a poder empoderarse y tener esta oportunidad laboral o emprendimiento o bueno, como lo quieras manejar. Entonces sí, creo que eso es como el debido proceso, ¿no? Somos humanos y tratamos siempre de recordar, espera, yo no estoy lidiando con la máquina que le digo que haga y ella hace, no, estoy lidiando con una persona que como todos nosotros tiene problemas, tiene más cosas alrededor y necesita darle solución para poder continuar el proceso también.
Muchísimas gracias y bueno, me despido agradeciendo a nuestros oradores, a la participación de la audiencia y le paso la palabra a nuestro maestro de ceremonia, Edgar Maestre, y muchísimas gracias.
Había una pregunta más, pero
no tenemos tiempo, perdón.
Muchísimas gracias, Rafael Acosta, por la excelente moderación. Y a nuestros distinguidos panelistas, un fuerte aplauso, por favor. María del Mar Jaramillo, Álvaro Carrasco y Claudia Magdaleno. Les despedimos con este fuerte aplauso y muchas gracias. Le invitamos a pasar a la primera fila para continuar con el programa. Tenemos un anuncio breve. Antes de pasar a las palabras de cierre, le cedemos la palabra a nuestro invitado. Por favor, adelante.
Gracias, espero que la estén pasando muy bien, que estén aprendiendo muchísimo. Tenemos un par de anuncios, ya están listos los lunch aquí al lado. Va a ser un panel con lunch, entonces bueno, ya para que puedan tomarse un café de nuevo y comer algo más. Tenemos una camioneta que está aquí afuera, parada al lado derecho del edificio, para tomarnos algunas fotos de realidad aumentada, que estamos haciendo una campaña en el evento. Entonces, cuando tengan oportunidad, dense una vuelta, va a estar hoy hasta las 5. Y el último anuncio es que para todos los que quieren asistir al taller de V-Mike, ese es en Fábrica de Artes, que es en el hotel sede del evento, que es alrededor de 5 minutos menos caminando hacia acá. Ese taller es a las 12:50, por quienes quieren tomarlo, no es en este edificio, sino es en Fábrica de Artes. Esos son los 3 anuncios, muchas gracias, aquí nos vemos.
Muchas gracias por este anuncio y les invitamos también para que sigan las redes sociales, tanto del YBT, pero también de nuestros panelistas, nuestros jóvenes emprendedores que estuvieron hace poco en un panel. Cada uno de ellos es un claro ejemplo del liderazgo, compromiso y talento emprendedor. Nuestro próximo orador es el presidente de la Junta Directiva del Young America's Business Trust. Me refiero al señor Luis Niño, quien nos va a brindar las palabras de cierre y nos guiará por los próximos pasos de lo que ha sido esta enriquecedora jornada. Señor Niño, bienvenido.
Muchas gracias Edgar. Buenas tardes a todos. Yo quisiera una vez más pedirle a todos que le demos un fuerte aplauso tanto a Sara Biel, que está partiendo por compromiso, a Josh Blumenthal y a nuestros panelistas y nuestra moderadora, por favor. Sí, tal como señalaba Edgar, en nombre de la Junta Directiva del YABT, yo quisiera agradecerles una vez más a todos nuestros Keynote speakers en la mañana de hoy y a las historias inspiradoras de la mañana de hoy. Realmente, tanto como lo destacaba Sara Abiel de la Fundación Interamericana, la importancia de la inclusión tecnológica, no solamente como concepto, sino como parte de la práctica, la importancia de contar con herramientas que ellos a través de la Fundación Interamericana pueden aportar, pero que canalicemos a través del YABT son precisamente elementos muy importantes para nosotros. El tema del cómo podemos o no avanzar dependerá mucho de no solo esas necesarias necesidades que deben ser cubiertas, sino de la participación de organismos internacionales y del sector privado. Así que ustedes son los catalizadores precisamente de la búsqueda de nuevos partners hacia adelante. Hoy oímos con gran interés la presentación que nos hacía Josh de YouTube y la importancia de involucrar cada vez más a empresas como YouTube hacia adelante en cada uno de los esfuerzos que, como él bien señalaba, una cifra que creo que se quedan cortos de 2 billones plus. Creo que eso está muy superado, aún muy lejos de la cifra que él presentó, pero que destaca la importancia del cómo y del volumen que genera no solamente desde el punto de vista del posteo como tal, sino de la manera en cómo puede monetizarse. Y es algo que señalaba también parte de nuestros panelistas, a María del Mar, a Claudia, a Álvaro, donde es importante que se usen esas herramientas tecnológicas que contamos hoy por hoy. Por último, quisiera hacer un llamado público a que todos los organismos internacionales que puedan de una manera u otra tener interés en este relanzamiento que tenemos en la Civic Summit como parte del seguimiento de la Cumbre de las Américas, de involucrarse cada vez más, pero involucrarse no solamente desde el punto de vista de las necesidades locales y las necesidades en las cuales cada uno de ustedes puedan tener, sino que utilicen la experiencia, el expertise que tiene el YIBT, que utilicen el alcance que tiene el YIBT a nivel de todo el hemisferio para poder beneficiarse y poder contar con proyectos sólidos, con proyectos que desde su propia concepción e inicio puedan tener la seguridad de que va a avanzarse. Y una vez más, a todos ustedes, gracias por su participación y nos seguiremos viendo en el próximo día y medio. Muchísimas gracias, buenas tardes y muy buen provecho.
Agradecemos al señor Luis Niño por sus valiosas palabras de cierre y por compartirnos su visión sobre un continente interconectado y el camino que debemos seguir para fortalecer la cooperación hacia una agenda de transformación digital que acelere el desarrollo sostenible en todas las esferas de nuestra sociedad. Durante esta mañana, bueno, ya parte del mediodía, hemos visto cómo el emprendimiento, la tecnología y el compromiso de nuestras juventudes son esenciales para construir ciudades que sean el reflejo de un desarrollo integral y que nadie se quede atrás. Para esto, la transformación digital tiene un rol determinante. Antes de despedirnos, me gustaría extenderles la invitación especial para que nos acompañen el día de mañana, viernes 28 de abril, a las 10 de la mañana, en este mismo lugar. Vamos a tener un panel titulado Urbanpreneurs, la innovación juvenil como motor de transformación urbana. Con esto concluimos este panel, no sin antes dar los agradecimientos a cada panelista e invitados especiales. De igual forma, a todo el equipo del YBT, a las intérpretes, al personal de producción y a cada uno de ustedes jóvenes y al resto de la audiencia, tanto presencial como virtual, por YouTube, por permitirnos llegar a ustedes con este contenido de alto valor y de utilidad para sus respectivos campos de acción. Buen provecho, muchísimas gracias y síganos en nuestras redes sociales y recuerden que todas estas historias que hemos escuchado son historias que nos inspiran a seguir haciendo un cambio positivo. Muchas gracias.
Well, thank you, everybody, thank you for ABT for putting that together. We are going to roll into our next panel. Hold on one second. Thank you again.
Hiba can take that one because Angela can hear the questions in Spanish.
Yeah. I'm doubting my own. Like, you can share an earbud. Because sometimes they speak really proper Spanish. Oh, really?
All right, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome. As everyone's eating, we're going to go ahead and get started with this lunchtime conversation. My name is Neil Chase. I'm the CEO of an organization called Cal Matters. We cover politics and policy in the state of California. And I'm here today to lead a conversation about journalism, not just about journalism for journalism's sake, because with your backgrounds, about journalism and its place in the community. And we have 3 professional journalists with us who are very strong at community engagement, at bringing their journalism into their communities, at listening to their communities and bringing the journalism back out to their readers. 3 newer organizations that have all started up within the past few years. And we're going to talk a little bit about the ways that journalism engages communities as a way to get communities engaged, right? All of you are involved in one way or another in trying to make the place you live or work better. And there's a strong role for journalism in that we're hoping we're going to talk a lot about today. I want to start with a quick introduction of each panelist and just a little sense of what they do. And our first speaker, Hiba Ansari, is a reporter at Sahan Journal, which is a publication in Minneapolis and serving the state of Minnesota. We can probably put the first slide up if you would. And it is a very unique operation, and it's aimed at a certain part of the community, right? It is serving one very specific part of the community. You can see the first sentence of their mission statement up there. And so, Hiba, as we're doing this, I thought I'd ask you just to start out with who it is that you're trying to serve and the purpose of Sahan Journal.
Hi, yeah, thank you, Neil. My name is Hiba Ansari, and I'm a reporter at Sahan Journal. We're a nonprofit news organization that covers stories about immigrants and communities of color in Minnesota. And we were sort of created as a news source for and by people of color. And so I cover immigration policy from sort of a local perspective. So a lot of kind of big decisions around immigration and how they impact individuals, families, and communities. And we serve all of Minnesota, and you'd be surprised to know that our entire statewide population is quickly changing. And so we really do serve a really important and large audience.
Excellent. And a newer organization formed really in response to this change in the past couple decades, right, in the state of Minnesota.
Yeah, we started in 2019, and I came on like less than a year later. So
excellent.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about a couple of the stories that you've done that have brought the community into your journalism and the way you're serving the community. I think on the first slide here we have one that we want to talk about.
Yeah, so I think when we're talking about like engaging the community, there are so many different entry points for that in journalism. And so as a reporter, I often cover breaking news. And so one of the first stories that I wrote specifically about the new Afghan community in Minnesota happened just after the Taliban took over Afghanistan once again in 2021. And our audience is always really interested in what we call ways to help, how to help, resource guides. And when we think about our audience, it's people who have either worked with immigrants and refugees themselves who have now established themselves, who want to support a new community like theirs. And so when sort of a international emergency happens that is of interest to our communities in Minnesota, I'll often write up kind of a how you can help guide, which will include places to donate, fundraiser drives, local businesses to support, people to know, and things like that. And so that's kind of where my coverage of this very new and specific community started, and how it sort of evolved is, I kind of took like a little bit of an interesting track. So maybe we can take
on the next slide.
Yeah. So after a few months of covering a statewide emergency refugee resettlement process, I learned a lot. So when we're thinking about refugee resettlement, kind of under the Trump administration and after, it was a system that was really damaged and struggling. And luckily, Minnesota did have a pretty good infrastructure for new communities and supporting new communities at the start of their journey in the US. So that includes housing, getting their kids into school, jobs, and like basic healthcare and health checkups as well. And so while reporting on that process, one of the biggest issues that the new Afghan community was facing was finding housing. As you can imagine, that's an issue a lot of people are facing. And we had found that through our efforts to get our readers involved in helping out this new community, a lot of the support that the organizations I was covering was getting was financial support that was going directly towards supporting housing for families. And it's not really something that I can measure easily because, of course, as a reporter, I don't fundraise for refugee resettlement agencies, but it was kind of a byproduct of our reporting that really continues to help a new community today. And even the people that I write about, who are new refugees themselves, have become a part of the resettlement process. And again, it's one of those systems that is really trying to rebuild now, and it's been taking a community, and you can really see that in the Twin Cities, specifically with this emergency resettlement program. So I think we can go to the next.
On the next slide. Something very special you're doing.
Yeah, so through that, I was introduced to an Afghan refugee named Hussein Haidari, who used to be a reporter and editor in Kabul, and he now lives in a suburb of the Twin Cities. He came to us because he saw how much coverage we were doing about his community and how much we were kind of putting out resources to help people like him and his family, as well as his fellow community. And we teamed up to do a little bit of reporting together. So of course, I don't speak the languages that many Afghan refugees speak, and so it, connecting with them was difficult. But he was able to be a translator and interpreter within our interviews together, and plus side was that he was also a journalist, so he knew exactly how to best conduct these interviews and be able to help me tell stories and help Sahan Journal tell stories that we otherwise wouldn't be able to tell because of that language barrier. So after working with him on a story about the housing crisis that Afghan refugees were facing, we came up with the idea of having Hussein head a newsletter specifically for Afghan refugees navigating a new life in Minnesota and beyond. This is a newsletter that anyone can sign up for via text. And he basically compiles news and just basic information that a person might want to know and translates it into 3 languages. So for example, during Halloween, he had a little explainer about what Halloween is and not to be scared to see kids running around in costumes, and just kind of explaining like what is the environment like during this holiday, or if there's a day off in school for teachers, he will kind of explain this is what's going on and this is why your kids aren't going to school that day. And then he'll also kind of compile larger news that we report on at Sahan Journal. And so, if we think about kind of like my coverage of this very specific community, it really started off as how readers can help, and now it's become something along the lines of, how the people I'm writing about are helping in return. And to kind of be a vehicle for that as a journalist has been really exciting. So,
wow.
Yeah.
And you're showing how much by serving the community in the way that they need to be served, in this case answering the questions that they have that are completely normal questions to somebody's brand new in this environment, you've attracted their attention. You get somebody coming to you who wants to work with you. You're building trust in the community by serving them.
Yeah.
And you're feeling it coming back to you. That's amazing. I think we have one more example.
Yeah, and through the resettlement process, a lot of stakeholders came together to really pull off an unprecedented resettlement of, I think, over 1,200 Afghan refugees in Minnesota in the matter of about a year. And again, this was a system that was really struggling. I had written about how much it was struggling, and now all of a sudden you have people from the Afghan community who had no experience working, with policymakers and people who work for the state, and you have people who have just had, experience fundraising through their mosques, people who, through their churches had experience working with refugees in Afghanistan from years prior, all coming together to really revitalize the infrastructure of refugee resettlement in Minnesota, which every state really needs right now in the US. And what kind of came from that was the Afghan Cultural Society, which actually started off as a group that a woman started so that her kids would be, could be more in touch with their culture. And it's now become a pretty much refugee resettlement agency in Minnesota, and they recently opened a space, and so that space is open to anyone who has questions and can come in. They have tea, they have a place to sit, they have a closet where you can get clothes, donations, and things like that. And again, this is an organization that I've seen evolved through this coverage and through, like I said, the revitalization of the system. And it's an organization that's really helped me be able to thoughtfully report on a community that I'm not a part of. So seeing, kind of something very tangible like a space for this organization is really just goes to show how driven the community is to make sure this new community really thrives.
It's fascinating. No, and you're doing this in a community in the Minneapolis and St. Paul where there is very strong journalism in the community. There's an old newspaper there, it's been around forever, that's doing a very good job. There's TV journalism, but they're not serving this community, right? This community you've identified of new people to the country who need a news source to serve them, and they create a community, you're covering that community, that creates more community. It's a cycle, right? You're building the community through journalism, and that community needs the journalism that you're doing. Fascinating. Let's go now down south to Texas in a little bit of a different situation. So on the next slide, El Paso Matters is a news organization formed to serve the city of El Paso and the area around it in an environment where the local newspaper has pretty much completely shut down. It's very small. And not many other news organizations are doing this work. And so in the way that Sahan Journal identified a particular community or set of communities that need coverage, you're going after something much broader, right? You're trying to serve the city and the area of El Paso. Angela Saavedra is in charge of audience engagement at the Sahan Journal. There are a lot of journalism roles now beyond reporter and editor doing things that we have to do as journalists, not just to write the stories and publish them, but to go out and engage with the community and build a relationship so people know these stories are there, they can find them, they can react to them, they can give us input on them. There were no audience engagement managers in journalism 20 years ago, and now it's one of the most important jobs in the newsroom. So real quickly, give us a sense of what El Paso Matters is trying to do.
Right, so thank you, Neil. My name is Angela. As you mentioned, I'm the audience development leader at El Paso Matters, and we're really just focusing on very local community news, some deep investigations, and trying to get our community involved in civic engagement. It's our top priority.
And so you've done this in a couple interesting ways, and one of the ways that a news organization makes an impact on a community is to have impact with a particular story, right? To bring change about in the community. If we go to the next slide, talk a little bit about one of the examples of some of the work you've done.
Yeah, so I think with any story, you can publish it on your website, but that's not enough. You're not done with the work. You have to meet people where they are. You have to put these stories where people are gonna read it, make it easy for them, like social media, for example. We have a strong presence on social media. We're trying to reach younger audiences. We're on TikTok, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and our largest audience is on Instagram. So with this story on the next slide, I wanted to show how one of our most impactful stories really made a difference through our social media.
Next slide, please. Thanks.
This was an investigation that had so much impact in our community, and what's interesting is the way that people responded to it through social media, and particularly through Instagram. El Paso Matters has the only reporter that's focused on women and gender issues. And this was...
only person covering these in a town of more than 500,000 people.
Yes,
wow.
Exactly. And so this investigation took her more than 6 months, where she was studying the new district attorney and the way that she was handling domestic violence cases and not prosecuting domestic violence abuse cases. And so since she was the only reporter covering these issues, she had built a lot of trusted sources in organizations that serve women, such as Planned Parenthood or the Center Against Women and Family Violence. And so she had some great sources that really trusted her and came to her with this information about how the DA she had just completely dismantled all of the work that the previous administration had done on handling domestic violence cases. And you can see here in this chart how she just stopped prosecuting, and it was really affecting all of the victims. So we shared this investigation on social media, and although it was shocking, it didn't get much attention at first from the general community on Instagram. But as you can see on the next slide, the more we continued to follow this story and we continued to share, it started to affect, your just day-to-day people that are not involved in government or are not necessarily victims of domestic violence, because the district attorney was not prosecuting other cases such as DUIs. And so after that, they had to dismiss over 100 cases, just misdemeanor cases, because she wasn't prosecuting them in time. And it started to affect the community. People realized that they couldn't really trust her. This is, the top law enforcement official in our community, and they couldn't trust her. And we really showed, this quote says, how people just lost their faith in her. Domestic violence abuse victims couldn't rely on her to prosecute. So they were saying, what's the point of reporting to police if the DA is not going to do anything about it? So that really got the attention of our community. And then on the next slide, we have this account in El Paso that's pretty famous. It's called FitFam. And they're sort of a gossip channel like TMZ or, Barstool Sports, even World Star. They share a lot of memes and gossip and crime. But they started sharing our news, and that helped us reach a much wider audience just organically because they shared it. Their posts get 8,000 likes compared to ours that only get 800 at most. And so they helped us reach that general audience and bring this news to them, and it really established us as a trusted news source and someone that the community could go to for reliable information.
This is something where domestic violence is not the kind of topic that you can take lightly. You can't cover it by just dropping in. It's so important in so many communities, especially in the last few years during the pandemic. To gain the community's trust, right, as journalists covering that kind of a topic, you've got to be smart and accurate and relentless and stay on it. And people have to trust that you care enough that if they bring you their story, you're going to handle it well.
That's exactly
so
right, yeah.
It's easy to do the kinds of stories that are sort of fun and silly and that engage people and entertain people, which is fine. But something like this, you've got to come at it as professional journalists and do a good enough job, not just to get the story right, but to convince the community they can trust you and engage, right? And that's not easy.
Yes, and so even though they might come across this news first on FitFam, just something that they go to for entertainment or fun, they know if they really want to learn more about the issue for a reliable source, they'll go to us. It's been great, and that partnership happened just organically. They're fans of us. And so
I would argue it didn't happen organically. It happened because your work was so compelling that somebody who cares about the community saw it and decided they needed to amplify what you're doing. It is organic, but you earned that, I think.
Thank you. That's true, and just showing up consistently on social media and building that audience slowly so that your community knows that when there's something like breaking news or anything that they're looking for more information on, they can come to you and find that information there.
Yeah. Let's jump to the next slide if we can.
So
Results.
results, this investigation came full circle. The DA, she ended up resigning, and the community was really upset. That it united the community because they were upset about the way she handled a lot of these cases, not only with domestic violence, but other cases, like I said, other crime, DUIs, and probably the biggest crime to impact our city was there was a mass shooting that was racially motivated, since our community is about like more than 80% Latino. So there was a mass shooting that she was in charge of, and she just mishandled the case completely and really let down our community. And not just that, judges, attorneys were really upset about the way that she handled the case. And so she ended up resigning. And to bring this whole investigation full circle, now the current DA is trying to bring back this special unit for domestic abuse violence victims.
So that's a win for journalism, it's a win for your community, and it's a situation where the district attorney might not have been serving the community, but you guys were, right? And that makes all the difference.
Yeah, and through our use of social media, I think our community really felt that they were a part of this conversation and really were able to make an impact.
Let's take a real quick look, just to keep ourselves on time, at something completely different that you do, a little bit lighter topic. On the next slide, if we can. A completely different way to engage your community.
Yeah, so with our book club, we started this on February 1st, and there's so much excitement about our book club. We focus only on highlighting local authors, and this came from community listening. Whenever we had events, people always asked us to do more culture coverage. And although we're not going to cover sports or events, we wanted to cover culture in a way that aligns with us and our mission and our brand. And part of our mission is to really highlight the unique culture on the border and tell our own story and reclaim our narrative. So through the book club, we're focusing on El Paso authors, people who live there, they're telling their own story. So a lot of times there's a lot of sensationalist headlines about Juarez and El Paso. We're right on the border with Mexico, and there's a lot of femicides, women that are just getting murdered, and people see Juarez as like the most dangerous city in the border area, and that's not always the case. And so we wanted to give people a chance to tell their own story, like people that actually live there. And I think our community really saw themselves reflected in the books that we're choosing. So yeah, again, it's this community that they often feel underrepresented, and this gives them a chance to talk about their own experience and reclaim that narrative.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Let's jump ahead if we can. The next slide, and then one more, if you would, to the next slide. And talk about Fresno Land. So now we're all the way out west. We're in Central California, a town that also has more than 500,000 people and 2 million people in the metro area, and doesn't get as much attention as it might otherwise because it's not one of the 3 or 4 biggest cities in California. Yet it's bigger than a lot of cities anywhere else in the country.
And larger than many U.S. states.
Larger than many U.S. states. Look at that. So Donnie Bergstrom is the editor, founder, creator, chief everything at Fresno Land, the person who came up with the idea and launched it. And I'm going to ask you, Donnie, first to just talk real briefly about the path that got you to this. Because you didn't come out of the more traditional, let's go to journalism school path.
I did not. Hey everyone, it's really good to be here. And my name is Donnie, and yes, I did found Fresno Land. And I come from a city planning background, and I was actually being in Denver right now reminds me of the last time I was in Denver, which was about a decade ago. I was at a little conference called New Partners for Smart Growth. Any planners in the room know that conference? It's a conference that brings together community organizations, community organizers, elected officials to talk about how we build equitable cities in the US. And I was there as a think tank researcher at the time, and I was living in the Bay Area, and I met up with a bunch of community organizers from Fresno, some city council members who had launched this very popular panel about the future of Fresno and how do we make this city that has been very fast growing. We're a very rapidly growing city in California. We're majority Latino, we're majority working class. And yet, a lot of our growth caters to affluent communities. There's a large developer culture that runs our town. And this panel got together and they were really exciting the audience to talk about how do we change this narrative about our city? How do we organize for better policies? I got really excited. I was like, I'm in. I left my think tank job. I went to work for the local mayor of Fresno, and I thought, I'm in it to win it. Learned a lot about local politics along the way, and found myself many years later starting Fresnoland because I wanted to create an entity and an organization that really lifted up civic education and bringing people who are on the periphery of all of these policy conversations, whether it's refugee resettlement, whether it's what the DA is doing, whether it's approving a new subdivision and giving a developer a huge subsidy to make sure that more affluent people can move into the city. I wanted to make sure that those conversations were held by people, not just with, a master's degree in urban planning, which is what I have, but people who are affected by this daily. So when I initially pitched the idea of Fresnoland, I went to one of my colleagues and he's like, oh, this is journalism. You're not talking about city planning, you're talking about public service journalism. So that's kind of how we pivoted into what Fresnoland is today.
That's amazing. And what a great story. And to emphasize the amount of impact you have in your community, we were having dinner last night and Donnie's phone kept going off with text because she's doing a controversial story that's got a bunch of people in town mad at her, and city council members and other folks texting back and forth while she's trying to have a conversation with us, which says to me you're pretty deeply engaged in the community. And in an organization that's how old?
We're about 4 years old.
Almost 4 years, wow,
Yeah.
wow. You do a lot of, I had the privilege of going to one of your in-person events where you got people together to talk about what's on the ballot. You do a lot with your community. You've done a kind of reporting that is a little bit unusual in actually going out and trying to locate stories in the community, literally knocking on doors. And I wonder if you'd talk about that. We can go to the next slide if you would.
Yeah, absolutely. So housing is a huge topic in Fresno, especially during the pandemic. We had a lot of people who had remote jobs. They worked for Facebook, they worked for some tech company. They wanted to buy a house. They moved to Fresno. We're just a 2.5 hour, 3 hour drive from Silicon Valley. So you could still have your very high-paying Facebook job and own a nice house in Fresno. So that drove up our housing prices quite a bit. And so we had a lot of questions, concerns, issues from renters in our city about how am I gonna stay in this city that I've built my life in and my family's here. So we did one story, it started with one story, not the story that's on the screen, that asked this question of, hey, do you know how to know if when your rent is getting raised, if it's legal or not? Because we do have rent control in California. It's very convoluted to figure out how it applies to you and how it doesn't. So we did a story about that. And the reporter who did that story posted it on Facebook and just put a link to her, her Google Voice number and said, text me if you have a question. A fairly common practice for a lot of our newsrooms that are represented. And she gets a text at 5 a.m. the next morning, and this woman says, not only do I think that my rent's getting illegally raised, but you have to come see my apartment complex in the kind of conditions that we're living in. And so my reporter grabbed another reporter on our staff, and they went to meet this woman. They learned that she had been living in a place with mold, with roaches, with windows that didn't work, with an on-site management that was borderline harassing her and many other tenants. And they started with her story, and then they proceeded to go door to door to every person that lived in this apartment complex and get their stories, gather their stories. What's been your experience? And as they were doing that, they worked with one of our legal aid organizations in Fresno to put together just a one sheet on like, here's your rights as a renter. You know, this is what you can and can't do if you're trying to report your landlord for substandard housing conditions. And that's become something that we've included in the ethos of a lot of our investigations that I loved hearing from you all as well, is when you're investigating a policy failure, which in this case we ended up investigating not just the failure of one landlord and how he was failing to keep housing safe for a lot of renters, but also we had a rental inspection policy that the city council adopted a few years back that was supposed to be checking in on all of these landlords to make sure that they were doing their job and keeping homes safe. And it turns out there was a loophole in the city rental inspection policy, and as a result of our investigation, we were able to close the loophole. So yay, impact. But the impact is great, you want to change policy, but the policy change is only so effective if people know how to leverage that policy in their individual lives. And so we've made it an ethos in our organization to make sure that we're constantly doing service stories, whether it's, here's how you report substandard housing conditions. This is one we just did earlier this year, because the laws are constantly changing and we have to continually refresh these stories and make sure that this types of information on how you challenge your landlord is brought front to light. So that's one of our fun processes that we've done.
And it's something sometimes referred to as service journalism, right? There's journalism that digs into a story like why the district attorney's not doing her job. And there's journalism that digs into a big local issue, like the change in the nature of the population of Minnesota. And there are stories that say, hey, if you're having problems with your rent, here's how to report it. And here's where to go. And there's another one, I think, going on right now in El Paso, which is your voter guide, right? You do a lot of work to try to help engage people in the elections.
Yeah, that's right. We even make TikToks about it. So we have a local college student, and she helps us to engage that younger community. There's a big proposition about climate change. It's the Climate Charter, and she's just helping to inform our community about it.
And what kind of responses do you get? Are people looking at this voter guide and telling you, I'm a better voter, I'm a smarter voter, I'm voting?
Yes, definitely a more informed voter, and we also print out some copies and distribute them at local libraries.
We've done the same thing in California, trying to get the voter guides out to libraries, to schools in English and in Spanish, to any place where people will get together and talk about it and trying to foster these conversations. And it really does come back to that idea that as journalists, we have to get our work out there into our communities and engage with them and ask them questions, right, and understand what they're looking for. I want to make sure we have time for questions. If anybody has a question, feel free to, I see a hand way over there. We just need a second to get you a microphone. Need to use the mic out of respect for our streaming audience, I do believe. Is it? Sure, come on up. Come right here.
Cool. Okay. Was better? Good? Cool. Okay, was not expecting this, but anyways, so with the recent industry layoffs in mind, I want to ask, what can news organizations do to support their reporters more? And along with that, just a two-part question. What are your thoughts on the changing media landscape, and what can we do to help build trust in the public about the importance of a free press?
Big and very important questions, right? Of course, there have been a lot of layoffs and a lot of shrinkage in media organizations around the world, especially in the United States in the past 20 years. The number of reporters is down by more than half. And a lot of community newspapers that used to have robust newsrooms don't anymore. But that's also part of the motivation for why your organizations exist, right? If I can put words in your mouth. You created these new organizations. These organizations are nonprofit. They're supported by the community and by philanthropists locally and nationally. And they're here to fill the gap, in a sense, that wasn't being filled by these commercial news organizations. But you're also doing other work that was never done before, right? So I wonder if any of you would like to talk about, first of all, what do you think is the gap that you're filling in a city where there used to be stronger journalism? And then what's maybe something you're doing that even when there were 100 people at the local newspaper wasn't getting done?
I'll start.
Just grab Angela's.
Okay. Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. I'll start. So I run Fresno Land, which means I'm responsible to keep our 7-member team on staff and paid and have good salaries. And I feel that burden every day. And like Neil said, we're, all of us represent nonprofit newsrooms who are supported by the community. And I think we're really, all of us are really privileged to work in a burgeoning part of the media sector that is growing, and we are finding a lot of alignment with both small donors in our community and also larger foundations, which has enabled our work to be successful. And it means that we get to do really deeply community-embedded journalism that our legacy paper in our region really was never able to do. You know, housing, like I said, is such an important beat in Fresno, and housing has historically been reported through the lens of real estate, because who's advertising in the paper? Real estate companies. And so being able to flip the script on housing in our community and really center people who are most impacted by housing policy decisions in a really tangible way has been really important for us.
So fascinating. So a community where housing was a story for developers, for people who could buy a house, and the many people who are renting just get ignored, right? Other examples?
Yeah, I forgot to mention this, but I work at Sahan Journal as a Report for America member, and so if anyone's familiar with Report for America, it's a larger nonprofit that places journalists at newsrooms across the country that have designated some kind of gap in their reporting. And so that's, you know, addressing a gap is literally the reason why I'm at Sahan Journal, but I think I have a little bit of a unique experience in that, as Neil mentioned, the Twin Cities has a very healthy media landscape, and we have successful news organizations, including Sahan Journal, and you know, we're happy to be a part of that environment where people really do care about news, and for the most part, you know, there is good news out there. That said, though, our founder, Mukhtar Ibrahim, has been, you know, he's worked in legacy media in the Twin Cities, and he's been trying to tell the stories that we tell at a larger scale at Sahan Journal for a while at other news organizations. But, you know, as the communities change, their needs change, and so the need to get information to new communities and marginalized communities who are not necessarily new is super important, and a lot of legacy organizations just haven't gotten that yet, and I think that's something that we've been committed to from the start. And so you really do see that in the success of our news organization. Like I said, I started just less than a year after we first launched, and at the time we were a very small staff, and we've pretty much doubled since I started, and we're telling really, really important stories that I don't know if I, you know, would have been able to tell had I been working at another news organization. And yeah.
No, it's fascinating. The Report for America, which you mentioned, has a new program, Report for the World. So they are growing beyond America as well, all over the world. The challenge in all this, right, is to take journalism, to your question about how news organizations support their reporters. The advertising model for journalism broke 25 years ago when the internet became the best way to advertise. It's nobody's fault. It was a new technology. It's a better way to advertise than the old way. And a lot of newspapers have been shrinking ever since then. We have to change the mindset in our communities. Newspapers used to be a thriving business that made a lot of money and were very healthy and successful, and they could fund a lot of journalism, right? They paid for a lot of good journalism. They were a huge part of the fabric of the community. As that revenue went away, they shrunk. What you've built, through philanthropy primarily, and other revenue streams, there's a lot of philanthropy, is asking the community to support that, the community to treat journalism like it treats the arts, or like it treats some schools or education, where the community puts its resources together to build something for the public good, for the good of the community, for the good of democratic government, and changing the mindset to get people to think about it that way after 200 years of a very different way of looking at the news media is hard. And so one of the things that's, in addition to all the journalism, all the other work that you and your small staffs do, you're out there trying to change minds, right? Trying to change a perception. Right. Any thoughts on how you're doing that and what's working?
So I wanted to mention something that's very important for us in El Paso, where our legacy newspapers are dying, sadly, is really collaboration, and collaborating with local organizations that are not even media related. Like, our voter guide is also distributed by a lot of faith-based organizations, so they're in churches. And then partnering with each other, like we also partner with Univision to distribute our Spanish guide, and we do like a little segment weekly to inform and reach that public where they already are. We also have something called the Puente News Collaborative, and that's all the media organizations in both El Paso and in Juarez, and we just bring our resources together and really help each other.
Which is a very new concept in journalism, because we all used to compete with each other aggressively in journalism for readers and for viewers on TV. And now it is the age of collaboration makes a smaller news organization more effective if you can partner with people to get your story out there, right?
I would also Can you all hear me again? Great. I would also just add, a lot of the past media infrastructure has been really focused on getting as many eyes on your stories as possible. And while we all want to do that, every single journalist wants their stories to be read by as many people in the community, and especially in this cohort of people sitting up here, people who have been marginalized from past legacy media organizations. That being said, there is something to be said about just knowing that that if public officials know they're being watched, they act differently. And so we run a program, we're one of 10 cities in the US that runs a program called Documenters. We train and pay community members, so residents, community organizers, retired people who just love local government, they love their city. We train them how to cover public meetings. So not just your city councils, but your board of supervisors, your parks and rec commissions. I mean, like, we are truly living Parks and Rec on a daily basis in our newsroom. And a lot of the nitty-gritty of decisions that get made at these committees that no reporter is watching because maybe they're not the most sensational audience getting meetings, but really important stuff is happening. And so our documenters are there, they're producing these very short meeting briefs about what's happening. And we just had a city council member, chief of staff, reach out to us, and she was like, if it wasn't for these documenters, you have no idea what would be happening. Like, their stories, which don't get read by tons of people, there is some readership for it, are really making sure that we're having some accountability in how money's getting spent.
Just having a journalist in the room when there's a public meeting going on, taking notes, paying attention, writing it up, changes the behavior. It's not that all public officials are born corrupt or want to be corrupt, but when somebody's watching, you know, they say character is what happens when nobody's watching, what you do when nobody's watching, right? We're watching. And these documenters, how much training do they get before they go out?
About 3 or 4 hours of training.
3 or 4 hours of training to be a civilian, not a professional journalist, but somebody who is bringing the journalism function to the organization. That's brilliant. Is there another question? I think we had a mic for you here. There it is.
Thanks all of you so much for being here today. So I'm a writer for my college newspaper, and recently I've just been talking to friends, realized not many students actually read the entirety of the stories our writers are producing, and so I decided to write kind of an Axios-style newsletter each week that I'm putting in student emails in hopes that that'll get engagement higher. But the truth is I don't really know if it's working. I sometimes text my friends, but they're always going to tell me nice things. So what's y'all's strategy for when you're doing these new innovative approaches to journalism, really trying to engage with the community? How do you know if your approach is working? How do you get ideas from people outside your organization? Just what does that feedback look like?
Great question.
I'll start again. We added a little box at the bottom of our stories that just asks the question, how did this story impact you? We learn a lot from that box. Sometimes people will actually answer the question, and sometimes people will give us great ideas for stories. So just continually asking for feedback is, in our experience, always effective.
Just creating a place for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can also ask for feedback in social media platforms. So I think that's a great way to engage with your audience on social media and just show up consistently. And even if you are unsure whether you're being really successful, I think eventually, say you're posting TikToks, you're gonna have one that maybe goes a little bit viral, and then you'll gain a bigger audience, and just keep showing up consistently.
I think another big thing to look at is, you know, who is your audience and where are they getting their news? Because, for example, when we developed New Home, which is the newsletter for our new Afghan community, you know, most newsletters you might get on your email, but this is something that's being texted, like it's a PDF that's texted to people, because that's just, you know, how this community, you know, gets their information. And so looking at that, but then also just like largely speaking, I think part of the success of our ability to engage communities was just having good name recognition and starting off with trust that already existed in our community. So for example, I love telling this story, but when I first started at Sahan, I would cold call people and develop new sources, and I'd always, you know, call them up and say, hi, I'm Hiba, I'm a reporter at Sahan Journal, and then I'd get ready to like explain what Sahan Journal is. And more often than not, the other person on the line would always be like, oh yeah, I know Sahan Journal, like what do you need? And for a journalist to hear that, I don't know how, like if there's a lot of people here that are journalists or no journalists, but hearing that is incredible, especially when you're new to a job or new to a community, that people are ready to engage with you and help you out. And so that was kind of the context I was coming into, and so I think that truly is how I've been able to develop sources. And so, and now we can start thinking about, you know, exciting ways to further engage the community, whether that's through newsletters or community engagement events or, you know, TikToks and things like that. We already kind of have good name recognition and following, and so it would take like a really good, honest look at your college paper and see how can you better, you know, build that trust, you know, without any kind of product in mind, but in a much more, I guess, larger way that will impact your work beyond just a newsletter as well. So
yeah, and try to make it indispensable to people as much as possible, right? Make sure people need it. One of the things some newsletter writers are doing now that works well is ending the newsletter or in the middle of the newsletter, put in a question. Right, you write about something, say, do you have a better idea, or do you know somebody else is doing this, or have you seen something like this? A really specific, the question, how does this impact you, Donnie, is great, right? It gives people a chance to react, even if they write something completely different in the box, which is fine. But getting people, even if it's something simple and, you know, email me back, right? Asking people for the feedback is the best way to get the feedback. And it's amazing in communities how often, if you ask people for feedback, they actually will give it to you. And if you don't, they assume you're not looking for it. They assume you're that journalist kind of speaking down from on high to say, here's what you need to know and I'm the expert. The minute you open up and be more personable and say, we would like your feedback, you're cold calling people, right, to get their ideas, you get a whole different level of engagement. And this is true not just in journalism, but any kind of community engagement, right? Asking for it is one of the best ways to get it.
And also with any like product, a new product that you have, like your newsletter, you can use the data on like open rate and click-through rate and set some goals. And say your goal is to get like a 50% open rate or get 500 students signed up for your newsletter. Once you reach that goal, then that's how you measure your success. And then maybe, you know, set a higher goal.
Yeah. We have time for one more quick question. Could I get you to hand the mic back to the person with the hand up in the back? This is how you engage your community. You ask them to carry the microphone around for you.
Hi, I'm Cameron. I wanted to ask a question about all of you, when you were going through like the stories that you and your organizations have covered. I noticed that there was always a huge intersection between like your community advocacy and as well as like the news reporting. And so as a student journalist and as a person who's very engaged in social advocacy as well, I wanted to ask, like, how do you walk that fine line of like trying to maintain that trust of your audience by like, you know, reporting truthful and like objective stories, but also telling your audience what they need to hear and like engaging your audience with these very hard-hitting emotional stories?
That is a topic that a lot of news organizations and journalism schools and others are talking about right now. It's a really important topic. And all of you, I think, would say you believe in your community, you want it to do better. You don't write a story and say, well, you know, it's good or bad that somebody got a house or a place to live or got an education. You've got an opinion on that, right? So how do you think about being a journalist, taking that opinion you have and that sense of what's right for the community to fact-based and fair reporting?
So for me, I always say that journalism is activism, and maybe, I don't know if that's okay to say, but it is because it's a way to be actively involved in your community. And for me, that's like the most meaningful thing I can do, and just ensuring that you give both sides and remain objective and give a voice to both sides of the issue, present all of the facts, and say you're publishing like commentary pieces, you have to listen to both sides and show up on both sides at events and make sure that you remain objective, even though you have to separate yourself. Like you may you know, you may have certain beliefs, but your job is to provide the facts to your community.
That's a really good question because I feel like I walk that line a lot. And, you know, I went through a pretty traditional career path as a journalist. I went to journalism school, and while I think like kind of the old ideas of what objectivity is are changing and evolving, I kind of came from a training of, you know, that journalism is not activism. But, you know, a question I'm often asking myself is, you know, how do I report on a community that I identify with, that I'm a part of, even tangentially? For example, the Afghan community. I'm not Afghan myself. I'm Pakistani, but you know, the issues that this new community is facing are issues that, you know, a lot of people that I identify with have faced. And I think if you come from an immigrant family, that's something that, you know, anyone can relate to, no matter how established you are in the US. And I think the biggest thing that has helped me navigate that, especially as kind of like an early career journalist, is, you know, are my editors. My editors all have this understanding that, yeah, this is a fine line that Hiba is walking, and that other journalists that I work with are walking. And you know, they're ready to kind of challenge these old values of journalism to better our community through journalism. And I think it's really important that, you know, while there are new journalists coming up who come from communities who have been historically marginalized by legacy media, you know, it really is up to the gatekeepers and the leaders in our industry to be ready to challenge those values, like I said. And I'm very privileged in that the people I work with, you know, they've been doing that work from the start. That's like literally how Sahan Journal exists. And so to be able to develop as a reporter in that kind of environment, you know, it's just like, it's so much more fun than to be able to experiment and see, you know, what sticks with readers and what doesn't. What is it that the people I'm reporting on actually need and that they're not getting? And yeah, it's just like you feel a lot more sense of a responsibility, yes, but you actually have the support to be able to do that work well too, because of the support from your editors and other leaders.
Yeah, yeah. It's we're right at a time here, but it's the change in journalism, the conversation that you just brought up with your question. I'm guessing you got some journalism professors who have a different take on it, right? And we've all seen that. The change in the way journalism thinks about positive outcomes and impact of stories, whether or not you call it advocacy, is coming from the younger people in the profession, right? And so I don't want to get you in trouble with your journalism professor, but the way you're thinking about this is really important, and it's the people who are building this profession, people who are doing journalism now, the people who are going to be doing it in 5, 10, 15, 20 years, who are shaping the role of journalism in a very changing society. And so it's a really important thing to think about and to keep adjusting and to make your professors a little bit uncomfortable about. That's okay. With that, I want to thank...
I just want to mention really quick that, you know, we also like to provide the tools, the information, and the resources for people to then take action. So it's not you taking action, you're just encouraging them to participate more in their community.
That's great. I want to thank Donnie and Angela and Hiba. I also want to encourage all of you in your own communities to seek out not only the news organizations that have been there forever, but the people who are doing innovative work, that one blogger, that one community journalist, the small news startup, the college or high school news organization. Seek them out, engage with them. I think you'll find a lot of interesting ways to engage with your own communities. Thanks very much. All right. Get you guys out of here.
Hey everyone, can y'all hear me? If you wanted to go to the 1 p.m. session downstairs, it is getting started a little bit later, so you can still go. It's the Planning for the Future in Climate, Water, and Energy. So it's just getting started if you want to go.
Oh, te want a photo. Es que no sabemos inglés, lo siento. Yo sé español. ¿Puedo ayudarlos con la traducción? Ay, gracias. Sí, gracias. Thank you. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, I just got very late to the workshop. Can I get your cards because now I'm working into like a kind of media startup. So we are developing a digital tool to create community engagement. So what we do is like provide the audience the option to follow up the status of their submission. So it's like you don't generally go for feedback, but you don't know what happened if your story is going to be selected or not. But so we are offering with this kind of digital tool the option for the audience to know if it's in the editorial or is actually just in writing, it's going to be published. We offer the option to see it beforehand and get some option. So I don't know if I can get you. I don't have cards. That's quite bad, but okay, let me get you these because
Yeah, that works.
I can Google you or find you. How can I find you? Brilliant.
That works.
I just missed like 10 minutes, but I was like, oh my God.
Well, glad you made it. Yeah.
Yeah, actually my team is from a journalist with from Nigeria.
Oh, okay.
So
Oh,
it's
wow.
very
Very interesting.
and then Governor Hickenlooper for 15 years. And now I get the pleasure of working at Emerson Collective, which is one of the partners here. Ooh, yeah, Emerson Collective. Give it up, Emerson Collective. Yeah, there we go. Good. And there's so many amazing people in this room today. And we put this together because we wanted to bring young people together from all around the Americas to talk about issues that are important to you all. And we're hoping that you're going to leave here and take those issues back to your communities and make your communities better. And the way you do that is learning from people who are doing really extraordinary work. And so my job is only to briefly take up some time to introduce you to a colleague and a friend of mine. And I'm hoping when you guys are at this summit, you meet people like the person I'm going to introduce you to. So Sergio and I have known each other for probably 2 decades, and we've been working in the same community together. And while I was doing work with Mayor Hickenlooper and Governor Hickenlooper, Sergio was taking on issues around immigration and LGBTQ issues and human rights issues in a way that was extraordinary. And I've known Sergio for 20 years, and back in the day, he was doing amazing work when he started working with Senator Bennett on these issues. And then after he finished working with Senator Bennett, he decided to go and stretch his legs, and he went west, and he started working for a senator out of California named Senator Kamala Harris. And he went and started doing the same work around immigration and human rights with Senator Harris before he ended up joining the Emerson Collective. And so Sergio is one of those public servants that has walked the walk and takes what he says he wants to do and makes it happen. And so you're going to hear some really great things come out of this panel, but we'd be remiss not to welcome Sergio back to his home community and all the extraordinary work he's done right here in Denver and around the country. So give it up for the moderator, Sergio Gonzalez.
Thank you. Thank you, Jamie. Can you hear me? Does everybody hear me? Okay. Well, first of all, thank you, Jamie. I got to say, when he threw out that working together for 20 years number, that sort of hit in a way, because it means that, you know, we've been working together now for a long time and you're starting to get up there. But I also think that, you know, in that is a really good illustration of how early connections matter. They do in your career, no matter what you do, whether you're doing advocacy, whether you are in politics, whether you're doing policy. It's all about relationships at the end of the day. So what you're all doing here in meeting other people, in networking, in learning about the experiences about other folks who are here, and also sharing your own experiences, these will build the foundation of the relationships that will carry your career and your work and your passions through the rest of your life. And I just want to thank Jamie, because he has also done extraordinary work, not only for Emerson Collective, but also in general, building next generation of leadership, building youth leadership, centering youth leadership, which really, really matters. But I'm very excited about today's panel because it is all about youth-led solutions, right? And Jamie went through my bio a little bit. I'll just say, you know, I've worked in the United States Senate. I've worked at the White House. I've worked in the advocacy space. And here's something I can say emphatically. Youth voices and leadership does matter. And it has mattered no matter where I am and what role I've had. And this is also the truth. Youth voices in these kind of spaces, whether it's local government, state government, or federal government, they're not always heard very easily. And sometimes, let's be honest, they're dismissed. They're dismissed. But there are ways to not only get around that, to take it head on, to overcome that, to ensure that youth voices, youth representation, that it does have a seat at the table. And any organization that I have been a part of that centers youth-led solutions has actually had a stronger policy portfolio and has been more effective in changing people's lives because it represents the future, it represents the now. And so I'm really excited about today's panel. I just want to remind people that we have a 45-minute panel today with these lovely folks. And then after that, there will be a 45-minute breakout session where everyone will have a chance to think through some of these critical issues and problem solve together. Okay? I want to also remind you that the breakout sessions will be separated by theme. There will be 3 different breakout groups, which will be separated by theme, and you'll do some live problem solving together to tackle some issues related to youth-led organizing and youth-led solutions. And now I want to also say that after this, there will be a short Q&A, both for people in the room as well as people who are participating virtually. And now, the best part is to introduce our amazing and incredible panelists today who have really done some groundbreaking work in their own locales and regions to ensure that youth voices are heard, represented, and organized. So, our first panelist that we'll introduce today is Isa Tello. Isa is a youth advisor for UNICEF with Child Friendly Cities Initiative in Cacao, Colombia. The next is Alejandro Comunero. She is with the leadership program. She's a leadership program manager with Claro from Denver, right here in Denver. And then we have Maggie Laredo over here. And Maggie is the co-founder of Otros Dreams in Action of Mexico City. And then finally, Allison Flores, the deputy director with the Office of Community Relations, Prince George's County, Maryland. So if we can all give it up for our panelists today. I'm going to turn this around. I'm like trying to like see you and see the panelists, and it's all too much of a good thing. Okay, so first we want to ask a question for all of our panelists today. So we'll go ahead and start here with you, Allison, and we'll kind of move on down. Our first question is, as youth leaders, can you provide insights on the work you are doing and have done in your local communities and how that involves migrant children and youth in communities?
Yes, thank you
Okay,
for that
Allison.
question. Can everyone hear me too? Yep. Okay. Well, thank you so much for the invitation to be here, and good afternoon to everyone. My name is Allison Flores, and like it was mentioned, I work in Prince George's County, which is a really unique and amazing county. It's majority minority African American with a growing Latino and immigrant community. And so in the time I've been with the county, which has been for about 8 to 10 years now, one of the big things that youth have been really engaged with was with a language access program. One is when we're talking about access, if we're not speaking the same language, we're not even speaking. Two, we worked on a universal legal deportation fund with CARE Coalition, and that what that basically provides is our residents who are facing deportation, they get access to free legal counsel. What we've seen is that when someone goes with a lawyer with legal counsel to a hearing, they have an 88% rate of success of staying in the country and remaining with their families, which is really important. And that a lot of our high school students came out and testified and made that successful. And then most recently has been work with UNICEF and the Children's Cabinet, which has allowed us to create a formal safe space to have these conversations of how we're engaging unaccompanied minors, how we're engaging and keeping safe and protecting children under 5. And I'll keep it at that. I don't want to, the county's amazing. I love Prince George's County. So I can go on, but those are 3 areas that youth have been vital and have really pivoted the direction in which the county is going in.
That's great. Thank you so much. Isa.
Hi everyone, I cannot talk in Spanish in solidarity with all the Latino community that are present here. So, hola a todos, mi nombre es Isabela Tello, tengo 21 años y soy Youth Advisor para UNICEF Colombia. El trabajo que hemos estado haciendo en los últimos años ha sido con Territorios Amigos de la Niñez, que es un apoyo por parte de UNICEF a iniciativas juveniles lideradas por jóvenes como yo. En mi caso, yo fui la creadora y fundadora de una iniciativa que se llama Círculo de Chicas, el cual es un espacio y una oportunidad para que las niñas y jóvenes de nuestro departamento en Cauca, Colombia, tengan ese espacio seguro de participación no únicamente dentro de sus hogares, dentro de sus escuelas, sino también dentro de sus gobiernos. Y estamos muy felices de que ahora ya tenemos una página, que hemos podido tener un alcance no únicamente regional, sino también nacional e internacional. Y estamos muy felices de estar representando nuestra iniciativa no únicamente a nivel regional, sino también a nivel nacional.
Thank you so much, Isa. And Maggie, and I just want to say Maggie and I know each other because I was able to go visit you in Mexico City and see some of the incredible work that you do down there, but I'm going to turn it to you next.
Yes. Well, thank you for the invitation as well. I will share, I mean, a lot of the work that I do along with many other folks in the organization Otros Dreams en Acción. As Sergio mentioned, we are based in Mexico City, but a lot of the work that we do is translocal, transnational. It is a cross-borders work. Specifically, we collaborate and we accompany and we organize and advocate with community that was born in Mexico but grew up undocumented in the United States or lived undocumented many years in the United States and have been deported or have been forced to return because of systemic conditions back to Mexico in this case. And a lot of the work that we're doing is not only responding to crisis and emergency situations when folks are detained in detention centers here in the United States or when they are deported immediately at the Mexico-US border, or if they're in the country but they are still going through a lot of challenges. We are accompanying them to access identity documentation. Ironically, many of us are undocumented even though we're Mexicans the first few months. And accompanying them basically to access services, to be able to navigate the system in Mexico, especially many of them have not lived there for many years, decades, have no support networks. But we also do a lot of collective work, a lot of art and culture. We acknowledge that we need to ensure that we are being collective in our demands and in our work and in our messages, and that they come from different critiques as well in terms of the systems of oppression that are affecting us and that we're living those consequences. So a lot of the work is collective and ensuring that it is very much community-led and that it is across borders. And we also do a lot of advocacy in Mexico to continue to insist for more dignified conditions for folks when they return, not only individuals, but their families, their kids. We acknowledge that there needs to be an intersectional approach to our work because many of the folks are youth, are women, are queer, are from indigenous communities. There are all these other layers that it's not just being deported or returning, but if you add all these other layers and identities, that creates even more challenges, and we are there to do it. And it's a grassroots organization, so we also acknowledge that it is us that are insisting in opening up spaces in the Mexico government, but also in the US to continue to insist for mobility, for family reunification, et cetera, but also to transforming narratives. And I'll end it with that. I think the power of narratives, it is very crucial. There have been many stories that have been told about us without us, and those stories many times do not reflect what communities want to say and express. So through art and culture, we're also creating projects and supporting them through their work, their professional work, and their artistic work. They can also put out other narratives and other stories that at the end of the day will have an impact in policy, in our lives, and that's just a quick overview, but thank you.
No, that's a great overview. Great, thank you. Really quickly, Maggie, you did take part and help lead a book on narratives called Los Otros Dreamers, right? And I just totally would encourage people to check out that book. Really great book on the stories of dreamers. Alejandra, the hometown hero from right here in Denver, Colorado, right?
Yeah, thank you. Welcome to Denver, everyone. So I will talk a little bit about my volunteer work with UNICEF USA and my current work with the nonprofit Claro. So with UNICEF USA, I'm the founder of UNICEF Unite Denver, which is the club here in Denver. And we focused on advocating for children's rights across the globe to support UNICEF's work through different pieces of legislation. And one of the things that I loved as a team leader was thinking global but acting local, because we're not out there doing the direct work with the children, right? So when you think global and act local, you are raising awareness on all the issues that children, refugees, migrants experience at the global level, but you're looking at the local space and seeing how can I help these same communities, but that are in Colorado, in Denver. And so, as leader of UNICEF Unite Denver, we partner with different nonprofit organizations, for example, the African Community Center of Denver, and we volunteered during their annual Thanksgiving for refugees, right? And so we were still able to learn from these communities and really get to hear their stories while also supporting the work of the nonprofits, but also of UNICEF's work. And so with Claro, it's the Colorado Latino Leadership Advocacy Research Organization, and I manage a program for college students. Over 90% of them are first-generation Americans, children of immigrants. Most of them are Latinos, but we also welcome our allies and other folks from marginalized communities. And the goal is for them to complete a four-month internship with the Colorado policymakers in the Colorado State General Assembly, some lobbyists, some nonprofits that are fighting for environmental justice. And so we want to remove those barriers for our marginalized communities to do the internships at the state capitol, because most of these internships are unpaid, but we make sure that our folks receive a stipend so they are able to complete those internships while they're in school, while likely having a part-time job. And so we ensure that we remove as many barriers as possible. We encourage immigrants to join our program, DACA students and documented students, and as a program manager, I can guarantee that I do everything I can to remove all the barriers. And I think that, that really creates a welcoming program, but also a welcoming city, I believe.
Thanks so much. Okay, here's our next question. From your experience, what are some of the roadblocks to creating safe and inclusive communities? And what do you think are some examples of youth-led solutions to overcome these obstacles and these challenges? If you have examples from your own work. We can go ahead and start with you, Allison.
Get to start first.
Okay, great.
So from what I've seen in my time in government is really the fear of the unknown is one of our biggest roadblocks. And I, as humans, when we don't know whether a different culture or how something is going to affect our lifestyle, our family, our livelihood, we go into self-preservation mode. And we become kind of closed off to possible solutions or a different perspective. And so kind of to what Maggie said, what has been really impactful in moving the conversation forward has been the power of storytelling. And so through storytelling, through telling our stories of our experiences, although we may have different stories, we kind of all have common things that will ground us and connect us. And an example of that is when we were working on the language access bill and program, a lot of folks didn't understand why that was important, right? It was like, why do we have to accommodate, like it doesn't make sense. English is the main language, right? And so it was through a local high school that we tapped into for a media project that asked different residents, different civic leaders, different organizations to share their migration story. And the question that we started off with was, how did you get to where you are today? And everyone in this room today, just by being in this room, has a migration story, right? Like you flew in from an airplane or you drove 30 minutes from somewhere in Colorado to come to this conference. And so it was such an eye-opening experience where people were able to share their experience, but really tap into emotions, right? And emotions are what connect us. They transcend time, experiences, whether that's pain, grief, joy. We've all experienced those, and so that activity allowed us to connect with one another and connect folks that maybe even had a language barrier. But through that story, they were able to say, you know what, I get it now, and I see why that's important. And so really tapping into these ideas that affect all of us, right? If you don't know how to report domestic violence and get out of a DV relationship, that actually makes all of our communities unsafe. And so we all want to be safe. We all want clean communities. We all want a great quality of life. We want a great future for our children. And so tapping into that, tapping and leaning into our humanness has been really helpful whenever we have the fear of the unknown as a roadblock. And I don't know, I'll leave it at that.
Fantastic. Agree. Storytelling, I feel like will come up again and again, hopefully, because it really is. I love it is the emotion. At the end of the day, when you're talking about political advocacy or in a corporate boardroom, it really is the storytelling and like the emotional connectivity between people that moves policy and program. Isa, do you want to go ahead?
Sí, quiero empezar mi intervención haciendo una pequeña pregunta y es ¿cuántos oficiales del gobierno, alcaldes tenemos aquí? How many mayors we have here, government representatives? Just raise your hand. Ok, no sé si podría hablar más de esto. Es difícil tener una comunicación, tener una representación significativa si las personas que hacen las leyes no están en los diálogos donde participan los jóvenes. En este momento hay una cumbre alternativa que es la cumbre de los alcaldes. Y a pesar de que nosotros valoramos los espacios juveniles donde podemos aprender de las iniciativas de otros activistas, como May en este caso, que es una persona maravillosa que dentro de su territorio tiene un impacto muy grande y que yo podré aprender mucho de ella, nuestras voces, si no son escuchadas por las personas correctas, que son las personas que hacen al final las leyes, no tienen ningún sentido. Para mí, esa es la barrera más grande que tenemos los jóvenes, las organizaciones de niños, niñas y adolescentes, es que no hay una participación significativa. ¿Y cómo lo hemos implementado nosotros en Colombia a través de Territorios Amigos de la Niñez? A través de 4 estrategias claras. En un principio es organización comunitaria, donde los mismos jóvenes son los que hacemos nuestros grupos, donde hablamos de los derechos, de los deberes que tenemos nosotros como futuros ciudadanos. El segundo es la creación de redes a través de redes sociales, en las cuales podemos compartir cuáles son las cosas que nos molestan, cuáles son las cosas que nosotros queremos ver reflejados en nuestros departamentos. El cuarto es educación y capacitación, no únicamente nosotros mismos, sino como jóvenes, cómo podemos capacitar a los alcaldes de nuestros gobiernos locales, a los alcaldes de ciudades grandes. Y por último, la colaboración entre organizaciones. Cómo podemos no únicamente trabajar desde nuestro territorio, sino cómo podemos hacer este enlace con otros departamentos de Colombia y también por medio de estas oportunidades colaborar con otras organizaciones juveniles de Latinoamérica y de Norteamérica. Quiero dejar una reflexión y es que las políticas públicas que se realicen en todos los lugares, en los departamentos, en las ciudades, tienen que tener participación de jóvenes, de niños y niñas, porque es para nosotros quienes son estas políticas públicas. No es únicamente para los ciudadanos que ya tienen el derecho a votar, sino son para las escuelas, para la creación de parques, para la creación de espacios seguros para los niños, niñas y adolescentes, y nosotros tenemos que ser parte del diálogo.
Okay, gracias. Maggie.
Yes, so I definitely support that question and reflection of the importance of being in spaces, and specifically a lot of the roadblocks, I mean, talking about inclusive, I just can't believe that we are not in one space. Like being divided, I think there's a lot of reflection to do around why we are divided, right, along with the rest of the government officials and the mayors. But I also want to say that this has been one of the main challenges that we have faced in Mexico as deportees and returnees that are young, that in Mexico, in terms of immigration, because I mean, there are other movements like the feminist movement that disappeared, of loved ones that have been disappeared, or defending territories and land, like those are led by the communities, but specifically about immigration. You don't see an asylum seeker, a refugee, someone from Central America, someone from Africa, a returnee or a deportee at the table with government officials. And for all that, it's taken us since 2014, 2012, when we started to come out from the shadows in Mexico as deportees, as returnees, that we had been insisting for the government to pay attention to us. And back then there weren't numbers, and then Trump came in the picture, and then it became trendy, and then people were like, oh, there are deportees in Mexico, okay. But even then, like, we have been insisting to open spaces with organizations, with government in Mexico, where we're not wanted, and I think that has been one of the biggest roadblocks, but also when we talk about storytelling, I also want to put in the word collective, because a lot of the work that we do in the organization is not just talk about my story as Maggie, who was undocumented and lived in Georgia, and she found out she was undocumented in high school and the struggle, and then she returned to Mexico and she was depressed and like all of that. Yeah, I think there's a lot of research, a lot of stories that talk about that. But I think that something that is key for us in the organization is how are we making it collective? How am I also talking of what's happening to a deportee that has been detained, that has been in exile, that's not happening directly to me in that shape or form, but how are we talking about those stories in a collective form and trying to get away from the individual narrative that I think many of us are exhausted as well of being vulnerable in spaces where I think in Mexico there's a term called la digna rabia, where I think that rage, there's a lot of power in rage if we are able to channel it and make it collective, that I think for many of us as communities, we're exhausted, we're tired, it's been enough, and I think it's another level of organizing that is with storytelling, but it's collective, but it's also validating what we want to say and how we want to say it. I think that a lot of the times for ODA, and I'll go into depth when we talk about the best practices, but something that has worked is disrupting spaces, and that has opened up doors, because someone earlier today also mentioned, like, if someone from the journalist panel said, like, if you don't put government officials in the spotlight or in public, they're not gonna act, right? They're not gonna respond. And I would just add that also a lot in Mexico, in the context of Mexico, a lot of scholars, a lot of people talk about reintegration. Like, oh, we need to reintegrate Mexicans who were deported or returned, right? First of all, there aren't any actual policies or programs or legislation that actually contributes to that. But then second, how are they reintegrating us into neighborhoods that are not safe? How are they reintegrating us as women where there are 10 to 12 feminicides a day? How are they reintegrating us to those low salaries where nobody can really live off? So we question also the term reintegration, and how can we acknowledge what's happening in Mexico and how deportees and returnees, we become part of what's already happening there, and how do we organize together, right? And I think that's something also really important. And then mental health. Mental health for folks that have been deported, detained, it's not like they can just come the next day and be like, I'm ready to organize and all that. Like, they are going through situations that they have to crisis response, like they have to take care of where to sleep, where like their families are separated. Mental health and not having adequate access to mental health is another huge roadblock. And then I guess the interest and the will from government officials also. I think that there's no interest and will, like if we're in the US, as Mexicans, they will say that, oh yeah, Mexico's your country and blah, blah, blah. But after returning or being deported, we become a burden to Mexico, and there are no programs. And I think that's also really important to highlight. And yeah, I would just close it with that.
Thank you, Maggie. Alejandra.
So I have two answers to that. The first one, I've been in nonprofits for over a decade, and a constant issue has been a lack of funding. And as nonprofits, we cannot do our work if we are not funded, right? And with the students that I work for, like I mentioned earlier, we provide a stipend, and that stipend, each year we need to increase that because the cost of living in Denver is rising and everywhere, right? So it's pretty straightforward, but it is funding. And also at a more personal level, it is imposter syndrome with the students that I work with the young folks that I work with, or even team members. Oftentimes, it's a roadblock because they don't feel like they deserve to be in this space at the Capitol or advocating with legislators. And that's false, because we do have a seat at the table. We should be there, and we should be using our voices. So I think, throughout my years in nonprofits, those are the two factors that I would say are roadblocks.
Thank you. Okay, the next question is for Isa and Allison. And the question is, what advice would you give to youth leaders who want their local governments to be more inclusive of migrant youth and immigrants? And what do you think are some ways to also think about, pushing local governments to institutionalize processes that ensure youth are part of decision making and have a seat at the table?
So for us in Prince George's County, I mentioned a couple of the different projects that we worked on, and it's really laying the groundwork. So right now, something that's been really helpful for us is UNICEF and the children-friendly pilot program, because it's brought, your DCAOs, like your top-level kind of gatekeepers in government, to the community, right, with nonprofits that are on the ground, and also with youth to hear directly from them on the things that they need, on the gaps. And so that's been really helpful. In terms of a government that maybe isn't inclusive to youth, I think in Prince George's County, we have a community plan, and so we're very much actively working towards that, and we have a county executive who's very committed to that. But in the case where that isn't, I think going into forums that formalize your issue, like issues that are community facing, are really important, right? Because it creates a public record for what's going on. And so oftentimes there's a lot of informal organizing, which is really important, but going to a budget hearing, right? If you show up to a budget hearing with like 50 people, you're going to make an impact on those elected officials. And they're gonna say, what was that? We need to reach out to them, like what's going on? And never undermining your power, because the people have the power, right? And it's these other dynamics that make it seem like it's not that way. But with organizing, with coming out and testifying, and then staying connected, right? Like I think sometimes we get really passionate around elections, and then that kind of like fizzles out a little bit. And obviously elections are really exhausting, so we need to take a break for self-care. But stay engaged consistently. Like whatever was promised to you, like that should be actively going on within the 2 4-year terms, whatever your municipality, state, national, and federal officials promise you. Keep them accountable. Because they need your vote. And so I think having that ongoing engagement is really important. And I'll leave it at that.
I love the whatever they promised you, because a lot of promises are made every election and it's hard to keep track. But the keeping track and accountability really does matter. And I will just say this, I love also the example of like attending a budget hearing. It's as simple as, and I can say this as somebody who's worked for elected officials, it matters. It matters, and not a lot of people do it, but it actually does sometimes cause friction, and then it gets people to take notice. I love that. Isa.
Bueno, un punto que fue muy importante que tocaron las otras panelistas fue el acceso a salud mental. Creo que no hay nada más importante que reconocer que tenemos muchos problemas y que son difíciles de solucionar por una sola persona. Creo que muchos de los activistas que pueden encontrar como mayor dificultad es ver esta complejidad que hay en nuestras sociedades de hay muchos problemas por solucionar en temas de raza, de género, de acceso a la educación. Es muy difícil si lo haces solo. Siempre va a haber una coalición de jóvenes que te va a apoyar y que siempre tienes que apoyarte por una coalición diversa, inclusiva, una coalición que no únicamente incluya niños, niñas y adolescentes, sino entidades del gobierno, entidades educativas. Y creo que esto es lo que se ha hecho a través de Territorios Amigos de la Niñez en UNICEF Colombia, en la que la responsabilidad no únicamente se le deja a los jóvenes y a los niños, sino que también se incluye partes del gobierno, partes desde la sociedad, que no nos dejen solos construyendo, que no nos dejen solos enfrentando estos problemas que no únicamente son globales, sino también locales. Uno de los consejos que les podría dar a otros jóvenes que están empezando en el camino del activismo es establecer alianzas reales con entidades que apoyan a movimientos juveniles, que en el caso de nosotros es UNICEF, pero también sé que en los Estados Unidos hay diversas coaliciones y diversas oportunidades que pueden ayudar a poner a los gobiernos en la lupa, como lo mencionaron anteriormente, en decir las demandas que nosotros tenemos en los territorios. Como segunda instancia, es desarrollar campañas a través de redes sociales, de darles a conocer que no es únicamente un problema que yo como activista estoy enfrentando, sino también es una realidad colectiva, es una realidad que tiene que ser conocida por nuestros gobiernos y que tiene que ser una realidad que tiene que cambiar con ayuda de todos. Y por último, que nuestras demandas sean institucionalizadas, que no únicamente se quede en el discurso, porque todos aquí amamos los discursos, todos aquí amamos compartir lo que cada una de las personas está viviendo en sus territorios, pero tenemos que hacer que todas estas demandas estén institucionalizadas y que se conviertan parte de la política pública de los gobiernos, no únicamente del gobierno que está en posición en ese tiempo, sino que los gobiernos siguientes, que esté ahí y que sea para las futuras generaciones y para las generaciones que están presentes.
Gracias. Okay. And before we go to our next question, I just want to say, please start thinking. I'm sure many people have questions. We're going to, there's a few of these left, and then we're going to open it up to the audience to ask some questions to the panel. So start thinking about maybe what you want to ask. But now, Maggie and Alejandra, for youth-led grassroots organizing and advocacy, especially in spaces where you may not have a friendly local government, and you may be dealing with a local government that is hostile or that's not really interested in having youth-led organizing be a part of their government decision-making and policy. What are some best practices you might want to offer people here today?
Yeah, that's definitely our case
Yeah.
in Mexico.
Yeah, disrupt.
Disrupt, right? I mean, not only at the local and federal, even our mayor is here and we haven't spoken. But I would say, and even before that, I just want to also highlight the funding aspect too as a roadblock that I did not say, but that I don't sleep because of that, because of the precarious conditions that we are still being funded year by year, and having to worry about having enough funds for December really affects the work. And we already do a lot of work, but we could even be doing more if we had more security, right, and less precariousness. And then the second thing I wanted to also address is the lack of mobility. Folks and people in my community in Mexico do not have access to mobility, so they are living in exile, and that is a major roadblock as well that prevents folks from organizing, from doing accessing a lot of resources and opportunities because they are in exile and do not have that mobility. And then going to the best practices, I would definitely say that for us, organizing across borders has been key. And we have been talking a lot about the term translocality, and it's a term that ODA has continued, developed and insisted that it needs to be used, because it's not, we can also say transnationally, but translocally really speaks to the fact that we're organizing Mexico City and Denver and building those strong relationships between Denver and Mexico City, right? And what does that look like for folks that are being deported? What does that look like for Denver to support us in our strategies and our demands with resources, with platforms, with spaces? And then we replicate that with Mexico City and Seattle and Tacoma and working there with La Resistencia, or Mexico City and New York and working with YLC and the youth-led organization there that does a lot of amazing work, and there are those relationships, and that has been key for the work that we do. And then the other one is how definitely disrupting. I mean, all the and also collaborating a lot, for example, with DACA recipients. And there are many folks that are traveling to Mexico with advanced parole that the government has not opened spaces for us to sit at the table. And we have had to disrupt and show up in those spaces and be like, look, I was undocumented like you, now I'm here, and you could also be deported anytime or return. And we need to be having conversations that we are not having because there are major roadblocks by specific organizations or the government or the state or the system that is denying us those spaces, because we could be a lot more strategic and stronger if we were together and collaborating. So disrupting and insisting for those spaces. And also we've been able to pass, and especially back in 2017, we were able to make changes to the education aspect, where for the first time GEDs were accepted in Mexico, and also a lot of the bureaucratic obstacles to revalidate US studies are now accepted in Mexico. It all started because we were chasing the person from the department, the education department in Mexico, and that took to organizing, and that's how we've been disrupting spaces with the mayor in Mexico City. We've been showing, and it's really, it can be very violent to do that, and it affects our bodies, but at the end of the day, that's how we've been able to have doors and sit up a table with them to make sure that they listen to those demands. And then I would also say another thing that has worked is also listening and having conversations in Mexico and in the South, right? I lived in the US, I grew up in the US, but I've been in 15 years outside of the US, and I've learned a lot, and I hear Isa talk a lot about the territory, right? And I think one of the biggest things that I've learned is how do we make this collective, and how are we listening to the South? How are we listening and not saying that we can replicate things, because I think a lot has to do with the territory and the needs of the territory, and how communities organized can be unique, but I think we do need to start looking to the South in terms of how we organize, how are we showing up, how are we listening. The South has a lot to teach us. And it's not about parachuting and extracting the knowledge either, but I think it's how can we rethink and reflect in the things that we also reproduce, and the power dynamics that we also may reproduce even as organizers. But I think listening and showing up is something really important, and making a collective, and then coming up with these strategic ideas where they all start by disrupting, but they also, and it takes a long time, right? Because we need to organize and build trust and support and show up for our community. But I think that there is a lot of power in being strategic and organizing and connecting and showing up to those public spaces also that they were mentioning, and making sure that we're showing up and we're resisting and we're talking and putting our demands out there and following up. So I think those are some of the best practices that I can share. But I would definitely highlight the translocal aspect, the importance of those relationships across borders, and listening and looking more into the South.
Great, thank you. Alejandra.
So for me, best practices for youth-led grassroots organizing and advocacy, any action starts with us, right? So first of all, to be prepared. And that starts by what we've already mentioned, knowing your why. Why are you doing what you're doing? Knowing your story. For me personally, when I started volunteering with UNICEF USA, it was because I learned that more than 5 million children around the globe are victims of human trafficking, and human trafficking happens everywhere. It happens here in Denver, it happens in the next city, it happens in every country. So know your why, right? And that kicked off my advocacy to fight for legislation that prevents human trafficking or ends human trafficking or protects victims and survivors. And so know your story. Why are you doing what you're doing, okay? And second, like I mentioned earlier, imposter syndrome is real, but you have to believe in yourself, and you're going to doubt yourself throughout the process. You know, you're going to, whatever doubts you have, or this is too hard, or I can't do it because it's just me, you know, it all starts with one person. Everything started with one person saying, I think that X, Y, and Z should be real, right? Like when I started with the UNICEF Club, that was the first club in Colorado, and it's the only one in Denver. And it took a lot of work, but I started to gather my team members by sharing my story, and then they started to think of their story and why they want to be part of this amazing organization. And then preparing your team, and that goes with, you know, if you're going to be advocating or organizing, make sure that your folks feel comfortable, they feel safe to share their stories. And if you're going to be advocating on specific legislation, make sure that you know the facts. And it's okay if you don't. It's okay if you're not an expert. You know, just tell them that you will gather that information and get back to them with their response. And also, again, something that has been said and definitely stressed this a lot is to build positive relationships with everyone you encounter. And when you're working with governments, you will encounter folks that don't agree with you, that don't see eye to eye with you. And still, always be respectful and kind and build those relationships, because it can take a month or a year or even 5 years, and maybe they will see eye to eye at one point, or something will happen in their lives and they will understand why you're so passionate about specific issues, or they will meet somebody. But always have those positive relationships, and also, like Sergio mentioned, you know, it's also part of the networking, and it's really important as you do this work. A lot of what we do is possible because of the people that we know along the road. And that goes with everything. Any action that you want to do, anything that you want to accomplish, just keep those positive relationships with everybody, including the folks that you might find it a little bit more difficult to do so with.
Amazing answers. Okay, I've been a bad moderator because we're over time, but we do have a just final quick question. So just literally a sentence maybe, or two sentences tops. What is the one thing that you want people, when everyone walks out of here, because everyone has said so many amazing things and given a lot of great advice, but what's the one thing that you want these people to take away when they leave here today? And why don't we start, I know we've been going on this side, Alison, we're start on the other side. We'll start with you, Alejandra, and then come this direction.
Okay. I would say that you can do it, you know? Just believe in yourself and take that first step, and others will follow. So don't be embarrassed or shy. So just take that step and truly believe in yourself.
Okay, mine's like a running sentence. But I think I would just say show up. Show up, find or make spaces where you feel listened, spaces where you can grow as in a community. Reach out for others. I'm the result of so many others. Listen to your community, your place. Escucha tu territorio. Not everything can be replicated, but I think there can be a lot of reflection, and people can sit. You can sit and find those ways in relationship with your territory, with your community, with yourself.
Isa.
Para todas aquellas personas que apenas están empezando el activismo, recuerden que no están solos, que siempre van a encontrar una comunidad maravillosa de jóvenes, de personas adultas que creen en ustedes, que es un camino largo, que es un camino que va a tomar mucho tiempo, que los resultados pueden que no aparezcan en 1 año, en 2, pero que los resultados finales de verdad valen la pena. Y como lo mencionaron las otras panelistas, crean en ustedes, crean en su comunidad y crean que pueden generar un gran cambio.
I love that. Okay. Wrap us up. Take us home.
No
pressure.
I echo what the panelists have said. It's really a marathon, not a race. So don't get discouraged. Build your coalition. There are plenty of folks that are on your side, and then if they're not on your side, you can convince them to be on your side. So you can do it. You're the next generation. So the future is literally in your hands, and it's yours for the taking.
Okay, great. Now the eyes of the world turn to our audience. Do we have questions? We can take just a few questions from the audience. So I leave it to, why don't we go over here to start?
Hi, my name's Edwin, and I actually worked with Care Coalition, so I'm from the DMV area, and I saw how the universal representation funding actually has benefited the community, because a lot of people do benefit from the services from Care and free legal representation and those types of things, especially considering that immigration, you aren't guaranteed a lawyer, and also considering the fact that nonprofits do survive off of funding. So I just wanted to ask you how you think local governments or even state governments can ensure allocations within their budgets for initiatives like that.
So glad to hear that you're with Care Coalition, because that's one of my favorite nonprofits in the DC area. I would say, I go back to the budget component. There's something about being visibly present in a formal space that no one can deny, right? I think sometimes if you're not in the room, then you're on the menu. And so and when we launched the program, I mean, we had like buses of people coming into the budget hearings. And so maintaining that level of advocacy beyond the like initial lift is really important because as you know, elected officials come and go. And it's really important, even though that program is institutionalized, it could get cut, right? Like if we hit a recession, it could be like, that's out the door. But if you have that visibility and that continuous advocacy work, it's very difficult to take that away. And it's difficult to take something away that you have already, because then it's like, oh, you're taking something from me.
That's right. Other question. Do we have somebody back here? Okay.
Sí, soy yo. ¿Me pueden escuchar bien? Dale, perfecto. Hola, me llamo Kimberly Carracedo. La pregunta que yo les quería hacer es para las personas que son primera generación en este país, ¿verdad? ¿Cómo podemos ayudar los jóvenes que en un tiempo yo vivo en Fort Collins y existe una escuela bilingüe, ¿verdad? ¿Cómo nosotros como adultos podemos ayudar lo que son hasta que más jóvenes? Cuando piensan en jóvenes, pues yo pienso que mucha gente piensa pues 22, 20, empezando una carrera, pero ustedes ¿no creen que también eso se debe empezar desde joven? Pero si no tienes esa experiencia y si nadie te puede ayudar, ¿cómo nosotros que sí tenemos la experiencia lo podemos ayudar a ellos?
Who wants to take this on?
I can answer. So I think, because I work with so many folks that are younger than me, and usually they have little siblings, and I myself have 2 younger sisters, I think it's important to connect people to the people that you already know. So help them network. If they need to connect to a nonprofit organization or to an office at a university, or to someone that is a professional in the field that they want to go to, then create those introductions. And allow them to form that relationship for themselves. But I think connection is huge, and so also sharing your own story with those younger folks, that way they feel comfortable coming to you and they feel safe speaking about their story and their needs. I think that's really important, and just being open. If you say, oh, contact me on LinkedIn and I can help you with X, Y, and Z, actually do it once you see that message. Don't just brush it off. And encourage them also to do the same, right? Let's help people as we go up and encourage others to continue on that process.
Great. Do we have any other questions online or no? Okay, great. Some question over here?
Hi.
Hi.
My name is also Sergio. Crazy.
The other Sergio.
Yeah.
Or maybe the main Sergio.
But my question is, with the past 3 presidents not really being the most immigrant friendly, with Obama deporting the most people ever, Trump being super anti-immigrant, Biden not turning over a lot of immigration policy he said he would, do you guys think that any sort of immigration reform is ever actually going to happen in this country? And if it's feasible, and if you do, what gives you hope that something will actually change? Because xenophobia is on the rise. Immigration policy has been talked about for so long, and it seems like it's just been a standstill for as long as I can remember.
I'm going to fill this if that's okay. I'm sorry. This is something I work on with our amazing team of people every single day. So I have a lot of thoughts on this, especially having worked on this for years. The landscape on immigration in this country is more challenging than I can ever remember and that most people can remember. And you're right. There's a reason for that. There are forces in this country, there are people in this country that are spending hundreds of millions of dollars to scare people across the United States with scary images of black and brown people coming over the border. And unfortunately, that is much of the narrative that people are thinking about when they think of immigration today. What that ignores is the reality of the millions of immigrants across our country and their families who are American in every single way except having that piece of paper. People who we rely on for our economic growth, our economic security, who contribute in a lot of meaningful ways, whether that's to our military or it's to their local communities. And We have not had immigration reform since the 1986 Reform Act that passed under Ronald Reagan. That was almost 40 years ago. I wish I could sit here and say that immigration reform was likely in the next year or 2 years. But that is not true. The Speaker of the House has said he is not going to put immigration reform on the floor because they would rather spend all day trying to use immigration as a political hammer against the opposition party. But with that all being said, I do think that this is the moment to, and I think some of our panelists talked about this, change sometimes takes not 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. You got to think in like 5 to 10 years. And I know that's sort of sobering, but it's also reality. And we have a moment right now to organize ourselves and to build the coalition that will one day pass reform in this country. I will also say this about the president and the administration. There are things they have not done, and we have to hold them accountable for those things. There are things that, I may disagree with. But I will also say that it is important to really understand what is happening at the federal level, because the administration has done a number of things that unfortunately a lot of people just aren't aware of. Rescinding a lot of harmful Trump policies. There was just a rule a few weeks ago about extending health care to DACA recipients through the ACA. That's a really, really important change. But certainly immigrants deserve more. They deserve more. And so I would just say in this moment, it is really important. Honestly, at this point in time, youth, the people in this room more than anyone else, are going to be the force and drive the strategy that will actually bring reform into reality one day in Washington, D.C. So I really look to many of you for, what are the solutions to get us there? Okay, I think we're going to do a breakout. So I'm going to turn it over. And first of all, can we just give it up for our panelists? Okay, now we're going to do some more interactive type of work. We're going to, the organizers are going to lead us into our breakout sessions. Organizers? Okay, organizer.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Sergio, and thank you to all the panelists for such an amazing panel. So yes, right now we're going to open to the breakout sessions. The objective of this session is for you to create an action plan to address the hypothetical situation that is in your table. So we have 3 themes, and I am going to organize you right now by theme. We're going to have around 3 to 4 tables by theme, and each panelist will be guiding one of those themes, and they will be chatting with you to strategize and come up with tools, and the rest of us organizers are also going to help you and jump from table to table. So these first 4 tables, you can go to theme 1. You 4 can go to, do you want to go to that table so you can become one table, and then you 4 can be theme 2, and then these 3 tables, 4 tables over here can become theme 3.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's great.
Yes.
Y ahora en español, muchas gracias por venir a nuestro panel y gracias a los panelistas por todas sus intervenciones y a Sergio, el moderador. Ahorita vamos a una etapa más interactiva y el objetivo es que puedan generar un plan de acción con el plan hipotético que tienen, la situación hipotética que tienen en la mesa. Hay 3 situaciones hipotéticas y los vamos a organizar por temas. Entonces estas primeras 4 mesas van a ser el primer tema, lo pueden revisar en el documento escrito, y estas 4 mesas pueden ser el segundo tema y estas últimas 4 el tercer tema.
Hi, everyone. Hello. Okay, 5 more minutes of group discussions, and then we're going to open it up for reflections and comments and feedback. 5 minutos más para el grupo de sesiones y después lo vamos a abrir la sesión para sus comentarios y preguntas. Hi, everyone. Hello. So we're closing the breakout sessions. Is anyone? Okay. Hi, everyone. Yeah, so we're closing the breakout sessions. I'm wondering if we're going to open the floor, if there's any reflections, comments, anybody wants to give any feedback of what you guys have been discussing in your group. Any volunteers? Nobody's-
Hi everyone, my name is Jay, and so my group, we were working on theme 2, which is basically dealing with, oh, can you hear me better now? Okay, hi y'all, I'm Jay, and we were working on theme 2, which was basically our scenario, was about a group of friends who were born in this city, Modestria, but they live in Larimvia City. And basically their parents had immigration status, but they did not have any immigration status, and they wanted to go to college. They had issues going with college because with college came immigration status needs, and then problems finding decent working conditions because of their immigration status. So we were thinking about the issues we wanted to organize around was definitely like, while that city may have been making like reforms, the reforms were basically just helping them up to the age of 18, and then what do you do after that? So kind of working to like remove those type of barriers when it comes to going to college. And the goal that we wanted to achieve was basically like having accessibility past being 18, so that they can go to college, that they can have decent working conditions, because we all know that sometimes when you are undocumented, companies can be very exploitive of people. And then some potential allies we thought of were like other DACA students, because we saw there were similarities. The only difference is just the status, whether they have DACA status or not. And then we also thought about labor unions, because labor unions, they all want to work for everyone having safe working conditions and equal pay. So maybe labor unions. And we also thought about law clinics, because law clinics end up like representing a lot of these people and are very dedicated to their work. So law clinics, law students, those will also be a great partner. So that's pretty much what we discussed today. So thank y'all.
Anybody else? Any other?
Yeah, so, okay. The topic we had was youth immigrants and youth leaders, and also families of those youth leaders who are immigrant backgrounds. Something our table kind of discussed was some of the lack of resources that are provided for those youth leaders or those youth immigrants. As a son of an immigrant family, one of the hardest part for me was how do we go ahead and navigate the system, whether it's higher education. Some students came in when they were 16, 17, so going and being an ESL student in a predominantly white, higher economic social class in the state of Utah. But at the same time, one of the things that the state of Utah did really well was bring that a coalition together of young leaders, where we were able to go ahead and speak to local government and officials who are elected from us and tell them, hey, how can we make sure that our voices are, one, heard, but two, how can we also amplify those parents who are also trying to make way for their kids? And one of the solutions we came up with was by allowing our students and youth leaders showing the amount of people who are part of those communities. I identify as a Muslim leader in the state of Utah, and so we were able to register 60,000 Muslim state of Utah and show them how can we go ahead and amplify those electives and those officials and make that difference is a little bit different. And so I think no matter what kind of initiative you're fighting for or ideas you have, especially if you're an immigrant and an immigrant background, I think sometimes you have to bring in a new idea that although you might come from a corrupt, election policies from your native country, you still have a voice and your voice matters. And depending on how you lead that and how you can prove that to your local officials and your local communities, you can make a huge impact.
Hi again, y'all. So we had looked at the DACA scenario with Denise as this in-state student who can receive tuition, but she's undocumented. And one of the questions was, as a college student, where can you go to find immigrant youth-led organizing? And something that I mentioned in our group and that we had talked about a bit more was how Denise can look at institutions that already are built to support her. So obviously all the institutions in the United States are predominantly white institutions, unless you go to like an HBCU. So looking to see what universities already have resources in place to support you, and if you find it within yourself to make space for yourself in an institution that's already predominantly white, then that's like, you're the strongest soldier. What issues would you like to organize around? We had put housing. Housing significantly affects minoritized communities, especially those that are already in young populations. And then we put food equity, making sure that all of these students do get food. Something that we had also looked at for what are the key messages you want to convey was looking for students that aren't already aware of the resources. You don't know what you don't know, which I thought was super cool to think about, and how you can continue this like generational advocacy through the students and the people that you meet.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Sharon. I actually was assigned a first case talking about Cristina, which is also from Lima. I am also from Lima, Peru. So in these last couple of years, we have been dealing with many political stuff. So regarding the immigration policies, I think that what needs to be created are more spaces. But these spaces don't need to be like created just for the show, as it was said before. We need to keep track of then how the work is done in these kind of spaces, but also expanding these kind of works around the local governments. Something that we really try to keep in mind is that we also need to prioritize our community. We deal a lot decentralizing our country because we tend to do everything in Lima, which is the capital. So we need to prioritize also work in those communities who may have facing more struggle than us, but they don't have like a voice to speak for themselves. Another thing that we need to keep track is also creating connections and making connections with people who have expertise. For example, this kind of spaces, there are many people that know about the topic, but in Peru, we don't have like this kind of connections with them. So we need to also provide, keep track the international approach with them. Thank you.
Wait, do we have more? We do, okay. That's great.
Okay, so our theme, I don't know which way to face, but our theme was theme 2. So it was about the group of students who were born in a city in the US, but they have an undocumented immigrant status and they weren't allowed to change that. And they weren't allowed to go to college, and it was really hard for them to find a good job because they lacked that college education. So we focused on the issue of expanding access to higher education and really focusing on the messages of this, because there is like education rights for every student and for every child. And we thought like it's really easy to get into elementary school and like middle school and high school, but it should be the same for higher education. So we want to focus on messaging this to like community colleges to start, and then also really talking to nonprofits who have connections to legislators and like legislators themselves. And with that, we knew that like it would be really important to kind of humanize the stories of like kids like this who were not able to get access to higher education. And one of the challenges with that is that it's really hard to go up there and be vulnerable about your story, and you shouldn't always have to be. So kind of we were trying to get solutions to that by figuring out how to like support that community, support their ability to be vulnerable if they wanted to, and if they wanted to share their story through someone else or share their story anonymously, that should always be an option. So that's kind of what we talked about.
Okay, we'll be very, very fast here to wrap up. Hopefully everybody found that illuminating and got some ideas out of this. First of all, just one final round of applause for our really amazing group of panelists. Woo! Okay, really a round of applause for all of our attendees. Thank you for showing up today. Just a quick reminder, please scan the QR code that you should have in order to rate this panel, which was probably a 10 out of 10 in all of your eyes, and the best one you attended today, no doubt. But seriously, you should go online. Feel free to give us very candid and real feedback. And I just want to say, obviously, so many challenges today, especially when it comes to migration, immigration in this country throughout the region. But we know that youth are going to be and are at the center of all these challenges and also all the solutions. So have a great rest of your day and enjoy my hometown of Denver, Colorado. Bye.
Hi, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Okay. Hi, my name is Jordan. Woo! Okay, I like that. Yeah.
One, two,
Oh,
one,
he said
two.
keep. Oh, okay.
I don't really need that mic. I promise you I don't need that mic.
Okay. How y'all feeling today? Good, bad? I hope it's good. This has been a great event.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Madison Bryant. We'll be getting started with the presentation in just a few minutes. We hope that you're ready to be engaged. Are we good?
I think we're good.
All right, great.
Because I can't keep talking now. I'm not going to be able to talk
Oh,
today.
hearing everybody speaking in different languages is crazy.
Can you hear it? Are you hearing something, right, like from downstairs? Interesting.
Got you.
All four of us will be, yeah. Hello, hello. Hi, I'm Ellie Lehman from MICFA Challenge. We're going to get started in just a second.
All right, let's do it.
Check, 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 check. There we go. Do, 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 do. All right, good.
Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Make them hands clap. Clap, clap, clap your hands. Oh, I'm all right. No, I'm here. Good afternoon, everyone. We're happy to see your bright, shining faces. I want to thank you all for coming to our session. We four here are a part of Mikvah Challenge, and we're going to get into the organization a little bit, what we do, who we are, but I want to make sure that everybody has documents on their tables and enough pens.
So you should have 3 worksheets, SMART goals, root cause, and one that says soapbox on the top.
Yes.
There's tons around the room if you need more.
Right, so just let us know if you don't have one.
Awesome.
All right, so our session this afternoon is Speaking Out and Taking Action, Your Tools for Youth Advocacy. Oh, my clicker's not working.
Why don't you just tell me and I'll do the next one?
There we go. All right. So, facilitators today. Hi, I'm Crystal Gordon. I'm the Citywide Youth Council Manager. I am in DC.
Hi everyone, I'm Ellie Lehman. I'm the Director of Institutional and Corporate Giving, but I was a teacher for many years and I'm very passionate about Mikvah programming, so I'm super excited to be here and talk with you. I'm based in our Chicago office.
Hi everyone, I'm Jordan Middleton. I'm a sophomore at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, Go Hills, and I'm a Mikvah alum.
And my name is Madison Bryan Barnes. I am a junior at George Mason University, and I am from the DC area.
All right, so just to tell you a little bit about Mikvah Challenge, some background. So as you can see on there, our mission at Mikvah Challenge is really to empower youth to be empowered, informed, active citizens to really create a just society, right? So we do that in a couple of different ways, and we actually work all across the country, even though our offices are based in DC and Chicago. We work with about 17 states right now, which is really exciting. And we do our work in kind of 2 buckets. So we have direct youth-facing work, where we have things like our citywide youth councils that work directly with stakeholders in the city, like the public school districts, public safety professionals, many different groups. It's really exciting. They provide specific recommendations to those stakeholders to try to influence policy and decision-making in their individual communities and their cities. And then we also have our teacher-facing work, and you're going to hear a little bit more about that today through our model, and that's where we actually work with educators across the country to deliver our Issues to Action curriculum and guide students through a Project Soapbox activity where they really think about issues that are very important to them, research those issues, and then are able to get up on the stage, talk about those, and make a call to action to people in their communities all across the city and country. We're having our Soapbox Nation event in DC coming up in May, if anyone is there, where young people are going to talk about issues from all across the country. So we're going to dive into that and go through that process together, but that's just a quick snapshot. Our website has tons more information for you.
Okay, so every workshop that we have with students, teachers, principals, whomever, we always like to go over our agreements for today. So you want to be present, converse, don't convince, agree to disagree, assume best intentions, challenge the idea, not the person, don't make it personal, be solution-based, listen to learn and learn to listen, step up and step back, and then remember, one mic, literally and figuratively. One mic, right? So just make sure that we have a chance to hear everybody's opinions, their thoughts, cares, and concerns. Next slide, please.
So we're going to do something a little interactive with you all, and it's called Stand and Declare. So I'm going to give a prompt, and you're going to stand up if you've ever engaged in that prompt, and if you have, we want to hear from you about in what ways did you take action or did you participate in that. So stand up if you have ever discussed a political issue with others. I like that. I would stand, but I need the mic. Okay. Does one person want to talk about a political issue that they discussed with others? And you don't have to. Go ahead.
She's got you.
You too, guys.
Thanks. I'm a fierce advocate for women's bodily autonomy, so I've discussed that a lot with lots of my peers starting in high school, which didn't always go well. But yeah.
Oh, yeah. So when the person starts to speak, you all can have a seat. That was my bad. Okay. Stand up if you've ever volunteered in your community. Anybody want to talk about some volunteer work they've done? Over there. And then everybody can sit down.
In 2019 and 2020, I volunteered for like 2 years at the Colorado State Legislature, lobbying for a bill to create free and accessible menstrual products for Colorado public schools. And that was all for free.
Amazing.
Okay. Stand up if you have ever organized or attended a demonstration or protest. Anybody want to talk about their experience?
So I volunteer a lot with United We Dream, which is a national nonprofit organization that focuses on like advocating for immigrant youth. And they actually hold a lot of actions and protests in DC. I go to American University, and I'm from the DMV area myself. Yeah, I'm from Virginia, so a lot of friends at JMU and all that type of stuff. And yeah, they just have protests in front of like the Supreme Court, in front of Congress, in front of Kamala's house at the Naval Observatory, which is like 5 minutes from my school. So yeah, a lot of protests, a lot of advocacy, a lot of lobbying for congressmen and senators. So yeah.
Amazing.
And then my last one is stand up if you've ever voted before. And does anybody want to talk about their first ever voting experience? Because I know mine was weird.
Somebody from this table over here.
Yeah, my very first one was when I turned 18, and that was for local legislation or like local officials. But the hardest part was that a lot of people told me, I guess your vote doesn't really matter, especially in the state of Utah. It's a Republican state where you have to be registered as a Republican to even vote in primary election, and so that alone I think is a problem itself. But not to get into the whole thing, but yeah.
You might get to talk about it later, so keep that in mind.
So we're going to move on to our panel discussion with our MCFA alum. So this is a chance for Jordan Madison to give you a little background about their experience with MCFA as high school students and how they've continued to work with the organization as college students.
Sure. Okay, so like I said, my name is Madison Bryan Barnes, and I currently attend George Mason University. But before that, I went to school in Washington, D.C., and I attended Duke Ellington School of the Arts. While I was there, I was a vocal performance major, so I sing a little bit. And it was in my senior year, or my junior into my senior year, where I really got into the MCFA Challenge program. I came in as a student, so learning about how to get more politically engaged, how to know my rights before turning 18. So I knew that in DC, kind of different to your experience, that voting was something that mattered, especially when you don't have the typical government, because we're a capital and not a state. So all of our votes matter a lot, and just making sure that I knew what was going on. I've been a part of MCFA Challenge for 4.5 years, so I was a student my first year, and my last 3 years I was facilitating in different spaces. So I have facilitated the Summers program, I facilitated a middle school group called Girl Powerment, just getting the younger ones ready to know what they want to enact change in their schools and in their districts. And then I facilitated a session at Ballou Senior High School where kind of what I do, or what I was doing for MCFA Challenge on a large scale, I was doing it in a small scale, so getting them ready for their own project Soapbox to advocate for what they wanted in their communities and to help them really like prepare themselves into going into college and having a voice and knowing that you can advocate for yourself regardless of the space. Since going to George Mason, I have been able to become president of my Black Student Alliance. I've served in that capacity for 2 years now, and I've enacted a lot of social and advocacy changes on campus as far as making sure that Black students on campus have a designated space for them to feel safe at a PWI, especially in the middle of Virginia. I've also been able to work with first-generation college students. That's currently my job. So I help them get scholarships and integrate them into college living and having them meet their goals and standards for the year. And then I also just recently became the Secretary for Multicultural Affairs and Diversity at George Mason University for the student body. So my first, literally when I go back to DC on Monday, my first plan of action is to instill something kind of like a State of the Union of sorts, so that all the different organizations on campus have an opportunity to come into a space and speak to administration and speak to event services and speak to all of these people that we don't normally get to talk to on a daily basis about how they can best help us serve our communities, because it's more than just the Black community. It's the Black community, it's the Latinx community, it's the LGBTQ community, and I'm trying to create that space so that everybody can feel seen and heard the same way that I have fought to make sure that the Black Student Alliance is seen and heard. So that's just a little bit about what I'm doing now. And just a little bit. And then I'm gonna pass it off to Jordan.
Thank you, Madison. Hi, everyone. I'm so honored to be able to speak with you today. It's really my pleasure. Again, I'm Jordan Middleton, a sophomore at UNC Chapel Hill, double majoring in media and journalism and human and organizational leadership development. I started with MICVA Challenge about 5 years ago, so I've been in the program for a really long time. And similar to Madison, it started in my sophomore year of high school. At the time, I was a very, very shy girl. Like, I didn't really like to talk. And I'm kind of still that way. Like, before coming up in here, I was really, really nervous. But I've kind of grown out of that because of MICVA and really been able to find my voice and find who I am as a woman, but also as a leader. And so that started with me with this idea that we're going to talk about today, Project Soapbox. I was really able to find an issue that was important to me. And so in Washington, D.C., we have a lot of people that experience homelessness. And so that was something that really kicked off for me within my church community, and MICVA gave me the platform to kind of speak about it. And so similar now, we have Soapbox Nation. I participated in it, and I was like, okay, I'm going to present my issue, and I had the judges talk to me and give me feedback. I did not move on to nationals, but it really kicked off this way for me to feel very empowered and confident in what I have to say and what I have to offer to the world. And so I think that was so important for me to just get at such a young age. And so from there, I didn't want to stop my journey with MICVA. I kind of went through all of their programming. I was a summer fellow immediately after. They gave me my first government job and kind of gave me the opportunity to see what it's like being in politics, or how can I imagine myself as a Black woman in a space that's not typically for me or women in general. And so I interned with David Grosso. I'll never forget. I had the opportunity to research on non-compete clauses and something that I was passionate about, those experiencing homelessness in Washington, D.C. And so that was not really me speaking with my voice, more so behind the scenes work. And I found the value in doing things that are behind the scenes because it takes a whole collective team. And my current supervisor that I work with at my current position at Education Forward DC was literally right in that office with me as a 10th grader interning there. So you never know who you'll meet along the way and how that'll change in your trajectory. So I'm really thankful for MICVA opening that door for me. And so I would say after that, I then went on to actually work with MICVA as a media and journalism intern, actually having the opportunity to speak with students themselves and see what they were passionate about and cover stories on them. So now I'm kind of carrying that over into college, finding ways to talk about politics and how we deal with issues on a more so of a written scale. And that's been really nice for me because it gives me the opportunity to interview people and know them on a deeper level and know what they're passionate about and storytell, which I'm very passionate about. I also am very involved outside of the classroom. I think about how can we enact social justice in classrooms, and so that has pushed me to volunteer at the Boys and Girls Club right in Raleigh-Durham and Orange County, where I have the opportunity to work closely with students of color and minority students just to learn a little bit about what they're passionate about. I actually led something very similar to this with them not too long ago, teaching them about social justice pedagogies and how to build relationships and enact social justice currently at their age in middle school. So I would just say my words of wisdom to you all is you don't have to limit yourself with the age about how you can act social justice or how you can be a leader. It really starts now, and all it really takes is for you to just think big, and nothing is too small. You can do it now.
That was so beautiful. I just realized I talked about all the work that I did and didn't tell anybody what my major was. That's crazy. So I'm an integrative studies major with a concentration in legal studies and a double minor in hospitality management and counterintelligence studies. Do you want me to do this part? Mm-hmm. Perfect. So what we're going to do now is we're going to break into small groups. Because this is a smaller group, I hope that this is a lot easier than when I do this with larger groups. So we're going to move by issue. So a big part of what you're going to do today is focus on one of these 4 issues, which is what we've been focusing on for the entirety of the summit. And you're going to find out what your individual like stance is on that issue, especially in your individual cities. So, what makes the most sense?
So I would say this table here, we can make this the education and digital divide. This table in the middle can be climate change and sustainability, human rights and immigration, and then just to make it, that table back there works, okay. And then that table back there with the gentleman, economy and jobs.
So you're gonna get up and you're gonna move to whichever table you feel the most comfortable in to be able to give your speech or to write something about it, about your city. So you can move to
like passion. So education, climate change, human rights, and back there economy.
And when you move to that table, I want you to find somebody that you don't already know and talk about what you love about your city and what is one specific issue that matters to you and why.
No one cares about education.
I do. Go ahead, Jordan. You got it, Jordan.
Okay, we have somebody coming to education.
Jordan said, I got this.
All right. So, well, if you are from the same city, then give one fact at your table about something that you love about your city. And then you could just move into the specific issue that matters to you based upon the grouping that you're now in. Give me a couple of seconds. I can sing y'all through. Give one good fact.
Oh, yeah. Economic development. Well, we get to know each other.
All right, one more minute. everyone. So I'm going to pass the session back over to Jordan. Would you like?
So today, as you guys talked about your issues, we really want to dive deep into what is the bottom, like what has caused this, what plays a role in it. And so we're going to just unpack some of the root causes of the issues that you guys discussed today. We're going to first start off with the root cause tree video that explores what root causes really are and why they're important to understand. And then we're just going to walk through the worksheet together to kind of talk about the root causes of your issues. So, yeah.
We'll try something. We're gonna try something. It's a little janky, but we're gonna see. Good shot. Where's your boy?
Hi everyone. This is a short video on how to do a root cause tree analysis. Now, once you've chosen your community issue that you'd like to focus on with your action project, beginning the research phase can be very overwhelming. And that's because how do we know which questions to ask?
We're going to go old school and then break down root cause tree.
Okay, so you guys have your work. Oh, perfect. Yep. All right. So you guys have your root cause tree template, and so we're gonna just start by centering in the middle. What's your big issue? So at your tables, you can just write down now what's your big issue. And so here at the bottom, we want to kind of consider, there's so many root causes to the big issue. So at the bottom, you're going to really just outline what are some causes. So root causes, for example, say we're talking about education and we're talking about a lack of social emotional learning. Perhaps the root cause could be lack of funding for teachers and them not being able to equip students to do the activities and only focus on the curriculum. Or there typically might be, which is very often the problem, there's a set curriculum set by the school district that they have to follow, and it's really hard to find ways to implement that other curriculum that they may have in mind because you have to stick to that specific schedule. So kind of just take some time to outline a few root causes. You guys can talk together about it if you feel comfortable, or you can just do it by yourself silently, whatever makes you more comfortable. And then at the top, you're gonna just put the symptoms, kind of think of what plays a big role into tackling the issues, and then we'll come back together to discuss. So I'll give you guys like 2 minutes if that's okay.
Any questions?
Okay. I'm out of breath. Give them like a couple more minutes.
Yes. Okay. Please.
Okay.
I wish that the people who were on live could see
The
yeah, because
So you guys have about a minute left. This is just for you to get like a taste of each activity. We don't have enough time for you to complete the whole assignment, but we definitely want to get your, brains thinking and the juices flowing on how to at least start your thought process. You can.
If you have time to fill in some symptoms real quick, please feel free. All right. Oh, I'm right in front of the speaker that I'm talking through. I'm going to squeeze past you, Crystal, so I can go up here if that's okay. Squeeze. Okay. So that, again, was super quick, right? We're just kind of doing a taste of each of these activities, but this is something that our teachers would go through with students for like a longer period of time. We kind of practice, really dive into this, right, and think about that idea of root cause and symptoms to start thinking about that like deeper connection to the issues that you're passionate about. So on the next slide, I'm going to talk a little bit about SMART goals. So you should have another piece of paper on your table. It's got some clouds on it at the top. So what we want to do with this worksheet is sort of like a visualization activity at first on this one that has the clouds, right? So what you're going to do is think about in those clouds, what would the world be like if you solved that issue that you were just thinking about? So you talked about root cause, or you wrote about root causes, you wrote about some symptoms. Now we want to talk about like what would it look like if you solved that? So write a couple ideas in those clouds, and then underneath you're going to kind of say what's one thing that you would like to see happen, and then a second one below if you have time. And this is just kind of start like getting that visualization, getting those brain juices flowing about like what would happen if you solved that issue you're passionate about. And then on the back, you're going to see an actual description of SMART goals. So that's probably something most of you have heard about before in school. Maybe you have SMART goals for yourself, for things you want to achieve. So I also want you to kind of think about and actually write anywhere on this paper that you can, because there's a little bit of tight space on the back here. Actually think about how to make your goal of achieving those things on the front specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. So you'd kind of write out into a sentence form. So first step, just to recap, in the clouds, you're going to think about what would the world be like if you solved this issue. Then you're going to set two things at the bottom that's something that you would like to see happen. And then using the back with the SMART goal, you're actually going to put that into a SMART goal format to get more specific for yourself. And that's going to be your launching pad for this next step where you actually start writing about this issue. Most of you are already starting. We're going to give you about 7 minutes? 7 minutes for this part. And if you have questions, we'll come circle around.
So if you're finished with the front of the worksheet, just go ahead and flip it over to the back and start working on your SMART goals. So each section asks you a few questions so that you can get into the nitty-gritty of solving this major issue. All these pens moving furiously across the paper. I feel like the answer to a better society is definitely in this room. I know. So we're at 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Yes, it is a teacher stream. So try to complete your thought because we want to make sure that you guys have a couple of minutes to share at your tables. And remember, you're not going to complete everything. These are your documents to take home so that you guys can solve all of our issues across the globe. Just don't forget to say, MICFA supported you when you got to the top. All right, so let's get a couple of people to share out. Anybody feeling like they want to share? Oh, I'm behind you.
Which part do you want me to share? Okay, cool. So I guess my 3 big dreams that I put in the clouds is people with uteruses wouldn't be dying as often as they are due to reproductive rights complications. People with uteruses would be in control of their bodies and lives, and that also would not be constantly scrutinized and judged for their decisions to have or not to have children.
Who else is feeling, oh, I'm coming. Can I have that hot pink jacket? Because that is very cute. I ate a muffin.
For education, my 3 goals were equity, passion, and social and intellectual knowledge for children. And the things that I wanted to see happen was prioritize and implement budgets for teachers and diversified curriculum rather than increasing salaries of school board members or interested parties. And the other thing I wanted to see happen was reimagining sex ed in schools that is trauma-informed and inclusive of all sexualities and genders, and get rid of slut-shaming and homophobia in schools.
We have one more?
Okay, so my problem, or both of our problems, was like walkable cities, and she called it car dependency, which I really liked. But we just, like, I was just thinking, I would imagine a world where you can see a lot more people walking, reduced car pollution and car accidents and deaths from car accidents, because that's a huge problem. And then I'm also imagining just happier and healthier people in general, because lack of exercise and obesity is also a huge problem in the US, and I feel like if people just walked around a lot more or just got more exercise through that, they would be a lot healthier in a physical sense and also in a mental health sense.
We have time for one more person. Fight over. Who's going to go? Oh, he said ladies first. Oh, do you want to go?
Oh, I didn't see. Okay. Hi, my name is Brianna Perez, and well, something about my community is that we have a lot of immigrants in my community, like where I live. I come from the Central Valley of California, and it's called Merced. And basically, recently we've been experiencing flooding in our communities due to the atmospheric rivers, right? that's coming on the that have been coming in from the west. So that ties in with climate change, right? And so my big dreams are healthy climate, right, without climate change and catastrophes, no marginalization, because the people who are affected the most about, due to climate change and these issues are, immigrant communities, people of color, and, other marginalized groups. And one thing I would really like to see happen due to these issues that we've been experiencing is, seeing marginalized communities living in better areas where they're not so affected by, climate catastrophes. And another thing I would like to see is more community organization and, more communication to help out our communities and, our families and our partners. Thank you.
The three dreams that I had, one was less people detained unjustly, and this is with regard to immigration. A lot of them don't know the legal proceedings that they're going through. They're detained, and even they're detained before they have legal proceedings, which would inevitably lead to less family separation, also less deportation, which puts less people in dangerous positions that they don't need to be in, which also leads to less family separation. And then the third one is more fair immigration proceedings. A lot of people, they don't have the legal knowledge that you need to be in these legal proceedings. A lot of children, older people don't have the same language access that we do, and even attorneys struggle going through these procedures. So how do you expect, immigrants to go through these? So those are the three things.
I appreciate that. So now it's time for my favorite part, Project Soapbox. I love Project Soapbox. I'm always so excited about Project Soapbox. So the wonderful thing, does everybody have a Project Soapbox template? Can you go to the next slide for me? There we go. This is what your document should look like. This is the template. Does everybody have a template? Everyone has one? Okay, good. So the great thing about Soapbox is it allows for everyone to take that passion that you've hopefully identified, right, and speak about it. We use Project Soapbox as part of our curriculum across all grades, K through 12. The cutest thing is seeing a child in second grade orate their speech so passionately, and kind of makes me give a thug tear, howsoever. This template is going to help us move through a mini speech, which is basically what we're going to ask you all to do. And as part of the onboarding, I would say, with MICVA, they asked the staff members to write a speech. And so as I am reading my speech, I had to pull it up and then it disappeared. As I'm reading my speech, I want you all to move through the document and start piecing together what you would like your speech to sound like. Y'all, my speech disappeared. Oh, I'm so sad. I never understand that. All I know is that I'm a Scorpio. Past that, I know nothing about retrograde, renegade, Gatorade. I don't know any of it. And it is so deep. Are they trying to show us up over there? I'm so sorry. And I just had it. Here we go. All right. So the question that we ask all of our students is, what is the most pressing issue facing your community and what should be done about it? The lack of resources is the most pressing issue in my community. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter which resource you choose, all of them lack or are non-existent in the Black community. Picture Black communities that have community gardens with fresh fruit and vegetables, clean, fully and regularly stocked grocery stores, pharmacies with extended hours, and staff with knowledgeable doctors and personnel that take the time to consult with patients and the community. How about hospitals or urgent care facilities that can serve all medical needs in the community, like pre and postnatal care, small support groups for persons with diabetes, weight management, mental health, drug and alcohol recovery, foster care support, and etc. Schools that are properly funded and staffed, with classes that are progressive and offer real-life exposure and preparedness for life beyond post-secondary education. Let's not forget beautiful green spaces and eco-friendly playgrounds and rec centers for the community to hang out, do arts and crafts, learn how to play sports, all without the fear of being shot or forced to sell or use drugs. Walking in your neighborhood without the police stalking or antagonizing your brothers because they're bored and definitely not from the hood, so they're not connected to the people or the vibe. How do we achieve the unachievable? Let's start with voting. Yeah, that gets us somewhere. So definitely checking out blackvotersmatterfund.org or ncbcp.org. But let's not stop there. Building your own businesses and 501c3 corporations to rebuild our communities and employ our neighbors is important. So connecting them with African Business Roundtable USA or Black Business Association, the Black Business and Professional Association, or Minority Business Development Agency. How about organizing our own neighborhood cleanup days to freshen up our homes, parks, and streets to create or restore the beauty in our neighborhood? Creating safety schedules where we walk our kids to and from school, connecting with the officers in the neighborhoods to create safety zones for safe passage for children and even our elderly. Bring back block parties. Create our own food pantries for families in need, using bartering systems between our small and independent Black business owners and families in need so that our neighbors can obtain safe and beautiful homes. It isn't only for the middle and the high class families, right? I mean, those are just a few of my ideas. Let me know if I'm on the right track. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So that's my soapbox speech. It's usually 3 to 4 minutes. And so what we want you all to do is move through the template, giving at least 1 or 2 sentences to each of the prompts, and then hopefully we'll move on to orating. So I'm gonna give you a few minutes, well, a few more minutes to, God bless you, jot down a couple of sentences for each block to create a mini soapbox speech. What? You can do it right. Yes. Are you sure? Yes.
Go now. So, guys, as time is kind of winding down, I just want to give you a soft reminder. Just remember to express what the problem is that you're going to be talking about, how you might address it. Think creatively outside the box. And then a call to action. What do you want other people to do to go about solving this issue? So, really excited to hear what y'all have to say. Three more minutes. 2 more minutes. Yeah. Don't listen to that 3-minute reminder. Awkward.
So as we round out those last 2 minutes, we want to give you all an opportunity in your groups to kind of talk through your soapbox speeches. So what that looks like is kind of just taking everything that you've written down and putting it into something that's conducive that you would feel comfortable maybe presenting to the entire group. We'll give you guys about 5 or 6 minutes to do so. That way you can get your thoughts and ideas together. And then right after that, my lovely friend over here, Jordan, is going to talk you through something that we like to do called wild applause. And then each person from each group, if you guys want to, will designate somebody to come up and give their speech. Okay? So you guys, this is your talking time now.
Hi, beautiful people. Okay, you guys can continue to talk, but I did want to remind you guys that, Lord, lost my train of thought. Okay, so while you're in your groups, we just want you guys to kind of continue to converse, but remember that you have to select one person, or if you're more comfortable volunteering from your group, that's totally fine too, whatever's most comfortable for you all.
This stage is kind of scary.
Okay, guys. Okay, so this is where I get to like live in my awkward kind of vibe, just woo. So today I'm gonna teach you guys how to do wild applause, and I'm really, I'm really excited about this because I get to be really fun and loud and crazy. So, I don't know. I'm gonna put the mic down for like 2 seconds.
Don't be dry, y'all. Use your hands, use your feet.
Nice. Okay.
I don't know. That was a little. It was a little dry.
It was.
We want the people downstairs to be like, what
Yeah.
is going on up there?
Yeah.
Doing this in support of your colleagues.
This is a competition. Yeah.
Stomping of the feet.
We need more
banging
chairs.
on the table.
Yeah, y'all gotta get into it.
Okay.
So let's try it one more time. One more time.
Okay,
They wasn't
so-
ready. Now they're ready.
Okay.
They're ready now. They're ready now. Okay.
Okay. That was nice. So we just having a friendly competition because you know, y'all, we heard them down there. So we gotta represent for upstairs. So they gotta hear us downstairs. And I'm really excited to hear all of you guys' speeches. I just wanted to give a few reminders. So as each person goes, just remember that this is a safe space, that you can be vulnerable and transparent. It takes a lot for somebody to kind of like get up and speak. If anybody knows, it's me, just being shy or whatever. So just make sure that you're respecting everyone. And if you do have something that you want to tell them that may be a little bit, just remember that it's better to keep it to yourself and just give kind remarks. So just share love, kindness, and I'm really excited for you guys. Yeah.
All right, so it's my favorite. What?
I just want everybody to be clear. After those who either are going to volunteer or voted to come up and give their speech, we also do warm feedback. So one person will give a great thought or a moment that you had as you were listening to the speech. Because it's all about the love and the support. You want to model it? Yeah. Okay, so you want me to give you the warm feedback? Yeah. Okay. So I can do one. Finish your speech.
Okay. And I thank Mikva Challenge for making me the woman I am today.
Wild applause! Woo! You know, Jordan, your speech really resonated with me. It just reminds me that my year and a half here at Mikva has been worth it all. I appreciate you sharing
your message with us, and I feel like it just reignites the fire for me to keep going.
Write it down, yeah.
So, I am your lovely MC. Mind you, I would be doing this in a bigger space. But we can start by group or by table. Does anybody from, look y'all, I forgot the groups. Education and digital divide, did either one of you want to give your junior soapbox speech? What's your name? Everybody give a round of applause for Maya.
Okay, hello everyone. Today I'm talking to you about education policy and how we can improve our schools in a broken education system in this country. The reason this is such a big issue is because schools as they are now in the United States are traumatizing for students who need help, and we need to change that. Imagine a world where schools are a safe haven rather than a hunting ground for shooters. And healthy and appetizing meals are served for students of all income levels, or a school with comprehensive mental health services that are trauma-informed for free for students. The tools that we have to work on this issue are comprehensive training and educations for teachers, admins, counselors, and to ensure student wellness, advocacy within school boards who are often very bureaucratic and a little bit closed off to students, and additionally working with government to implement systematic education reform. So I need you to join activist movements that advocate for children's rights and wellness and fight against a system that prioritizes discipline and government funding over learning and cultivation of young minds. Thank you.
I like that. Anybody want to give some warm feedback to Miss Maya? If not, I have some. Yes.
Okay, yeah. Okay, hi everyone. I'm Nandini. Your name is Jordan? Oh my God, why did I hear Jordan? Oh, because your name is Jordan. Sorry. Hi Maya. I loved your speech and it really resonated with me, especially with the mental health services. I think that's something we really lack in schools, and it's really great to see someone like you who's so well spoken and so confident talking about how we need mental health services and how like that would be helpful for everyone. So thank you for that.
Does anybody from the climate change and sustainability group want to give their soapbox? Come on. What's your name? Everybody give a round of applause for Eli. Come on. A little bit more. Give me a little bit more.
Hi, everybody. I'm talking to you today about card dependency. This is a really big issue in America because it really encompasses a massive misallocation of public space. It is a driver of climate change via transportation pollution. It has segregated neighborhoods via suburbanization for decades, and it is a literal paywall to accessing your basic needs. Imagine a world where you can walk in a city, like Denver, let's say, and hear birds and hear animals. You hear neighbors talking down the street. Food is abundant and nearby because you can walk to a grocery store. Children play in the street without any fear of being hit by a car, and you know your neighbors. Today, we do have resources to fix this issue. We have the bones of transportation systems that can work if we reinvest in them. A 1 hour bus or a 1 bus per hour situation to a grocery store is just not going to work. We're going to have to increase frequency with what we have. We have to stop subsidizing car infrastructure and the oil industry. We have to better understand the true impacts on people's lives that traffic violence has. And we also need to understand that bikes may be tools, but bikes may be toys, but they are also tools to getting around your city. So what you can do today is just take a walk around your neighborhood, take your bike out. Where can you feasibly go? Just take a stock. Maybe you can tell your policymakers that you actually want public transportation. It's not just for poor people. There shouldn't be this social stigma that if you take up the bus, you're not a hustler. I also think that you can take over your streets with technical urbanism. You see it with protests. You own the streets. The streets are your public space to use, and you should use them. And finally, we have to break out of this car culture that encourages bigger and bigger vehicles. Trucks and SUVs may be safer for the person driving, but they are absolutely destroying the lives of people outside of them. So next time you go outside and you're going somewhere, do you need an F-150 or do you just need a rain jacket?
Anybody have any warm feedback for Miss Ellie?
Eli, that was amazing. I really admired the passion that you had behind your project, and obviously, as we do know each other, I know like the passion that you had behind it relates to where you're from, and why am I getting emotional? Yeah, I just really admired all the passion and how well spoken you are, and everything that kind of had behind it. So, yeah.
Human rights and immigration. Who's going to speak from this table? Yes. What's your name? Round of applause for Kelly.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kelly. And today I'm going to talk about the barriers to the access of services for migrant youth, children, and families as they settle in the United States. The reason why this is such a big issue is because in communities, especially those that are destination communities for immigrants, they are not funded properly. As a child immigrant myself, my family relied on different institutions to get access to services. We relied on the churches to get vaccinations so that I could be enrolled in school. But the lack of a centralized place where my mother could go and have access to these services really put a strain on her. She relied on word of mouth in order for me to be able to gain accesses to things that I needed as a child. So imagine a world where a child, a young person, and families who have just migrated to the United States are able to go to one place where they can get connected to all these different resources that are available to them. A place where they can get information about employment, Wi-Fi access, opportunities, language resources, as well as how to access other services like nutrition and health services. So we do have that already, a place like that, and it's the library systems. They are federally funded, and they are trusted by their communities. They are also a hub for many where they're able to gain access to these services. However, at times, library systems are not properly funded, and sometimes they work in silos and not really network with other service providers. So what I need you to do is to tell policymakers to fund institutions like the library systems to create sustainable welcome centers for migrant children, youth, and families. For local government to create channels that link the library systems with other service providers to create a network that builds a more equitable and accessible environment, not just for the residents, but for migrant children and families as they settle in the United States and call it home.
Anybody have any warm feedback? Oh, well, that was, yep.
I got a lot of warm feedback for that. Hi, my name is Jess. Kelly, right? Yeah, I really enjoyed that. I love how you added your own personal experience. It really did add a nice personal aspect to your argument, and it made it like 10 times more powerful. So I really enjoyed that. And I also liked kind of like the cadence that you spoke at the end and how it just got more and more powerful. I really enjoyed it. So good job.
And my very last group, but not the least, economy and jobs. Does anybody want to give their speech? Yeah? What's your name? Say one more time. Everybody give a round of applause for Abukar. Y'all know I'm gonna make y'all do it again. One more time.
Hello. This is scarier than I thought. Okay, the topic I'll be talking about today is lack of equal pay in our economy. The reason why I'm talking about this topic is a personal issue that my family has personally faced. As a son of an immigrant family, single mom who raised 7 kids on her own in the state of Utah, where she had to navigate the system, a new language, and provide for her family, was a very difficult time. The vision I have is imagine a place where your family does not have to be worrying about where the next bill comes from, where you have time to spend with your family, and you're not hired because of your EDI disparity within that company. The assets that one has in a workforce or institution is your voice, action, and collectively how you can address that problem. I want you to take a moment to realize, are you privileged in what aspect? Because we all have different privileges that we maintain in any institution or workplace. For me, it might be I'm a male, and so how can I advocate for the females who are working with me? For you, it might be you're white. How can you advocate that for in the workspace? And so when we're able to realize our privileges, we're able to use our assets in order for us to tackle those problems. My call to action is evaluate and address that workspace. If you can ask your coworkers, are you okay? Are you comfortable making that certain amount of money? Because be open to not only about how much you make, because sometimes there's a lack of disparity of being hired because you're black, you're a POC, you're a woman, but the person next to you is doing the same exact job as you are doing is getting paid a little bit more than you are. And so for us to be underrepresented and not represented in the right way, the people who represent our communities and our culture and et cetera, are those people who represent and who are part of those already. So I ask you to join me and make sure that your workforce institution are paying equally and have a voice for everybody that's included part of your community. Thank you.
Any warm feedback? Somebody has some warm feedback. Anybody have warm feedback?
I have so much warm feedback for Abukar. I'm convinced he's going to be the next president or something. He speaks so eloquently and with a lot of passion while keeping it so calm. I'm like fully engrossed when you speak, and I just know that you're a great public speaker. And again, tying in the personal connection to the story makes it feel so much more human, and I love that.
Can you all give yourselves a round of applause? A wild applause, everyone, please. It's moments like these that make what we do like, oh my God, I'm sorry. This is like my favorite moment. I'm really proud of every single one of you, whether you've presented a speech or you wrote a speech or you helped to think through a speech, that you guys have that idea of how you can advocate for yourselves and how you can advocate for your communities. I hope that you take this out of the space and work to implement these in your own cities, states, in your individual cultures, in your schools. So I'm really excited to see what you guys have in the future. And I'm gonna pass it back over to Crystal to close us out.
All right, gave you the warm and fuzzies. Don't they do it every time? It's always the warm and fuzzies for me. So I have so many favorite parts. So this is my second favorite part. We always like to end our sessions with head, heart, and feet. So head was what's something you learned today. Heart, what is something you felt today? And feet, what is something you're going to do now? So when you leave this space, how are you going to turn your speech into action? And I'm going to ask for 3 separate individuals. So the first person will give us the head, something that you learned today. So who's up for that part? What did you learn? You learn. Okay, Jackie Jordan Kersey.
Yes, let's do it. Tell us your name and tell us what you learned.
Hi everyone, my name's Ainor, and I would say something that I learned today is that there's a lot of passion, obviously, in our communities and in our world. A lot of times we get discouraged with the issue areas that we're pursuing, and we think that there's not a lot of passion, but even if maybe we don't know that there's passion in our issue areas, now we know other people who are working to do the same things as us, and so it's definitely just to never give up and always know that you have people who are willing to support you and who are passionate just about the same things that you are, and now you know who they are.
Who wants to talk about something they felt?
Okay, hello everyone. I'm gonna just stand up. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay. Woo. Okay, hello everyone, my name is Khalees, and something that I felt today, I've been thinking about this quote that I seen when I was in New York City this past summer, and it said that I'm not competing with anyone, I want all of us to win. And I think that learning everyone's passions today, I really saw like in my heart, I felt that. I was like, okay, I want everyone to win. I need all of us to win. I need for you guys to work on immigration policy. I need you guys to work on education policy. I need you to work on job policy to make my dream and my world that I'm building come true. So I need everyone to work together, and I want all of us to win, so yeah.
And then for your feet, somebody tell me what you're gonna. Well, you didn't even need me to finish. That's fine. I respect it. Tell us your name.
I'm sorry. I'm Kwesi from Guyana. Uh, right. So one of the things I'm going to go back and do. Currently, my organization, we're Guyana National Youth Council. We're doing leadership trainings in different communities in our country. And so, with your permission, I want to take some of the ideas that I learned today and incorporate it in our training modules. Is that okay? Yeah. With your permission, no copyright laws or anything.
That is absolutely what we want you to do. So I want to thank everybody here for giving us your time and your talent and your intellectual property that you put down on that paper, but we're not keeping it, so we really want you to take those documents home and continue to work. Next slide, please. To continue to work on those issues that you're super passionate about. And so here's some information about how you can stay in touch. So yes, any extra documents, feel free to take them with you. This is the email address to the director, Ms. Vancia Monche at mcvachallenge.org. So if you have any teachers, professors that you know that you would love for them to dig into some of the work that MCVA Challenge does, so they could get in touch with us, maybe get some of our curriculum, whatever it is. If you want to reach out to us, go to our website, look and see all of the great work that we're doing and what we have coming up next. And so that there ends our session with you guys today. You were rock stars. Thank you so much. So there should be a QR code on your table. If you can take a picture of that, access that and leave us your warm feedback or things you would like to see us do next, we would greatly appreciate it.
I just want to make it an. Is this on?
Check, check, check.
Hey everyone, can everyone please take a seat? Everyone who's coming in, can you please take a seat at the table?
Hola, buenas tardes. Si todos pueden tomar asiento, vamos a comenzar en unos minutos. Si pueden tomar asiento, gracias. Hola. Hola. Okay, I'm gonna just turn it off. I'm gonna just hold on. I'm gonna give this to you.
I mean, I feel like I'm the oldest person up here.
I mean, how old are you?
42. Oh, all right. You might be. I win.
All right, doing. Here we go. All right, we got California and Maine.
All right. Were you the mayor? Are you the mayor in Maine?
I was a state representative.
Oh, great. What do you do now?
I run Elected Officials to Protect America, which is a coalition of lawmakers across the U.S. On energy, climate, security.
Oh, great.
Okay, everyone, we're going to start in a couple of minutes, so if you could just please take a seat.
Sausalito.
Sausalito.
Yeah.
Great. We have a whole program in California.
You do? You have to send me your, or is that a picture of your card that I can take? Is that how it works? Hold on. Well, I'll do it.
Yeah,
Well, then we're not starting yet. That's fine.
So where are you located now? I'm DC, LA-ish, and I have a small place in Hawaii. So,
Got it.
bouncing
You're all
between.
over.
Yeah, I just flew in from the Philippines.
Wait.
We were just
Oh, no
doing
way.
that.
Yeah. Deputy mayor. Okay. Do we have to say
Are we
we're cool
smiling
out
or are
loud?
we serious?
Okay.
Just feel cool.
All right. You're welcome.
You're welcome.
All right, guys. We're still cool. That's what that's about.
What is the
All right.
highlight they want to get across of this youth and election?
Yeah, I could, but I could not.
Trying to help
I mean, I can.
keep
Yeah.
rowdy
I did do some.
youth
I
who
did
are
a very
kids.
brief meeting in Spanish today, and I was really proud of myself. See, one of my
Like the
bylaws is
rowdy
Portuguese, and I was like, I just can't do Portuguese.
We only
Oh yeah, you want me to do it?
They've been heard.
Hey, everybody! If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. If you can hear me, clap 3 times. All right, welcome to the Youth Summit of the Americas. This is the late show up mayor panel. Let's get hyped. Thank you very much. My name is Melissa Blaustein. I'm the mayor of Sausalito, and this is an AMA, ladies and gentlemen. Ask us anything you want. I heard you've been working on climate issues. I heard you've been working on migration. I heard your generation is responsible for saving the world, so thank God you're all here. Let's get started. That's it.
Translate.
Oh.
Hello, welcome everybody. So we have this special wrap up in order to collect all the knowledge and the information that you shared today. So es para que aquí estén todos bienvenidos y puedan recuperar la información que se estuvo recolectando durante todo el día. Les voy a estar apoyando con la traducción, ya que la cabina ya no está aquí con nosotros, entonces voy a estar ayudándoles a que les pase las principales ideas en español y esa va a ser la función del panel, pero bueno, estamos contentos de que estén acá y esperemos que disfruten la conexión con los alcaldes.
So, before we even start, who are these folks actually on the stage? I would love to have everyone announce who they are, and then we'll do the translation, and then we'll go into some Q&A, if that works, okay? Go for it.
All right, I'll just read it. My name is,
There you go.
Oh, I'll use this. Okay, see?
Stand up. That works, that works. You're
Can y'all hear
short,
me?
you have to stand.
My name is Alex Walker Griffin. I'm the mayor of Hercules, California, and I'm also proud to be one of the first five Generation Z elected officials in the state of California.
Woo! Hello, everyone. My name is Erin Brahmanjim. I am the Deputy Mayor of International Affairs for Mayor Karen Bass in the city of Los Angeles. I'm super excited to be with you. We hosted the Summit of the Americas last June, so it's an honor to sit with all of you and talk, and feel free to ask me anything.
Hey guys, I already introduced myself. I'm an old millennial mayor. I'm not Gen Z. I'm trying. Please still love me. I'm Melissa Blaustein. I'm the mayor of Sausalito, California. Really honored to be here with you guys.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Alex Cornell-DeHue. I was a former state representative in the state of Maine, elected at the age of 25. And I now run elected officials to protect America.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Chants Catrano, he, him, his pronouns. I am the mayor of Fairfax, California, just north of the Golden Gate Bridge in the San Francisco Bay Area. Super grateful to be here with you all today.
Perfect. Whoa. Okay. So I got to do this. Okay, there it is. All right, so earlier today, we went to several workshops learning how to what? Advocate, understanding what is going on with climate, education, policy, immigration, right? We just sat through several workshops trying to figure out how we're going to solve these problems that are impacting our communities. And right now we have our mayors here to, one, answer any question you may have about the things that they are challenging in their communities. So the way this is going to work, it's going to be rapid. I'm going to crisscross back and forth on this floor. I'm going to hand you you're going to raise your hand. I'm going to hand you the mic. You're going to ask the question. They're going to answer. Are we clear? Hold on, because we're translating.
Thank you. So, vamos a estar compartiendo toda la información en los paneles que hemos tenido durante todo el día, en policy, innovación, política e innovación. Ahora es la oportunidad que tienen para que puedan preguntarle a las y los alcaldes todas las solicitudes que tengan, las sugerencias, pero sobre todo con la estructura de lo que aprendieron en los paneles. Y bueno, aprovechen la oportunidad.
There we go.
Hello, I'm Kiki. I am from LA, so Karen Bass is my mayor. My question is, what are you guys going to do to help with the drug abuse systems in schools with the young kids now, because they're dying all the time due to it? Like, what are we going to do to help?
La pregunta es, ahora que están aquí reunidos, ¿cuáles son las iniciativas y las propuestas para poder apoyar a los niños que no tienen acceso a una vivienda digna o justa?
Well, thank you very much for the question. Ellie represent. Mayor Bass started her career in public health, right? So she understands really, really deeply and personally kind of the toll that drug abuse can take on our community, and she started actually Community Coalition back in the early 90s to address some of those key issues. I think with respect to what we're seeing in schools right now, we're seeing a lot of crisis throughout the entire city. It doesn't stop at schools. We've had, I think to date, 22 deaths on LA Metro. We don't know for sure yet, but we think a lot of those were related to fentanyl overdose, right? This is a really big problem that we have to figure out how to address. And so I think working with the school system, working with Metro, working with a lot of public spaces, we have to figure out how to get countermeasures in place. We have to figure out how to address the issue and work with people. But the reality is that our country has embraced a kind of harsh capitalism where drug treatment programs are incredibly expensive, hard to come by, not available, right? So how are we as a nation gonna really embrace the fact that we need to provide adequate public health care across a spectrum of needs to include mental health, to include addiction treatment and other types of counseling services, and how are we going to make that available in our cities for the people that wouldn't otherwise be able to afford it? So I think that's where we're focused, is on an affordability agenda that hopefully addresses some of these key critical issues and getting our arms around the problem with some public intervention.
I can. Thanks for your question, Kiki. Thank you for being here. I'm from Northern California, but the issue of fentanyl overdose and the issue of drug addiction persists. We in Sausalito, unfortunately, have a serious issue with the unhoused community, and that's where we see most of these problems, but they do start at a young age. We work really closely with our local health agency, Marin Health and Human Services, to provide a continuum of care from the beginning. We also have a young mental health board, or an engagement from young people in all of our boards and commissions, and we have essentially a teen commission board that engages around all of these issues on a regular basis. We're doing some programming, but I'm going to look you in the face right now and tell you that we're not doing enough, and we need to be doing more, and we need ideas from people like you and from people at this summit to show up and say, this is what you could be doing that you haven't thought of yet. So I really appreciate that you're bringing this up, even if it's not an issue that we have a direct focus on in Sausalito. It's a really, really critical issue. So I welcome your ideas after this. If you have any, please come find me.
I'd just like to add one more thing. So I'm originally from the south side of Chicago, and I moved to California after I graduated from college. With my 10-year reunion of going back to high school and seeing friends, dozens of my friends weren't at that high school reunion because they have lost their lives and their families are grieving because of the fentanyl crisis. And I think, there's the items that were touched on related to how do we capture and support people when they find themselves in those situations where they're leaning on drugs to find a way to cope. And at the same time, I think there's a real question about how do we establish community and belonging for young folks in communities across our country. And it's definitely the case where we're from in Marin County, where it's an aging population. It's not really easy for young people to find their way in our community. And so what we're doing in my town is we've given the youth in our high schools the keys to the car, so to speak, the keys to the electric bike, let's say. And we said, we'll give you money. We'll give you the resources. Let's do a youth-led campaign and let's realize what you actually want to see in terms of making action in the community. It's called Find Your Way, is the new program that's being launched, and there's a Find Your Way Wellness Festival that we're gonna have next month in Marin County. But I think it has to be youth. In order for it to be youth-centered, it has to be youth-led. It can't be folks who are outside of that peer group telling young folks, here's how you, get over these issues and suck it up, or things like that, you know what I mean? So, yeah, there's some exciting things, but I definitely think it has to be youth with the keys to realize what we want to see.
Yeah, thank you, Kiki, for the question. So it's slightly related, slightly not. Both my parents are alcoholics. My dad passed away from alcohol poisoning when I was a teenager, and my mom to this day is still an alcoholic. So a lot of this stuff definitely resonates with me. So the city, we don't have direct control over the schools, but we have a good relationship with our school board and our school board representative. So, I'm just gonna be very, very candid. When people are like 13 all the way just through their middle and high school years, that's a time of exploration, right? We can't act like that's not a thing, but at the same time too, we know that that's not everybody. And so what we do here in West County is, if we know somebody's either using or selling drugs, instead of just expelling them like how it used to be, like no joke, if you just had a blunt on you, that was automatic expulsion in our school district. Well, that didn't address the problem. You just literally just got rid of the person. So now we're doing a lot more interventions, try to figure out what's the root cause of this, because we know that a lot of people can pass away from it. I mean, my county, for example, we're one of the leaders, unfortunately, in the fentanyl epidemic. The cartel goes right through my county, and they're the route to the rest of Northern California, basically. And so, again, it's been meeting people where they're at, so that way we're not punishing people, and we're still giving people an opportunity to not necessarily just recover, but at the same time, make sure that they don't go down a further path. Because in America, we're really, really great at punishing, but we're really, really poor at giving people a solution and an alternative to something better.
True. Hear that. Snaps.
Hello. Awesome. Hello. Hi, my name is Carrington. I'm actually a Bay Area native, so yay! We've had some amazing rain in California, but as we know, climate change is real and it affects thousands of people, especially during the summer and heat-related illnesses. So what action plans do you guys have in place or plan to put forward to protect vulnerable populations like the houseless, people with disabilities, and the elderly from these heat-related illnesses that kill them in really affect a lot of people. So, yeah.
All right, I'm happy to answer that, and thank you for coming to represent the Bay Area. We did our best up here on this panel. Look, climate change is an emergency. We've declared a state of emergency in my community, I think in Chance's community, I'm pretty sure in Hercules as well. And we have a very comprehensive climate action plan, but specifically with the heat, which is a very real issue that people forget about, that there are vulnerable individuals who don't have access to air conditioning in the event of a heat wave. They don't have any way to make sure that they are able to, for instance, maybe if there's so much heat that the power goes out, they can't plug in their critical medical devices. So one thing that we're really focused on in our community, actually at one of our schools, we built a resilience hub. So at the resilience hub, there's a microgrid for energy that's being developed. So no matter what, if the power goes out, you can always go there. There's always a cooling area to make sure that the AC is on and people have access to those resources. There's a place to charge your phone. There's a place to answer the questions and get the help that you need. Resilience hubs are a really critical way forward as we think about, I mean, look, it's a one-off solution. It's not going to solve the full problem, but it's an immediate step that we can take right now to make sure that there is access to basic emergency needs when there is a heat wave, for example. So we're really proud of our first resilience hub. I'm hoping that we can build more and more, but we got to look bigger than that, because this is just the beginning of some serious climate events, and heat is something that can be deadly, but there's also immense sea level rise. We're on the water in Sausalito, so we are seriously at risk of severe loss of all types of infrastructure, flooding, then no access to any utilities at all. So Chance and I serve on the board of Transportation Authority of Marin, where we're doing more to electrify all of our vehicles in our fleet, which is obviously also better in the event of any sort of heat incident. But look, there's a lot of steps that need to be taken. And we're committed. I know everyone sitting at this table right now is incredibly committed to doing everything we possibly can to step up and address climate change. But I'm just going to keep saying, we need your help. We need your ideas. We need you to show up. We need you to get mad at us and at other elected officials when we don't deliver on what we say we're going to do. So I really appreciate your question.
So climate change is actually the major reason I ran for office. I was in the Marine Corps Infantry, and I was deployed out to Fallujah. And at that time, climate wasn't as big an issue now, but it became very apparent to us when we were on patrolling. So during one of the patrols where you grab the rifle and it would be so hot that it felt like putting your hand in a fire, someone tried to blow my vehicle up. Fortunately, he wasn't very good at the job, and we caught him and found out he had been given money by Al-Qaeda to plant the roadside bomb because his crops had failed due to a massive drought, and now we now know due to climate change. And at the moment, I'm not really thinking about how climate and water and energy security are intersecting in our national security and international security. But when you're a Marine on post, you are sitting there looking at one thing or two things and thinking about everything in the world. And eventually, I started to put the pieces together. And that was one of the major drivers that got me to run for office at the early age of 25. So I would very much encourage folks here, if you're interested and you have a passion about an issue, please do think about running. There's infrastructure to support you. Elected officials to Protect America is here to support you in that effort as well. As far as solutions we're putting forward, I'll start from international to the local. On the international side, we're working on a Ukraine Clean Energy Marshall Plan with the Ukrainian government, as well as Bankwatch in Europe, and starting to do some sister city agreements with US cities and Ukraine cities to foster that relationships to support each other in climate solutions. But really, we're going to have to get legislation through Congress, which we're working on right now. For the British Parliament, they have interesting pubs in the Parliament, which we brokered some interesting deals with. And they're farther ahead, which is amazing. Actually, it's kind of fun that they have it, because you get more bipartisan efforts.
It's very fun.
But, and productive, because you actually reach across party lines that way. But not to get too off track here, we do need to get Congress to pass a clean energy Marshall Plan for Ukraine, because it can be an example for the world and what we can do in other places. For instance, distributed electricity is so much more resilient against attack and climate disasters. It takes hundreds of missiles or drones to take out distributed electricity with a smart grid. And that's why the Department of Defense and the Army particularly will have all their bases will be smart microgrids by 2035. And the Navy's doing it too, but we like to be more refined in our approach, I suppose. On the domestic side, we're focusing on offshore wind on the East Coast. And in California, we have a leadership council, which Alex is a part of here, Mayor Walker Griffin. And he has been one of the most stalwart champions of this issue of supporting his constituency in the state. We're also working on clean electric vehicles. And then locally in California, there's a lot of the wells that need to be capped because they're leaking methane as the current wells and setbacks. And we have a whole campaign on that in California, which is directly harming folks within that radius and terrible, terrible health effects. So there's so many ways to get involved. Please do jump in. This is one of the major issues we care deeply about.
I would just add, in Los Angeles, you know, we have a Green New Deal. It has 5 zeros, right? Zero, so getting to clean energy on our grid, right? Getting to clean energy in our buildings, right? So retrofitting, zero wasted water, zero waste, and a zero carbon transportation infrastructure. So those 5 zeros are all on track to deliver by mid-century. And we have also worked really closely with an organization here in Golden, Colorado called the National Renewable Energy Lab. I spent yesterday afternoon with NREL for a couple hours going through what we call the LA 100 study. They have all of the data from LA's Department of Water and Power, LADWP, and they have a supercomputer. And we put those two things together and ran bazillion permutations and modeled and simmed until we got to 4 pathways to be 100% renewable on our grid by 2035. We're working through those pathways right now because there are trade-offs, right? You can't raise rates to an extent that would drive people out of their homes, right? So where are we right now in terms of negotiating on those specific trade-offs that need to be made to keep that promise of 2035 alive? And likewise, we're doing the same thing across Metro, where we'll be an entirely electric bus fleet by 2030, and we'll be an entirely electric bus fleet for LADOT by 2028. So we have all of these plans in place, but there are real places where we're trying to do it in a way that is fair, just, and equitable for all of our communities, so people aren't disproportionately impacted by this transition, and we find ways to create new, green, and high-road jobs in the process. And that's a real priority for us throughout the city. It's something we've been working on for really closely for really the last decade and a half.
I'll go after you.
So, like my fellow Alex, and who's also a fellow service member, before I get started, nobody grows up playing sailor, everybody grows up playing soldier, so I just had to say that. But, you know, it was in 2018 for me where I kind of realized that, like, holy crap, this is something serious. So we had the Camp Fire in the state of California. It was the state's most destructive and deadliest fire. So and when I was still an enlisted soldier, now I'm an officer, I was a military police officer. And whenever I say military police, people always think that, like, we're running around and cuffing people up. No. We evacuate people, we make sure people aren't dead, that kind of stuff. So my job was to know who was dead and alive and do reconnaissance on all the dead bodies out there. And so at one point, I remember hearing over the radio that the fire was moving at a football field's length in 3 seconds. There's no way you can outrun that. There's no way you can outdrive that. So we pulled all of our guys off the line, and we said, all right, you guys got to get off, you know, because you're literally going to die. And I'll never forget the next morning seeing just skeletons of cars. And then a couple days later, it was Thanksgiving, and we're doing our vehicle inspection. We were inspecting a Humvee before we rolled out because smoke really messes up Humvees. And it was like just kind of a picturesque moment. This little itty bitty paper thing is falling, and it just falls right in front of me. And I grab it, and I'm like, this looks like a picture. You could tell it was somebody's living room. And thinking about how fast that fire was moving and how really people only got out, and the people who did get out only got out by the sliver of their hair. I said, oh my God, we got to do something. So in my city, like I mentioned earlier today, we passed an ordinance that says all new development has to be 100% electric. On top of that, we're tripling our amount of EV charging stations. So if people, especially if you have like Republican-led areas and they're against EV charging stations, tell them that one, the rest of the country's going this way, but also two, it'll help you out economically because you can get rebates for it depending on your state, but most importantly, it can drive in people who have EV cars and want to come to their city. So in addition to that, we're developing a plan right now to phase out all of our phosphate in our city. Again, I'm a small city, we have 26,000 people, and the number one thing I always hear is just, you know, we're a small city, we can't do that. No BS. No BS, because if you go around the world and you go to places like Germany and Spain, they're already knocking this stuff out. And one of the big things, and also too, somebody mentioned about like the heat and whatnot. here in Hercules, what we do is we have a trigger, and it was a policy that I implemented saying if it reaches 75 degrees, we can open up cooling centers. And we work with our county health department to come in and provide services too. Because it's one thing to just have a place that's cool that you can sit for 4 hours, but if you can't get anything out of it, there's no benefit to it. So that's what we're doing in the greatest city in the Bay Area.
If I could add one more.
Starting fights.
Just a couple concrete examples for any of you who decide to run for office or want to get involved in the political process. I'm a mayor in a predominantly white community. However, there are disadvantaged communities in our county where we live, and I can still leverage my political capital to join in support and platform the issues of other communities in my county that don't directly vote for me necessarily. So one of the things that we had done is there's a historically black community called Marin City. It's actually where Tupac lived for a while. And it's actually the neighboring community to Sausalito. And we met with our congressman, we met with our state senator as a community completely outside of it, outside of Marin City, and we said, this is a one-way in, one-way out community. When it's not wildfire season, it's flooding season, and people will not be able to get out of this community. This is a regional priority, and we want to put, as a town of Fairfax, we want to back this. You need to fund $10 million to get a study to actually get work done on the ground, shovel-ready projects to stop the flooding so that we don't have people stuck in this community when it's flooding. And the crazy thing was that not only did we actually get that money, but that money unlocked additional federal dollars, an additional $20 million from federal dollars. And it was similar with working on energy efficiency. When it gets really hot, you have more chances of brownouts and blackouts. You know, the town of Fairfax worked with the county and worked with our congressman to write letters to President Joe Biden, and he actually gave $650,000 in the omnibus bill last year for energy efficiency upgrades in that community. That's not my community, but I still participated because I'm trying to figure out how to leverage my political capital on behalf of people who really need the extra voice in the room and need that money. And one tool, one gift I would say for you all, each of your communities, pass ballot measures, pass bonds, and they lock in spending for extended periods of time on roads, on transportation initiatives, on housing bonds. And one of the things that you all can do is make sure that there is explicit language about equity priority communities, about historically disadvantaged communities and marginalized communities, because those folks aren't always at the table, and those monies get locked in for an extended period of time, and you go to say, hey, elected officials, why aren't you doing more? And the staff members might say, this money was voted on by the voters, and it's been locked in, and we can't change what we're spending this money on. So anytime there's a big chunk of money that's on the ballot that you can vote for, speak to elected representatives before that actually gets on the ballot, and make sure there's language in there that speaks to historically disadvantaged communities. That's a huge way to move the needle for equity communities. Thanks.
One, two.
Hola, mi nombre es Jorge Julián, yo soy de Veracruz, México, y creo que aquí hay jóvenes líderes que queremos contribuir a que nuestras ciudades y nuestro país sea mejor. Esta pregunta va específicamente para las alcaldes, mujeres, debido a que en América Latina enfrentamos una grave situación de violencia contra las mujeres. En este sentido, quería preguntarles a ustedes específicamente, ¿qué iniciativas han realizado ustedes que nosotros y nosotras pudiésemos replicar en nuestras ciudades para combatir y erradicar la violencia contra la mujer y hacer que ellas tengan más espacios, sobre todo públicos y de decisiones importantes en nuestras ciudades y en nuestros países?
The specific question is how or which best practices do you know to prevent or to eliminate the violence against the woman in the municipalities?
Si está bien, yo prefiero hablar en inglés, pero in Los Angeles, we are a part of a network that we helped launch called the City Hub and Network for Gender Equity, or CHANGE. There are currently 10 cities who are members of CHANGE, and we're growing, but we're growing very deliberately. We're working really closely. The current chair of CHANGE is the mayor of Mexico City, Claudia Sheinbaum Pardo. And we work together on a number of different initiatives. We have one key one focused on what we call violence against women and girls, or VOG. And one of our key areas is to identify what can cities do, what unique authorities, powers do cities and local governments have to change the trajectory of violence, and gender-based violence in general, but especially violence against women and people who identify as women and girls. And I think that what we're coming to understand is there's a baseline that we can set. And I will talk a little bit about city networks in just a second, but just say, like, there's the baseline that we can set and say, this is what city mayors should aspire to do. And let's make this common across all of our cities and all work towards this, and then share those lessons amongst this network and more broadly with whoever wants to hear them, right, about what can be done. And so I'll just say that's kind of our key focus area. Within the city of Los Angeles itself, we've also taken a number of steps to instill gender equity throughout the operations of the city. And so we've produced through CHANGE what we call the city's gender equity toolkit, which looks at the city as an innovator, the city as a hiring authority, the city as a contracting authority, all of these different things that a city does, and understand where you can introduce greater equity in its operations. And so in particular in Los Angeles, it's mandatory that every one of our city departments report annually and set an annual plan for what they're going to do with specific goals and targets to improve gender equity. And that's a part of how then the mayor reviews all of the general managers of our 42 city departments. So it's really kind of baked into the operations of what we're doing, but we have huge challenges that face us. And we look at something like LA Fire Department, 3% of our firefighters are female. We have a lot of ground to make up. But we've also seen tremendous success on several fronts, and one in particular I'll point to is we took a look at our Department of Recreation and Parks and who was participating in some of our sports programs, particularly youth sports programs. And what we saw is that it was around 26% female participation versus the balance. And we said, what's happening here? Like, why are we seeing, basically a quarter female participation and 3/4 male participation? And we started asking more questions and trying to get down to the root cause of why people were making these choices. And it turns out that when resources are scarce, families would prioritize their boys playing sports over their girls. And we had to work with them, with families, to say, okay, we're gonna reduce the cost. We're gonna provide low or no cost participation so that your girls can play too. And then we also talked to the girls participating and saying, why are you dropping out in middle school? Why are you, kind of stopping this sports and fitness program? And it's because they didn't want to have to keep turning over a team every new season, right? There's a certain amount of camaraderie that they wanted to establish, and so we baked that in as well. So we started taking kind of a cohort approach where we worked as teams, let teams stay together season over season, and also started looking at the hiring pipeline so that you go from participating in youth sports to being a ref, to being a coach, to being an employee of the LA Department of Recreation and Parks, right? And that pipeline has seen, in just 3 years, we saw that move from 26% female participation to 47%, almost equity, right? So there's real things that can be done when you dig into the data and when you hold people accountable for those results.
Muchísimas gracias para su pregunta y para estar aquí hoy. I'm gonna speak in English, but I understood the question in Spanish, and I very much appreciate you being here. Look, violence against women and girls is a huge issue globally, and I'm from a county that is, as Chance mentioned, it's a mostly white community that is quite wealthy and racially disparate. And so two things happen in our community. The first is that there are folks who, in fact, are experiencing, women who are definitely experiencing violence in the home, but have nowhere to turn to and are embarrassed to talk about it. So I know there are families where there's absolutely, there are mothers who are at home and their children are seeing them experiencing violence, and because of the nature of our community and the pressure that's put on everyone to maintain a certain exterior vision of being a certain type of family or having a certain type of life, there isn't somewhere necessarily to go to talk about it. So that's one aspect of the problem. Second aspect of the problem is the issue that Chance brought up, which is that there are disenfranchised communities that don't get access to the resources that the communities with more political capital have. So he spoke about Marin City, which is our neighboring community, and also the Canal, which is where most of our Latinas live in Marin County. So there are a couple of different things we're doing in both aspects to address that. With regards to the women who are experiencing violence at home and feel like they have nowhere to turn to, there is a Commission on the Status of Women in Marin County, and there's an anonymous tip line for domestic abuse that's available 24/7 so that you can have someone to talk to if you do need to talk to someone. But in the communities where there might be, even to call that anonymous number might be frightening or there's no access, there are a number of amazing nonprofits that work to bridge that gap. But I think the real root of the problem and what we really need to be looking at is if we want to solve this problem, we need to empower women. And you need to have access to opportunities to thrive as entrepreneurs. So there are a number of nonprofits in Marin County that are working towards that. Myself, right now, I'm working on in Sausalito, we recently acquired a former bank and we turned it into a center for the arts. And it's being run by a local nonprofit. And one requirement that we put on that community organization was that 30% of all of the programs are focused on DEI efforts. And those efforts include women, of course. But we also have 10 days of the year where we get to use it exclusively. And I'm launching a program where we're using it for entrepreneurship and to allow entrepreneurs to showcase their business and perhaps have access and support for whatever they want to launch. So one thing we have to do is to provide that runway and to get access to women in those communities like Marin City and like the Canal to be able to start a business and grow and feel empowered. But there's a lot more that we need to be doing. I love what you talked about with women in sports. There's an amazing organization in Marin City called Play Marin that gets girls out there on the soccer field, the basketball field, boxing right away from a young age, and it's an incredible organization. But I think the other point I want to make about this is that if you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, the most positive and easiest path forward for us to address climate change is just to empower women and girls. So it's like the most basic step, and it's one of our greatest assets, and we need to do more to use it. So I'm committed to doing that, and I'm really lucky to be sitting up here with a bunch of guys who I know care quite a bit about social equity and are committed to women. So I'd love to hear about what you guys are working on.
No, thank you, and that's a really good segue into some of the work we're doing, particularly when we look at climate and water security. And sadly, water security as it relates to equality, particularly gender equality, is unbelievably important. And as we're seeing the climate warm, the disasters are getting either drier or wetter, right? The extremes are happening. And what happens, unfortunately, in a lot of places is the women who are delivering the water to the families, which prevents them from getting the time for education and other upward mobility tracks. And so in addition, the amount of dangers increase. There are plenty of places, unfortunately, in the world where there's basic sanitation isn't there even to go to the restroom, particularly in India. It's a serious, serious problem where there's danger to get there and the actual place itself is unbelievably dangerous because we take this for granted, but even the snakes that are there. So that's a small example of the serious, serious dangers that will increase if we don't address climate change. And as you said, the Sustainable Development Goals, this is one of the easiest known ways to solve it because we know how to do it. It's just the political will needs to happen. And that's where youth speaking out and continuously speaking out is really important. I will say, though, there are some amazing solutions on the technology side that need to be implemented as well, along with reducing climate emissions, right? So MIT's put together, found a way to desalinate using the natural heat and densities of water. And it can be maybe, if it comes to be, $4 for each one to make, right? So there is stuff out there that needs to happen. Regenerative agriculture, right? That is unbelievably important to keep the water where it is and keep the water healthy. And so in Norway is the second largest exporter of agriculture because they're so good at using greenhouses. So the technology's there, it's the political solutions that need to be put in place to create it. And that starts with the equity, right? If we don't have gender equity, the other solutions aren't going to happen because guess who's aware of it more than anyone else? right? If you don't have elected officials that are balanced, unfortunately, our equity in the US Congress is horrible compared to other countries, right? And so you get a disincentive, the people who are just have one point of view. So there are multiple solutions to this, and really it comes down to having the equality as a baseline form to create the solutions.
I would just want to add one thing, which is to say there are a lot of supports that we can provide to empower and uplift women in a variety of ways, professionally, personally, in the household. And I also think we have a responsibility as men and an obligation as men to hold men accountable for doing things that are sexist and that are misogynistic and that perpetuate the patriarchy that we're trying to dismantle. I'm sure everyone up here is on board with that. And so, yeah, I just think, like, you know, as a young man, I have an obligation with my peer groups to have men's circles and to talk about these things and to have places where men can have these conversations, because I feel like those places don't really exist outside of maybe, like, you know, some online forums and things like that. But yeah, men need to get together and talk about these issues, because there are issues too.
Yeah, and to add on to that, about the policy side, so earlier today I mentioned the very first night on my city council, leading up to it, I was told that you know, I shouldn't introduce anything because I should just wait a year and then start introducing policy. I'm sorry, I spent a year campaigning, so I'm gonna go right at it. But the first two things that I introduced were Police Chief Advisory Board, and in addition to that, a Hercules Equal Pay Ordinance. So having a single black mom and being the middle child of two black girls, I have two sisters and I'm the middle child. So I've always kind of had like this little side piece view as to what was happening. And then the older I got, the more I would start seeing a lot of this crap, a lot of this injustice start taking place. My younger sister's darker than me. And, you know, being lighter, being a male, there's a lot of privileges that I'm going to have. So with our Equal Pay Ordinance, it says that in addition to following the California Equal Pay Act, you'll abide by our Equal Pay Ordinance. We have an affidavit that you must sign with the city. If we find out that you violated 5 years before, or you violated any time with your time in the city, we will dismiss you and you can never come back to the city again. There is no appeals process. So when it comes to violence, a lot of it does come down to, yes, the environment, but it's also a lot of it is economic. And so whatever we can do to make sure that people are economically uplifted, it's going to be an amazing thing. The reason why I brought this forward is because my city is majority people of color. So it's 40% Filipino alone, but 55% Asian. And so being part Filipino, I've always kind of seen that culture on the outside lens being, you know, obviously part, but mostly black. There's a strong immigrant culture in our community, and unfortunately, it's largely tied back to religion, but when something happens with women, no one comes forward, or it happens years and years later. So with our old police chief, when I was establishing our police chief advisory board with them, we looked and we said, what's the makeup of our police department? And let's start increasing, you know, our hiring of people who are local and people of color. So we have 30 officers, that's including the police chief. We're a really small city. When I started my time on the council, we had 3 female identifying officers. Now we have 10. And guess what? 9 out of 10 of them are women of color, and they're all from the area. And so in addition to that, we have our liaison officer, Corporal now, Mendieta. She handles the situation for people who want to women who want to come forward and talk about issues that they may have dealt with. And we have a strong partnership with the Commission on the Status of Women in our county as well, for people who may not feel comfortable talking to law enforcement and need that independent voice. So again, a lot of it comes down to policy solutions that are totally tangible, right? You know, my city's not a strong city mayor. I don't have the same powers as Mayor Bass does in LA, but that doesn't mean that we can just fall wayside because we're small communities and we can't do something about it. So, yeah.
I just would love to add one fact that sometimes people forget that on a whole, governments that have better gender equality in their elected officials are safer and more secure. And so that's well established. There are many metrics that have looked at that statistics between the UN and other organizations.
And we do better economically also.
Exactly. So it is for all sorts of reasons. And just tying it back to the local, please, if you identify as a woman, think about running for office and don't wait.
Woo! I was just going to say, one election can change everything, right? In Los Angeles, we went from 1 elected out of 18 to now we're, I think, at parity. We have the mayor, we have the city attorney, and we have 7 council out of 15 council members, right? So 9, from 1 to 9 in one election.
And we have 4 out of our 5 council members are women in Sausalito. We've only got 1 man, so I'm okay with that ratio. I'm having a good time. I just want to make you all aware, women, if you're interested in running for office in the United States, there's a program called Emerge, which I was lucky enough to participate in, Emerge California, and it trains women to run for elected office. It provides you with fundraising research, it teaches you how to campaign, and it is an amazing organization. So please check out Emerge if you want to get involved, or I'm happy to talk with you about running for office. I want to see more young women in office, sooner rather than later, please.
Yes. And at Elected Officials to Protect America, we have a fellowship program as well as a certificate program in public leadership and a master's program in public leadership, where you'll get a master's in basically running for office. Some people have ran for office while getting the master's. So please, if you're interested in that, reach out. We have a tremendous amount of scholarship funding available, particularly for military associated families. And then the certificate is 1 weekend. So I'd love to see you get engaged, and just reach out, please.
Thank you so much. We have one more question.
There's a question over there.
Okay, then 2 more. Hold on 1 second. One here, and then I'm gonna run. One here, and then I'm gonna run over there. Okay.
We'll go fast. We can hang out.
Okay.
I'm happy to stay and sit with you guys all night. So I mean, this is a lot more fun than the anyway.
We were where you were at one point.
Yeah.
Thanks for engaging with us. My name's B. Guzman Elliott. I grew up in Long Beach, so really cool to hear y'all talk about things that the state of California is doing to decarbonize and work on climate. I know there's a lot of oil infrastructure. Just growing up there, I saw it all over the state. And so it's really cool to hear about electrification initiatives. On that note, I just want to know 2 things. Really curious, what are some of the biggest breakthroughs that you've seen? Like, oh, this is actually more doable and better than we even thought, or like that more cities should be doing. And then on the other hand, what are some of the biggest challenges that you wish were getting more attention right now from the public or young leaders like us that we could be highlighting more or doing more to support things like climate migration or shade or whatever? Thank you.
I'm gonna be very, very real. Damn near all of it, all the issues. So it was crazy. When I got to my council, I quickly realized the issues that we had were because we just never addressed them. And it was the most mind-blowing thing to me. I'm like, yeah, okay. Oh, maybe they just never got around to talking about climate, or maybe they never got talking around about the status of our playgrounds and why kids in wheelchairs can't play on the playgrounds. And then it hit me, I was like, wait, y'all just never did anything. I would talk to our old city manager all the time, and he would be like, well, historically, Alex, he would say it just like this, historically, Alex, the city council hasn't touched that area. And I would say, well, David, I guess we are now. I can't tell you the crazy looks that man gave me when I said, you know what we should do? We should have swing sets for children with wheelchairs. He said, now, that's gonna be, he went just like this, that's gonna be kind of expensive, Alex. And I said, David, that's gonna be all right, because you know what, I'd rather kids have fun. A lot of these situations and these solutions are, actually I said this earlier today, all policy failures in any country are a result of policy neglect. So they're a lot easier to tackle. It's just, you just gotta work to get that special number. In my case, in my council, it's 5 of us, so you gotta get 3 behind you, or just get the majority of whatever board it is to make that happen. I mean, again, you'll quickly realize how many people have never just literally tried to do an issue. And if you get a lot of people behind you, in the lobbyist world, we have this, because I'm a lobbyist by day. If you reach out to your congressman or your state assemblywoman 25 times with 25 different people, they're going to notice very, very quickly, and something's going to be an issue. Same thing with council members. Us city council members of small cities like to act like we are the hottest thing in the world. But really, we're no different than anybody else. And if 5 people email me about the same thing, I know I'm going to pay attention. If 25 people email me about the same situation, I'm also really going to pay attention to that. So literally, the power is in y'all's hands. It's just a matter of whether or not you want to actually just start moving forward and having those tough conversations.
I think we're all going to want to answer this one, right? So I'll start with the challenge first and then go to what I think is working. And the challenge, I think in Los Angeles, as most folks realize, right, we have more folks sleeping on the street at night than he has in the population of Hercules by almost double. 47,000 people are sleeping on the streets of Los Angeles tonight. That is an emergency. It is a humanitarian crisis. And we have to fix that. And we don't have to your point, to Alex's point, right? That is decades of policy neglect across many levels of government, local, county, state, and federal, disinvestment, redlining, all kinds of policies that have created the situation in which we find ourselves, including an inadequate healthcare system, inadequate mental health, inadequate addiction treatment, inadequate creation of affordable housing, all kinds of things that we have failed to address as a community and as a country and as a world. So getting our arms around housing our neighbors and getting them the services and the path that they need back to stable housing is critical. And we're working on it every day, and we hope to make significant progress, hope to house 17,000 people in the first year. And we're at about 40, I'd say close to 4,500 right now since the mayor took office 139 days ago. What gives me hope, right? I think we've made a lot of breakthroughs on a number of things, but I'll say I worked at the Pentagon for 14 years before I came to work at city government. And when I joined the city, I joined the mayor's first ever Office of International Affairs. And in just the 6 years that I've been working on international affairs, city diplomacy is changing the game. So y'all look around, right? You've made friends, you've made relationships with people that live in other parts of the US, that live in other parts of the world, live throughout the Americas, right? You will need to keep those relationships alive and work together to solve these problems, but more importantly, to share what you learn from one another, to see what's working, to spread those lessons. Because everything that matters happens at the local level, and we are so distracted by national politics all the time. Pay attention to local politics, get involved. I think everyone's made that point really clear, but then share that, because what works in Bogota works in LA, what works in Sausalito can work in Fairfax, can work in Denver, can work in LA. Like, we have all of these great examples of how we can do a better job making livable, healthy, safe, new communities, and we need to do that. So I'm inspired by city diplomacy. Keep it up.
You want to go? I can. You want to go in order? All right. Is it on? Yeah, all right. So, as I mentioned, Marin County is the most racially disparate county. I think the stats are still there in the state. And I am having a really difficult time navigating what that means. And I will give an example of what's not working. I think that it's really critical for us to address decades of structural racism at the source by changing the way we talk about policies and how they're written in so much as documents, right? Like having a land acknowledgement, making sure we're including language about equity in our general plan, making sure we're including language about equity in our historical context statement. I feel really strongly about this, so much so that we got a historical context statement that talked about housing. And this is all linked to where I think we need to be doing more, and we're not doing enough. And the story of housing in Marin City and Sausalito is pretty similar to the story of housing across America. I think all of you are probably familiar with redlining and deliberate creation of specific communities where some people have access and other people don't. And I think it's really important to talk about that history, because if we don't acknowledge what we did and look at it, it's just going to keep happening and happening again. So we need to include that in our historic context statement. Well, I suggested including it in our historic context statement, and you guys, it took me almost 2 years to get that language approved. It had to go back through committee, it had to go to the Planning Commission. Someone at the Planning Commission said it was dangerous to include this kind of language. It finally came back to us, and where there's hope is people who had initially sent it to the committees then came forward and said, oh, it's so great that this is included, we're really proud of it. So I need help navigating. I need more people in privilege to stand up to these types of issues and say something about them, to make something happen. I think there's hope in everybody in this room, and in the fact that we've gotten to a place where it looks good to stand up for social justice, but people need to get that ball rolling, and I want us to be doing more. So that's something I'm going to keep working on. And I think it's all connected to housing, to climate justice, to our shared future. We have to be doing more. So I appreciate all of you being here and being part of that fight.
Thank you. And quickly, just you had asked about climate. I'll be really quick, as quick as a politician can be, I guess.
We're not good at keeping it short.
Sorry. But keeping aware, though, we have passed historic legislation to combat the climate crisis, particularly with the IRA. And so if that is implemented correctly, that can reduce emissions by 40%. We still have to get to the 50% is where regulations and changing rules really has the ability to do that. But if we do not actually implement the IRA in a manner that targets the Justice 40 communities adequately, which is why at EPA we have EOPA, we're working with the EPA and the DOE and other agencies to have a task force to make sure that the areas that are hardest hit are getting the resources they need. And if we don't do that, we actually won't hit the goals. And so, yes, that is actually amazing success that we got that through, and we're on the way, but working with the local officials, particularly, and youth who have the ideas on the ground to ensure that those voices are heard is unbelievably important. So I'll just round out two things to put on your radar. One is our grid infrastructure is so dilapidated that FERC did a study that got leaked a while back that if you took, 9 substations out, you could make us black to black. But the unfortunate reality on that is that we have hundreds of renewable and clean energy projects waiting to get on the grid, which can and could take up to 10 years to get there if they don't reform and upgrade our grid system. So that's something that doesn't get talked about, but is absolutely essential if we're going to combat the climate crisis.
Hello, everybody. My name is Nana Okuagu. I am from Casa Grande, Arizona, and I go to Arizona State University. I'm also representing the Obama Foundation Voyager Scholarship here today. So as a student that is motivated to seek change, or as a current change maker, I've thought multiple times about pursuing a career in government and in policy. However, over the years, that has declined because, I mean, it's kind of evident that our current state of politics and government is riddled with quid pro quo, and for lack of better words, shady business. So my question for you today is, how do you navigate through those spaces of being so motivated to make a change, but dealing with like individuals and colleagues that may be misled in their goals?
That's a great question. Thank you. Yeah, we were just talking about this because it does feel like you know, you run for office and you want to be bold and raise ambitions, and you want to push the needle on so many things, and sometimes you can run up against powers that be, I don't know, just broadly speaking, and it can be, you know, you run up against decision points where you have to figure out, you know, do you get a little bit of what you want and compromise some of your values, or do you stick to your guns? And, you know, I've only been in office for 2.5 years, and I'm still firmly in the camp of stick to my guns. I'll let you know next election how well that holds up for me. But yeah, I just think we have an incredible opportunity in this country, but really in the Americas. The youth, if we mobilize, we can realize the change that we want to see. And I think one of the ways we do that is through a very strong worldview, a strong politics of articulation, as Adrienne Marie Brown would say. And we have to continue to feed the network and just be fungal, you know, the same way that trees and plants in our forests communicate and share resources. I think there are always going to be individuals that may have some of their own interests at play that you're going to encounter at the regional scale or even at the local level. But if you stay true to your values, and if you're on a dais as an elected official and you're imagining, whether they're there or not, your parents in the front row as you're having deliberations and discussing things, you can't go wrong. At least that's how it's been for me, you know, trying to be courageous and do courageous things, and it's not easy, but yeah, you just gotta stick with it, you know.
I was just going to add, I mean, I've worked at the federal government level, I've worked at the local government level, and honestly, my experience has been that most people, I would say 99% of people are there for the right reasons. And I think you end up finding that solidarity and fighting the good fight. And I think it makes for a really, really worthwhile career where you have the opportunity to be creative and change things at a scale that other people never experience, right? So at the end of the day, I was never motivated by going to work to make money. I wanted to make a difference. And I think if that's true for you, then government is the place for you.
I'll just add, like, you are absolutely correct to be frustrated with the state of democracy and the state of affairs. The capitalism and the system of capitalism as we know it is a little bit broken right now, right? It's about time that we take some steps to reimagine capitalism, to rethink what our institutions look like. And your generation, and I'll say our generation, is different in that we recognize that right now the purpose of business, it can't just be about making a profit anymore. It has to be solving all of these problems. So whether you decide to start a company that changes the world because that's what it's going to do, or you decide to run for office, I'm going to give you a very important Gloria Steinem quote that I love, which is, hope is a form of planning. So you cannot lose hope. I know you're frustrated. I've been frustrated. I've had moments with people on the dais who I question why they're there or I disagree with them. But if you let them win and you give up on your hope, then things are going to stay exactly the way they are. And that is the last damn thing we want. So I would love it if you ran for office. I would do everything I could to encourage you and support you in that effort.
And in that light, I've worked similarly from the federal all the way to the state levels. A majority of everyone I've worked with really does care. There's so few jobs where I got a bill passed and suddenly 70,000 kids in Maine had dental care, right? There's so few jobs where it's single signing by the governor. Can that happen, right? That's so unbelievably gratifying. But what happens is there's a whole infrastructure externally that the other side has put together on the media side, on the policy side, all right, that have come together, the pressure lawmakers, and make us think that, hey, actually our constituents really don't care about climate change, for instance. When you poll lawmakers, they actually have a different perspective of their constituents than what the constituents have of them. Because of the consistent lobbying to the lawmakers from the Heritage Foundation, the Cato Institute, and all the others, bombarding us day in and day out. And it's worked over time. So how you combat that is foundational to EOPA, actually, is we bring lawmakers together who have similar value sets, who can support each other in these efforts. So we have a veterans group that comes together, right? So we have the rural areas that come together, and those who care about energy security, they come together. Because when lawmakers connect with other lawmakers, it's really hard to change their passion to get something done because most of the folks there are there for the right reasons.
Yeah, so the solidarity thing, they're going to try to kick us out in a second, but I'm sorry. The solidarity thing is huge. So I won my election in 2020, just like they did, and I knew a couple of young electeds, and then we found out about more, and we found out about more, and we ended up creating this fat Facebook group chat of just young electeds throughout the state.
Add me to that.
Okay, I'll add you to it. I'm not the admin anymore. But anyways, at the same time, too, the overwhelming majority of my accomplishments have been when I was in college. I won my election when I was still in college. I literally had class the next day, so I didn't have an election party. When I helped make community college tuition free in California, was only 20 years old, still in undergrad. So just because you're young, that doesn't mean you can't make change. And at the same time, channel that energy because really change starts with the individual. So not all of my friends are in politics, and actually some of my closest friends aren't in politics at all. And we have this group chat of my friends that I grew up with, and they start complaining about the world, and I'm like, you literally have your friend that's the mayor of your hometown involved in politics, so what's stopping you? So if you ever feel disgruntled and you ever feel like things aren't going to get better, well, things will only get worse if you don't say anything. Things are only going to get worse if you don't participate. Because I've said this earlier, and I will say this a million times, older people are really threatened by younger people. There's a reason why you see so much friction. When I was running March for Our Lives, and me and David Hogg, my boy, we would do a lot of stuff together, it was always the older people that were screaming like, oh my God, no, you're not going to do that. No, why would we talk about this? But never truly understand what they were upset about. when you talk about issues like decarbonization, like my ordinance that allows for electrification, I'm not here to take your gas stove. Like I said earlier, I want to make sure that your kid doesn't have asthma. And then you start bringing some of these things back home to people about policy that's actually to benefit people, it starts hitting home. And I would tell you, in a job that only pays you $631 a month, you better be in it for the right reason, because you lose more than you gain, especially as a young elected. People are skeptical to hire you because they don't want you to be politically damaging. You know, it can affect your personal relationships. I was telling Chance this, you know, I was out and about the club dancing right after I won my election, and the person I'm dancing with turns around and tells me she voted for me. And how many other times in life true story, how many other times in life can you ever have that? So there's things to think about. But again, change starts with the individual, but then also change is collective too. So remember, you know, if you're not in the arena, somebody that you dislike is going to be in that arena fighting against what you're trying to do.
We really appreciate so much your time and that you are sharing all your experiences with everybody. We have one Mayor Ray Leon who is wanted to bring some comments to the mayors that are on the panel. And also we have an important announcement, so after this intervention, just let's get for the final announcement, but thank you so much.
All right, folks, sorry I'm a little late. Actually, I've been here for 40 minutes. But I was out there taking a picture with Claudia, the mayor from the Ciudad de Mexico. That's a huge city, man. That's like all of our cities put together. But anyways, my name is Ray Leon. I'm from Huron, California. Huron is a farm worker city in central California, Fresno County, if you're familiar. We have the best tacos west of the Mississippi. You don't believe me? Go on by and find out. Right on. Hey, we're the H-Town and H-Town right here. So, but I went to school to Berkeley. I went out of high school, one of the very few. You know, Huron is one of the 4 poorest cities in the state of California. It's a farm worker city, but it's also in the county that has gotten the highest ag revenues in the state, or we could say the nation, 2 years in a row. But all 4 of those cities that are the poorest are in this county, and they're all farm worker cities, right? So what's going on? There's some paradigm shifts that need to take place. Part of it is young people taking ownership of their role on the planet for the future of the next generations. You guys are our next generations, right? And I always tell young people, become comfortable being uncomfortable, because you're gonna be on that council or on that board of council of governors, like all the mayors for the county, MPO, the planning. You're gonna be on that board, and you're gonna be influenced to not really support who you should be supporting, the most vulnerable people in your community. I fight for farm workers. My father arrived to Huron, my city, in 1951. Same year that Huron became incorporated, became a city. He was 14 years old, an orphan from Michoacan, undocumented. In 1957, he became a bracero farm worker. Who knows what that is? Some of you do. Those of you that don't, there's some history you need to learn, because that story is part of the struggle that you will pursue if you want to fight for equity, diversity, and inclusion. All right? So my father became a bracero, moved líneas, worked irrigation for like 30-something years. Became a small business owner. I'm a lucky guy. I'm the youngest of 7. All my siblings worked in the fields. I got to work in the restaurant. So I like to say I've been serving my people my whole life, right? But that's what this role is about. It's not about making the money. I get paid $257 a month, you know, and I'm not a strong-arm mayor, but guess what? I kind of am, right? You got to make sure that you have your 3 votes if it's a 5-person council, right? Ever since I've been mayor, since 2016, Bernie just fired me up. I'm a machista from Berkeley. I didn't want to be a politician. And I don't claim that title. I say I'm a community builder. I'm an organizer. I'm an advocate. I am my people. I don't say it's me and them, it's us. When I was a kid, I'll hang out with my dad in the restaurant, and he'll point at the farm workers, the lechugueros, the lettuce workers that would come from Salinas or Yuma. We're one of the 3 lechuga season spaces where our city would more than double in size because of migrant farm workers. And he'll point at them and say, look, that's me. He made it clear to who we were. Never say that's them, and no. Farm workers, all the people that you're going to fight for, they are you. But when you're fighting for something, you don't assume. Because the people you're fighting for, they're the PhDs of their reality, and you need to know what's going on. You need to fight for by working with, alongside. I've been doing environmental justice systems change and air quality policy since 2002. I started organizing for public health in '94, still a kid at Berkeley, probably younger than a lot of you guys. I started the health fair in my town. I got excited about health fairs. I started the first bilingual health fair on the west side of Berkeley. You know, just do it. Do it. Be comfortable being uncomfortable and find your clica, find your folks that are gonna back you up. Whether it's on the council, whether it's on the ground, you need that base, not just to support you, to keep on moving things forward, but to hold you accountable. Sometimes people grow big heads. Then you start walking wrong, you know? You want to avoid that. You want to avoid that. You know, and I continue to be who I am. After I became mayor, Ray, you act the same. Well, who you want me to act like? Right? I'm no movie star, even though everybody knows me. Nah, just kidding. But, so now you just got to stay real, keep it real, rap to people. I was raised by an awesome mom, a warrior mom, spiritual strength beyond, you know, no other. And she would always remind me, todos somos hijos de Dios, todos somos hermanos. So I'll go up to the oldest guy, whoever he is, maybe he's a billionaire, whatever, Congress member, hey, what's up, John? How you doing? You know, just whatever, it's my brother, right? Whoever it is, don't be shy, but just know who you are and who you're with and what you're fighting for, and know the history. Fight for ethnic studies, fight for Chicano studies, Asian American studies, Native American studies, because if we forget the victories that we've gotten and how we gotten, forget about it. You're gonna get brainwashed, and you're gonna be fighting for somebody else and not for the people that need you the most. So, amen. Gracias, everybody.
Thank you so much to all of the mayors that come out to have a chat with us. We appreciate you. We thank you so much. We are now going to turn this over to some announcements for tomorrow, but thank you again, mayors. Oh, wait, are you?
Can I just make one quick announcement? If you're interested in working with elected officials as a fellowship or internship, we have those available at EOPA. So just protectingamerica.net or protectingamerica.net, or just come find me. We'd love to have more youth engaged with us.
You know what? I'm not leaving comfortably if we don't do a unity clap. Who knows what's up with that? Yes. Que viva César Chávez, que viva Dolores Huerta, que viva nuestros héroes. And the unity clap was used during the farm worker movement by César Chávez, Dolores Huerta, and the rest of the leaders, a lot of them. Some of them are my mentors to this day. And so it goes this way. Just follow me. You start slow, you speed it up, and you just go as quick as you can, and you'll notice that it starts out of tune, it comes into tune, and then that's when you know that you're together. Hold on.
Okay. Hi. Well, now you have read some of them in the chat that all the youth participants here in the Youth Summit are invited to go to the lunch tomorrow that will be at noon 30. So we need to register. It is necessary, it is mandatory to register in the convention center. So we have a window from 7 a.m. to 8:30 to go there to pick up the credentials. If Marisa can send you an Excel just to have the names of those who want to go there, it would be easier, faster for the credentials to be picked up. And then we need to come back here to be at 9 a.m. because they start the workshops here. And also the same when we go to the lunch, we come back because we have the Innovator Challenge. So this is much more fun. And this is really good to have the accommodation to go there. And the issue is that it has been hard to explain the two summits. Next time it will be a joint event. But the idea is that the registration for the City Summit of the Americas with the mayors had a period to register, and some of you didn't know of that, but you were registered in this one. So next time, that will be different, but then I would like to thank you all the organizers, okay? So 7 a.m., Convention Center, to 8:30, and please come back, okay? So, yeah. So I think, is it clear? Ahora en español, muy importante, muy importante. Estamos todos invitados a ir al almuerzo que va a haber con los alcaldes mañana viernes, será a las 12:30. Para ello es necesario registrarse en el Convention Center de 7 de la mañana a 8:30. 7 de la mañana a 8:30 para que estemos todos aquí a las 9 y poder empezar sin retraso los talleres, ¿ok? Y luego iremos juntos al almuerzo, está a 6 minutos caminando, y volveremos para estar aquí a las 2 para todo el reto de los innovadores y poder cerrar bueno, con un concierto, entonces, continuar, la noche es joven. ¿Está claro? ¿Hay alguna duda? Ok.
So you guys will get the link in your group chats. You'll receive it, and you'll be able to access it and add your first, last name, email address, and where you are from, what city and country. So thank you so much. We appreciate you. We know it's a long day. Remember to scan those cue cards and activate and put together your activate action plan. Whew, couldn't think of it. But thank you again. It was a great day. See you all tomorrow.
Yeah.
We're going to be up in the Bay for APEC later.
Oh, good. Good. All right, well.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks.
Great question. Yes. So let's do the QR code.
Oh, cool. That might be my last one.
Okay, so let me write 2 zeros.
Hi.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah.